Hello, I'm Robert Moynihan, and we are at 11:50 a.m. on Thursday, May 8th. And here with me is Deborah Tomlinson.
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Deb. We've put this whole thing together, and we're about to go to the smokestack where we are awaiting the smoke from the election this morning. Not the election, the vote.
The vote, the conclave. Good morning, everybody from Rome. This morning has been a bit crazy and hectic. There's people running all around. Crowds are gathering all around the Vatican already. I think we're going to bring in now, we're going to show the smokestack. We're waiting for the first smoke of the day. There should have been one if there was an elected pope at about 10:30 after the first vote.
Exactly.
And if there was not a majority, then those votes would be burned with the second vote. So still, we can have that second vote. We could have a new pope or not, but we wait here with the smokestack to see if we're going to have black or white smoke.
People say it will be either 12 noon, which is 10 minutes away, or a little later. There's a roar going up in the crowd right now.
There's smoke. We have smoke. There's black smoke coming. So we just saw black smoke. I think we have a delay on our feed here.
Let's look.
There it is.
Okay.
And here's the black smoke. So we go. So now, Bob, there's going to be another vote. The cardinals are going to have lunch. They're going to go back to the Dome of Santa Marta. They're going to have lunch. And I'm sure many of them at that point would love to have a nap, a good siesta here in Italy. But I don't think they have time for that. They have to get back to business and get back to voting. So there'll be a second vote, and we anticipate them to be back into the Sistine Chapel about what time, Bob?
About 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay. And therefore, we will have, you can see the crowds there.
Okay, therefore, so it is definitely black. And that means they had 2 votes this morning.
That's right. So they had in total 3. They've had 3 votes, and they're seeing who's running, who's the top, who they can get behind. As we've spoken to many cardinals through the years, they don't divulge secrets, but they just simply say they get a sense of the feeling of the rest of the cardinals and what they're thinking. And then they themselves take that decision based on who they see the front runners may be.
I must say the smoke looks kind of gray. Last night it looked darker black.
It was dark.
Yeah. So,
it was dark.
I'd hate to see it suddenly turn white here, but
and you can see the people. When we were coming here this morning, the traffic was unbelievable. We lost cell service on our way towards the Vatican. My phone even got a message on it and says, you have no cell service. It's not active at all. And so those are, of course, we know that they put that dome over the Vatican to protect the secrecy. Not only are there mechanisms that they put in the Vatican gardens, but they seal, there we go. There's a beautiful shot of the Sistine Chapel. They seal the windows in the Dome of Santa Marta, even where the popes are staying. And I think that we are going to have
the cardinals.
What would I say? The popes, yeah. Where the cardinals are saying.
You know, we've been going around the clock here, and we're trying as best we can to be calm. We're all excited, and we want to bring you maybe later today now the white smoke. But I'll be on with several people, and Deb, you've really done a tremendous job out of just almost like someone taking a few strings and pulling together a wonderful mosaic of a program.
Yeah, well, the Holy Spirit's in the air. So it's not just me, it's many people behind the scenes as well. But thank you, Robert. So we have a question here.
Arizona Ringo writes, so they send smoke after each vote. And actually, the answer is no. I think we misled you if you believe that. They send 1 smoke a day, unless...
No, 1 smoke after the 2 mornings votes.
1 smoke after the 2 morning votes, and 1 smoke after the 2 afternoon votes. But if someone were elected on the first
vote in the morning,
Or the first in the afternoon.
they would send the white smoke up.
Yes.
But they hold those votes to burn with the second vote. And if they're both no consensus, then black smoke, as you see right now, is what we will see.
So people, some people were gathering the last hour or so, knowing that the smoke might come. And that's why the streets around here were crowded. It was difficult for us to get here to the rooftop. And
Robert, it's cold again.
It is cold.
We are freezing yet again, and it's noon, and everybody's commenting how cold because of this wind up on the rooftop. Bishop Barron, who's next to us, said that last night he was on Fox News and didn't have his coat, and he was quite cold by 9 o'clock when the smoke finally came. I think we're going to all have a conclave cold after this. We all feel it in our bones coming. And again, we have the helicopters in the sky. Security is tight, we're told, from the people who are on the streets. And later on this afternoon, we hope to bring you into the crowds. We have somebody who's going to take a hand cam and go into the crowds, and we hope that that connectivity works and we can bring that to you. It's hard, though, right now with the cell service.
Yeah, sometimes cell phones are not working.
That's exactly right.
And even text messages are not going through. So,
but we have our viewers from all over. We have somebody here from Australia, Melissa Bird. And someone, Lisa, she says it's currently noon in Rome. That's correct. It's 11:56 right now in Rome.
Yes.
Oh, Blue Bear had a comment. Let's see if I can find another one. Arizona Ringo says, good morning and thanks for being there. You're welcome, and thank you for being there as well. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you, our audience, so we are very grateful.
Okay, I can see that one if you want to put it up.
Let's see.
CH?
It's hard for us to see with a bit of a glare.
You know, yeah, the screen is almost invisible to us. But CH says, Jesus forbids us to worry. Trust is the
proper devotion.
Is the recipe for proper devotion. If something bad happens, which does happen from time to time, we trust the Lord is bringing a greater good out of it.
Amen.
Thank you, CH. I think that is our feeling about everything that's happening.
That's right.
We say our human judgment, we judge someone is conservative, someone is progressive, but who can know the human heart? And maybe we can't know the ramifications of who is being considered, what is going through that person's heart and mind, whether the Holy Spirit is working in the cardinals right now in a marvelous way. There's always human factors.
That's right.
And we're watching all of that.
That's right, Robert. And then with the many years of experience that we have sitting in cardinals' apartments and in their offices and private conversations and getting to know these cardinals as men and understanding them a bit better, and then seeing and reading what the press puts out.
Well, absolutely. The press often is very simplistic or tendentious. We almost come to the conclusion at times that half of news reports things that do happen, and half of news is disinformation.
That's right.
Giving either a little bit of a spin or a lot of a spin, and sometimes entirely false news.
Exactly. Like the situation with Cardinal Parolin and his health.
Cardinal Parolin was rumored to have had a little difficulty a couple mornings ago, a rapid heartbeat or something, but the press office said this was made up. It was not. It never happened. So
Lisa's saying I saw white smoke. No, it's not white smoke. That was black smoke. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but when the white smoke comes out, I remember from last year I was in the piazza. I think you were on Fox News, and at first we thought it was like a gray smoke. We thought maybe it's going to come out black, but then it came out white.
Billowing white.
Billowy, that's right.
Yeah, so there's no mistake. It wasn't as billowing black as we might, I think we saw last night, more billowing black smoke, but it was not white. So We will not have a Pope coming out on the balcony in an hour or so. And that's what will happen when there is white smoke. The Pope vests and then comes out on the balcony an hour, sometimes an hour and 15 minutes.
Francis was over 2 hours. I
Was he?
remember I waited in the piazza with so many others. It was a feeling of unity. We were all of one mind, waiting and wondering who our new Papa would be. And there's the noon cannon that comes from the Janicolo Hill.
You hear that cannon that just went off?
Yes, every day at noon, the cannon goes off in Rome on the Janicolo Hill. I was told that it was the Pope who requested that to synchronize all the clocks.
To synchronize the Roman clocks, they fire a cannon.
Yes.
Okay.
No, Sister Anna. Good morning, Sister. No, it was not. It was not white smoke. It was dark smoke. So today we have a whole lineup of guests for you, and we hope to have a nice, informative podcast for you, as well as a lot of fun. You can see all the people in the piazza. That's right by the obelisk, I believe.
Yeah, so by following us here, more or less, you can feel like you're in Rome. And we're going to actually look through some of the issues and some of the candidates. And Aurelio Porphyry will be coming back.
I think he's going to be on in just a few minutes. I have to go have a cafe, Robert.
Oh, no.
I have not had a cafe yet today.
All right.
So
it's already past noon.
I think I know that. And I'm feeling the conclave cold come on. So I think I know. Good morning, Michael. Oh, he's in Vincenza.
Oh.
Well, we're grateful that you're here, Michael, as well. Put Michael up. And if you are not already a subscriber to Inside the Vatican magazine, we encourage you to do so. We are running a conclave special. Normally, Bob, it's $50.
Oh.
US dollars.
$49.95.
$49.95. That's right. But now for the conclave, it's only $20 for US subscribers. And I think that our office has adjusted the price accordingly for international because we have so many international subscribers.
All right. So we will have a full-scale issue soon after the election of the Pope about everything that happened during the conclave.
And who is this? Who is our new Pope?
Who is the new Pope?
That's right. You're going to tell everybody about him, right?
Absolutely. So.
Right. So if you want to learn all about our new Pope, subscribe now. I think we will be putting the links in the chat when my office wakes up in the U.S. But I'll put some in there in a few minutes as well.
All right. So if you could possibly get a coffee for me also.
I will get you a cafe. Anything else I should get you, Robert?
No.
All right. So I'm going to leave it with you. And Aurelia was going to be joining you at this table.
All right.
And you can continue your discussion again.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Robert. You're welcome. And thank everybody for joining us. And if you would like to put into chat where you were listening from.
Oh, we have greetings from Derbyshire, England.
Hope you are not feeling the effects of the cold, Robert. When can we expect the next smoke?
Well, we can't tell for sure. It might be about 4 p.m. if it's on the first boat. Otherwise, it should be about 6.
Right.
Or a little after 6.
Oh.
Maybe as late as 7. Belgium Bruges.
Belgium Bruges, says Sister Anne Pauline. And I'm going to excuse myself and go get a cafe. I'll get you one as well, Robert. Right. You want a cappuccino?
That'd be nice.
Cappuccino.
If they can make it molto caldo.
Molto caldo.
Ben caldo.
Ben caldo. Okay. And we're going to have a very simple exchange and not go to a commercial.
Oh.
And I'm just going to leave, and then Aurelio is going to come on.
Okay.
Ciao.
So we still have the, here's Aurelio, Maestro. Maestro, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
What feelings do you have right now after the black smoke just 10 minutes ago?
Probably I have some kind of misunderstanding because I thought that they would not do the black smoke uh, 2 times or the smoke 2 times, but they just waited the second ballot. But indeed, they did also for the first ballot.
Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I thought that they just do 2 per day if it's black. Maybe I'm wrong.
But maybe they did have 2 votes.
Yes, 2 votes, but if the first is not conclusive,
Right.
they don't put the
The ballots in the furnace.
ballot. Yes, but in any case, my impression is that the kind of outcome also was somehow predictable. I didn't expect that the first ballot they would decide who would be the Pope. I think also Cardinal Re say the deacon of the College of Cardinals say that he expect tonight to have the white smoke, and I also think so. I think that tonight there will be a time for the white smoke, but we never know. This is only my feeling, my impression.
So, just to be precise, we feel there was a vote last night that went very late. We saw the smoke at 9 o'clock. We couldn't get out of the city until 10. And we ate a little something. We couldn't get home until 11. And we woke up. We came in here. We set things up. We thought, we believe now there were 2 votes. Is that correct? It's a little bit early for 2 votes. Normally, we think it takes about 2.
Exactly. So of course these are these are only speculations, But I think that probably my own impression is that they vote once, and some newspapers say that it's probable that the meditation of a Cardinal Cantalamessa
last night
was too long, maybe, and so that postpone the hour of the ballot. That is probably we will never know because of course we are not there. We can just speculate, but I think that there was something, maybe nothing very extraordinary, probably. I mean, something, but I still feel that the smoke came too late.
Okay, so we're still parsing. Last night, a friend of mine said that you calculate 1 minute for each cardinal to vote and carry his ballot forward and put it in the urn and go back to his seat, and the next cardinal gets up. We don't even know if that's correct. It could be 50 seconds, it could be 1 minute, 10 seconds, but or more or less. But we think it's about 1 minute, and with 133 cardinals, we think it's 133 minutes just to put the votes in the urn.
I mean, everything is
possible.
possible.
Which is 2 hours and 13
Yeah,
minutes.
everything is possible. I mean, we can never know for sure. Of course, we can just make some guessing. But I think now tonight is already gone. And we all, of course, we are very hopeful for what will happen today.
Yes. So we always did feel it would take an initial ballot last night, and I believe I think they may have accelerated the pace to a half a minute or something and gotten the vote in an hour and a half and possibly gone right to a second ballot.
Yes, I think that that may be a possibility, but as I say, we really have to just to speculate about that, because no one knows what is happening there except the cardinals and the officials that are authorized to be there, but they have to keep the secret, because they have also a ceremony where they say that they vow to they have a secrecy vow, and so they say, oh, we will not reveal anything happening inside the conclave. So we can just be here, contemplate the beautiful sky that is today in Rome, like yesterday also, and the beautiful view that we have from here of our eternal city, and just wait for the second ballot. I'm not sure when it will come out, the smoke, probably around 1.
Well, here's the problem. If this was the first ballot this morning, it shouldn't have come out now if it was black.
Exactly, that's what I say.
Right.
Yes.
So that is why I'm saying,
You say that they just already put 2 times.
yes,
Okay.
it's hard to grasp because we're working with an estimate of how much time it makes to vote and a rule that if it's a black vote that is no result, they wait till the second vote to put up the
Exactly.
smoke.
Yes, this
But
is what I
if
know.
it's
Yes.
a white vote, then we would have had white smoke. In other words, a pope, and it could have been on the first ballot.
Yes, of
That
course.
would come.
Yes.
So if there's a black, they wait for the second one. If it's a white, they do it quickly. So I think it's black
Because they already vote 2 times.
because they already voted 2
Ah.
times. But that means in terms of the minutes needed that they either started very early, like at 9, but I was giving them a little time for prayer in the morning and perhaps private mass, and then a little breakfast with a little cappuccino and cornetto. Probably not a large breakfast. It's not very common in Italy.
But I don't know, because I think that they, in any case, expect that the people are waiting on a certain time.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of strange that I think if this is the case that you mentioned, the Holy See press office should let people know so they don't come like at 1 o'clock to wait for another smoke. So I think that we have to wait some news.
Yeah, we need to get absolute clarity. I'll put a question into the chat, but I have a membership in the press chat, which goes right to the press director.
Yes,
So
I think it's important that they let not just us, because in any case we are here,
Yeah.
but the people that is there waiting. And also, today the weather is kind of beautiful, but it's very windy.
Yeah, we're cold.
As we are
we're cold,
witnessing now. So I think they don't want to have, maybe that there are families, the children, and the old people. They don't want them to wait there. I see now there are not many people, but I'm quite sure that at 1 o'clock they will come to wait for the second smoke. So if it's true what Robert has said, we don't have to expect any more smoke for this morning.
Okay.
So
I'm going to send big, beautiful, pillowy clouds. That's true.
yes, it's a beautiful crowd, and they are waiting faithfully there. We are already in Rome at 12:13, so not far from the second smoke, or what we think will be the second smoke. And we also are checking the newspaper that maybe they have some more information about this issue, but I think that these days, of course, because of the secrecy in the conclave, we are a little lost sometimes. We are not sure of what is happening, but that is, of course, something that we expect. We know how it works. So we are looking if any newspaper have some more information about what is happening. In the meantime, I have to say that there are speculation on the newspapers, especially the Italian newspapers, and I don't know on what base they make their speculations, because if there is secret, so they should not be informed about what is going on. But they say that the favorite is always Cardinal Parolin, and that the Cardinal Prevost, it seems like on the rise. But as I say, I don't know how can they know this kind of information, because we the word conclave means close with a key, so no one should be able to understand really what is going on inside the Sistine Chapel. But as I say, we take this as speculations, and we just wait to know something more.
Put this on.
Oh, don't worry, I have my own.
Take that, yeah.
Yes, we put some.
Cardinal.
You see me I dress in red, so it's not I become a cardinal, but it's just I put my jacket because here is a little cold. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. It's a little cold, so we have to protect ourselves.
What you just said was that the Italian media this morning in their morning papers were saying that generally the feeling is that Cardinal Pietro Parolin, the Secretary of State,
Yes,
is still more or less in the lead, so-called.
yes, they say.
And then they say a rising is Cardinal Robert Prevost, who is an American.
Yes,
And he spent many years in Peru. He's made a bishop. And then he came to Rome, and he's head of the Congregation for Bishops.
yes,
And one of my friends here said that Prevost comes from the Chicago area, and in some ways his promoter was Cardinal Cupich of Chicago. So if that's the case, then what we have here is Parolin more or less in the center, and Prevost also more or less in the center, or even a step to the left.
yes. I'm not American, so you know much better than me. But I don't think that we may say that Cardinal Cupich is on the center. I think
Right.
he's quite on the left. So yes, that would be something we have to see how it works. Also, because there are many kind of interests that, of course, the cardinals will have to represent. So we have to see. Of course, as yourself, we know nothing of what is going on inside the Sistine Chapel, but we can just speculate. Bluebeard say Cardinal Erdo seems like a favorite. Yes, also we heard about that, but we don't know if it still is the case. So we are trying to grasp some of the information coming from the press, or from the people around us, from the media also. But yes, so the Italian press say the second, the third ballot without a quorum.
Okay.
So it means they vote 2 times.
So the Italian press is reporting 2 votes were held this morning. This means they didn't go 2 hours and 20 minutes each, because that would have been 4 hours and 40 minutes. And if they started at 9, that would have been 1:40. But the fact is, the smoke came out at noon. It looks like they're making votes at the rhythm of an hour and a half.
Yes.
An hour and a half, and 133 votes, and that's closer to half a minute for each cardinal to hand his vote in, walk up, put it in the urn. Then they count the votes. They put them on a string. There's 3 counters. Last night they had to select the 3 counters, which was another matter. It might have taken 5 or 10 minutes. That could have pushed last night later than we expected, on to about 9 o'clock. So 2 factors last night were the length of the homily of Father Cantalamessa, and
We assume.
we assume it might have gone on 20 or maybe 30 minutes, and he was telling the cardinals what they needed to keep in mind as they went to their vote. And so people were expecting the smoke last night at 7 o'clock. And
Yes.
many of you were here with us. We went on to 7:30 to 8. I kept saying I think it'll be in 2 more minutes.
Yes. At the end, you have a right prediction because it arrived, but after 10 times you say it will come in 2 minutes. But in any case, yes, we were very surprised yesterday because we didn't expect that we have to wait so much. Sister Anna Pauline,
Yes.
would you share with us who you think will be elected? I believe a moderate conservative, but I'm hoping for an orthodox conservative. Yes, it's hard to say really. I think that really they are still counting the votes this morning. No, they are still understanding how to make things work for everyone. So probably what Sister Anna Pauline say. So a moderate conservative may be a possibility. But probably we see what happened tonight. As I say, my own prediction if they elect the Pope today, it will be one of the names that we heard these days because they find an agreement. So probably now they finished the votes for this morning and they are talking inside the Casa Santa Marta where they have lunch. They are talking to each other and trying to find a kind of agreement to put together the different positions because of course I think it would be very difficult that we have a pope that is entirely progressive or entirely conservative. We have probably to wait for something in the middle, and then of course we don't know how this pope then will become because probably we consider him now moderate progressive, but then he will surprise us.
Yes, it's very possible. The popes often take a different direction than people expect.
Yes.
Or there are factors which take a pope in a direction which he wasn't prepared for right at the beginning of his pontificate.
Exactly.
So we really have to pray for these men because there'll be tremendous pressures on all the world to face tremendous technological change with computers and artificial intelligence, which is rapidly increasing.
Yes.
And trillions and trillions of dollars are moving in a kind of mysterious way to centralize these efforts.
Yes.
And also all the questions having to do with biotechnology.
Yes.
And the experimentation on human embryos and things like that. Pope Benedict XVI warned several times in his pontificate, man must not do everything that he can do. In other words, there's a moral dimension where you say, I could do that, but I won't, because the consequences will be misery and tragedy.
I think that for sure the coming Pope has to face all these issues, especially the issues concerned with artificial intelligence, because I think it's really something that changed our life as it was internet. Like now we have this, before we cannot do something like this when we were young, So I think that the future Pope certainly should be someone that really care for this kind of questions that are very important for the modern world. So I really hope that they will choose a Pope that is someone that can face these kind of issues.
Okay, well, I've got confirmation from the press office. there were 2 votes.
Yes, so you were right.
So they're having lunch now.
Yes.
They left after the second vote failed to get a 2/3 quorum. 2/3 is 89 votes in this situation. That would leave 44. So I guess they need 45 to block the election.
Yes.
44 would lead to an 89 vote, 2/3 majority, and that would elect the Pope.
I think we may say something quite safely that if they don't elect it tonight, I think there are some problems inside the conclave. It means they cannot find an agreement. And so tomorrow everything is possible. So tomorrow, really, I think that they can elect a cardinal that will surprise us.
Okay, so they're now telling me that it might be around 5 o'clock. Although if the election is now proceeding at a rhythm of 1.5 hours to a vote, and they go back at 3, it could be as early as 4:30.
Yes.
If we have a Pope.
Yes.
So 4:30 and then 6 or 6:30, or
yes.
if they delay a little, 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we got the whole afternoon in front of us.
Yes.
And it's hard to know how to proceed, but we could run through a series of 10 or 15 or 20 cardinals' names. And then we could talk about the characteristics of these men. And in this discussion, we could bring up the points where the cardinals are trying to discern the direction the church should take.
Yes, I think that would be interesting, and who knows that one of the cardinal we are speaking will be the next pope.
Yeah. So I suppose we should start with the man most people think is the favorite. Still, although obviously if in 3-4 votes, if there was 1 last night, 2 this morning, we've had 3 votes now. So that already tells us that there wasn't an immediate consensus.
Yes.
If we have 2 more votes this afternoon, that's 5.
Yeah.
Then the so-called frontrunners, as you just said, will start to no longer be. They may have been able to get 60, 65, even 70 or 75, which is more than half.
Yeah.
But they couldn't reach 2/3.
Yes.
So the first candidate is the Cardinal Pietro Parolin, and both you and I, we've met him.
I don't know. I met him, but I really didn't talk with him. But you know him much better.
Yeah, I've met him several times, and we've talked. Actually, I met him 20, 25 years ago when he was a Monsignor. And actually, we were standing together in St. Peter's Square, in between the obelisk and the Papal Palace, as you see in that picture. We had been up in his offices in those buildings, which are on the right-hand side, the Papal Apostolic Palace, but all the glass building there and the other building in the middle, that's the Secretariat of State.
Yes.
And he was covering Vietnam at that time, and I was writing an article about a sanctuary in Vietnam. And my great interest was overcoming the years and decades of sad division between and sort of distrust between the United States and Vietnam after the Vietnam War, which marked my whole youth. And so the idea of the church playing a role in making better relations between people in the West, between America and Vietnam, which was communist, struck me deeply. And I went to Cardinal Parolin, who was just a Monsignor, and I said, tell me about La Vang, which is a Marian shrine in Vietnam. And then we talked really for an hour or so about Vietnam. And he was a young Monsignor who seemed very professional,
Yes.
very kind, very disponibile.
Yeah.
We say in Italian, sort of friendly. Available. And we walked out at about 8 o'clock in the evening because it was the end of the day, right there in the square. And he looked up over that dome and he saw the moon. And he said, this gives me a brivido, a shiver.
Shiver, yes.
And I said, why? What do you mean? He said, well, that's a crescent moon. And the crescent moon is a sign of Islam.
Ah.
And he said, the fact that it's right now over St. Peter's Dome reminds me that many of our predictions of demographic development show that there'll be a very large number of Muslims in Europe in another 40 or 50 years.
Yes, I think that for what I know, for what I heard, Cardinal Parolin is a very kind person. As a person, very kind, very. Some people, when they talk about him, they say he's a diplomatic,
That's it.
in the sense that he's, very professional as a diplomatic. Maybe they say like that in the sense they say he's not really like warm, someone that you feel
Yeah,
the
like a Friar Tuck.
like also Francis in a certain way.
Yes.
Yes, so more, it's same difference. There was John Paul II and Benedict XVI. Also, Benedict XVI, a very nice person.
Yeah.
I met him really. I also talk a few times with him, and very nice, very approachable. But of course, not you can say the kind of warm that have some people. And so this is the same thing that the people say about Cardinal Parolin. And of course, I think I read also on the press that two of the issues that may affect the possibilities of Cardinal Parolin being elected is one, the agreement with China we talked already yesterday, and the other one is the way they deal with the Becciu situation.
Oh, Cardinal Becciu.
Yes.
Yes. That has been a kind of a scandal here for years in the Vatican. And there are many aspects to it. It's kind of like a diamond, where on one side you see a certain shape, and you turn the diamond and there's another issue. And it's ranging from financial to legal matters and to certain personalities, even in the Vatican, which lined up on one side or the other of this question. So Cardinal Parolin was in charge, really, of Cardinal Becciu, his superior. Cardinal Parolin was made the Secretary of State in the summer of 2013, and actually he didn't come in until the fall. He was up in northern Italy. I think there was a medical procedure at that time.
Yes.
And
it was when he became Secretary of State.
yes,
When Pope Francis appointed him Secretary of State, he was going to undergo a surgical procedure, and it was also quite serious, for what I know. But I can see that in any case, it seems in good health in the recent years. So
well, there's so many things to say. We could really not even complete the profile in 1 or 2 days, but we're trying to give a few insights. I would say that the situation of Cardinal Parolin is complex because he's a man of the church. He's in the church. He's given his life to the church. At the same time, in so doing, he has given the impression to some people that he is a kind of agent for either China or for some other power, and people attack him and criticize him for this reason. And I think sometimes those attacks are not true.
yes, and also, but I think that he is well aware that being Secretary of State, of course, you are under a very close scrutiny from the people and from the media. So I think he have accepted that some of his own decision can be strongly criticized. But I have to say also that there is another thing in favor of Cardinal Parolin, as someone in the Vatican told me, is that Cardinal Parolin knows very well how the Vatican works.
Well, this is the point. If you look at the entire College of Cardinals, 133 voting members, there may be not a single one of them who knows better than Cardinal Parolin how everything works.
Yes,
and
that
so
is true.
I was asking Deborah before how to set this computer up, and she knew and I didn't. So if you have a pope who wants to run the church, he may even need to turn to Cardinal Parolin saying, what have we been doing with this question, say with China? what were the deep reasons for your decisions? What do you think the possible changes would need to be made? So he would almost inevitably be an advisor to the next pope.
Yes, that is for sure. I mean, there are some cardinals that really spend so much time in the Vatican, like Cardinal Parolin, but also Cardinal Re is another one that is there for as long as I can remember. And so they, of course, know very well how the machine works, but that is not everything we need from a pope, of course.
Okay, well, that in a sense is the first conclusion. Do you want a manager pope, or do you want an inspirational, on fire, like word on fire, like Bishop Barron? Someone who teaches the faith, who it's not that Parolin wouldn't do that, just that his curriculum is as a diplomat.
Yes.
I would say there's elements in that are wonderful.
Yes.
Because you listen to both sides. And I also know that he went up to the Viennese, in Vienna, Austria. There were years of talks on nuclear arms limitations, and the Vatican had a representative there, an observer. This was the United States. It was also Russia. It was also France. It was also China. It was also England. And these people who have nuclear weapons were discussing, particularly it was Russia and the United States, how to lessen the danger of a nuclear war or the damage of a nuclear war by limiting nuclear arms.
Yes.
And so he's very familiar with this entire question.
Yes.
So for a religious man to have such knowledge of military and weapons matters is an unusual thing.
Yes, so what I say is that for sure, like he's kind of specialized in certain issues, but we have to consider if that would be enough to be the successor of Peter, and also to be the a successor of Francis, because in any case, the people, the people was not impressed with the diplomatic skills of Pope Francis or with like theological things, but they were impressed like with the personality. And I think the personality is a very important factor when you are going to consider a pope. We remember John Paul II. I mean, he was so bigger than life, I think you say in English. No? So he has so strong personality. And that was what impressed the people. I don't think that many probably are familiar with this theology of the body or with these encyclicals, but they remember the way he approached other people.
Yeah. Well, so we're talking about the possible candidates for Pope. We are basing our conversation on the general idea that the press has given of what the cardinals are looking at right now, and my own idea as well as your own idea, because we've spoken to a number of cardinals ourselves, and they say to give a kind of serene, calm, continuity to the Vatican, maybe departing in some ways from some of the
extreme,
excesses, perhaps, of the prior pontificate, Pope Francis, who passed away on April 21st. They would propose Cardinal Parolin. One Monsignor said to me, a priest said, as you look through and you think through, you finally say, it's got to be Parolin, he said to me. And he said, many of the cardinals believe that, because he's just a kind of known quantity. He's been in the engine room, as it were, in the leadership. He's been Secretary of State. So that's the argument in favor of Cardinal Parolin. And your argument sort of against him is that he's too closely linked to Pope Francis, even though, as you pointed out to me yesterday, and he tried sometimes to rein Pope Francis in certain ways. In other words, he didn't urge Pope Francis on the way some of his ideological advisors did, and among them was Father Spadaro.
Yes, but you know, Robert, it's not that I say this on a negative way, because of course he was the Secretary of State of Pope Francis. He cannot be far from the Pope that made him Secretary of State. So some people see this as a sign of continuity, but other people see this as a difficulty on the because some people think that in any case Pope Francis has also bring some difficult times with some as you say, some kind of excesses on the pontificate. So I think also that if Cardinal Parolin will be elected, he will not go to the extreme, because he's not also the personality that is that was Pope Francis. I mean, Pope Francis was also a very strong personality, and the people in the Vatican that I talk sometimes, they told me that if he get upset, he get very upset. I mean, he was not someone that yeah, he's not like Cardinal Parolin in this. Cardinal Parolin is or like Benedict XVI. No, they are really mild personality. So in that sense, probably we will have a change. But also, like also yesterday, we have spoken about some issues that are concerning the church, and we don't know what direction if Cardinal Parolin, if elected Pope, will take on these issues like the centrality of God, the liturgy, and other issues that are of concern for the church. So this is also what I'm thinking. He will be concerned about the crisis of the church. But what direction he will go to solve this crisis? You know, that is also concerned me, because I have some reservation on what Pope Francis did to solve the crisis of the church.
I mean, I can say that Cardinal Parolin has expressed concern also to me that there is a type of conservatism that can become exaggerated and closed, saying we alone are close to God, we alone are following Christ, and everyone else is going to damnation. And they are enemies, and they are sinners, and they are modernists.
But this is really a danger. I agree, but you cannot disregard all the people that have I mean orthodox view, because you think oh they are thinking about a closed church. No, I mean I know many Catholics that are traditionally so conservative, and they are not like that. So I think that they have a kind of ideological idea about conservatism, also about traditionalism.
Okay, so this is precisely the point.
Yes,
He, in this way, may be a moderate or a centrist, Cardinal Parolin, but maybe he has a conception of this orthodox, conservative, traditionalist movement that is a little distorted.
exactly.
All
Yeah,
right.
like many in the Vatican.
Like many in the Vatican. This is why we sometimes say traditionalism is misunderstood. It's regarded as fanaticism. It isn't really. It's just a deep love
Yeah, I mean,
of the what was handed down to us.
I mean, there are also fanatics, because, but there are everywhere. I mean, fanatics are everywhere, also among the progressives. I mean, we don't have to look for the extreme, but we see. I know many people that is really, going to that kind of way because of their deep concern for the way the church is declining.
Well, I should say we're touching now. I'm almost hesitant to go here. Should I go further on this line? Because it might bring up the question of Archbishop Vigano. Should we touch this?
But I think what we can say is that Archbishop Vigano has served the church for more than 50 years as a diplomat, also very capable person in his role.
And more than that, in those years, of course, he was excommunicated a year ago.
Yes,
And that was a decision. I was told by another cardinal that they had met in around 2021 or 2022, and they said he's becoming very critical of the Pope. He's denouncing the Pope. Should we excommunicate him? And they said, let's wait because we'll see how he proceeds, and excommunicating him what might turn him into a martyr.
but
And then they did,
yes,
but they hesitated.
yeah. But what I can say as my wish is that a future Pope will be able to reconcile
Okay, so
with
that's
Monsignor Vigano.
so that's the news. I don't know if it's possible
Yes,
because Monsignor Vigano has carried forward his thinking in a very profound way to regard almost the entire modern period as a departure from Orthodox
Yeah.
Catholicism.
yes,
And so he's now regarding Pope Benedict and Pope John Paul II with his Assisi meeting, and Pope Paul VI, and as popes who somehow made the fatal error of embracing humanism and setting aside the 1,950-year history of profound Catholic orthodoxy. But modernism goes back much further than the 60s. Pius X, in the first years of the 20th century, was struggling desperately against it. He issued his encyclical Pascendi. So I myself have struggled with this question. To what extent are we becoming? You mentioned yesterday the Jewish community has the Reform Jews, the conservative Jews, and the Orthodox Jews. You hope, and I hope, the Catholic Church is one Roman holy, one unum sanctum apostolicam catholicam, one holy Catholic and apostolic,
yes,
and hold it together. And in a way, the deeper question that we are facing, not just in this election, but the entire present history of our church, is to the extent we can hold the church together in an orthodox way, in the face of enormous pressures from,
Yes.
from modernity.
yes,
You agree?
yes, yes. So, of course, this is the central question that everyone have to face: how to address modernity, the relationship with the world. And of course, this is also the question that most affect the decline, most influence the decline of the church. So we have really to see how to we are in the world but not of the world. So this is what Didache say in the second century. So we have to keep that really well in mind, and I think the Pope has to really put this question of modernity as one of the main priority in his agenda.
Okay. Well, I'm told that we should go to a commercial break. I think you and I need to take a break.
Yes.
I would like to come back, and we have other guests who are here,
Okay.
and we'll be talking about these questions
Okay.
and the various candidates, and we'll carry through the afternoon. I know people have other things to do, but this will remain a record, and we'll go on the internet to give an account of how the world looked from a rooftop overlooking St. Peter's Square on the 8th of May, which is also a feast day of St. Michael of Gargano,
Okay.
the holy cave. But 8th of May, 2025, I call it the hinge of history, whether the church remains faithful to her tradition or whether we start to take a more modernist direction, which would cause us to reflect deeply on the direction we have to take.
Come with us on a unique pilgrimage and retreat to renew your spirit. Experience the beauty and richness of southern Spain. Our retreat master, Father Charles T. Murr, a renowned Catholic priest, best-selling author, philosopher, theologian, trained psychologist, and pastor of souls. Father Murr will guide us through 3 mornings of spiritual reflections at a convent located in the historic heart of Carmona, Spain, promising a transformative journey. Experience an intimate evening with Father Murr at
Okay. Aureliano, are we on?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we are back above St. Peter's Square on May 8th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There were 2 votes this morning, and then the black smoke came at noontime. The vote last night also ended in black smoke, so we've had 3 votes. And now I have the pleasure of bringing on a theologian and scholar from Denmark, Iben Thranholm. And Iben and I met here in Rome, but then we've done some podcasts together, she in Denmark and myself in either Rome or America. And here we are on top of the world, in a sense, overlooking St. Peter's Square. 3 votes have passed by. You're a convert to Catholicism, and you're kind of a Viking Catholic, and you know about the spirit of the Northern Europeans. People are talking about Cardinal Arborelius as perhaps a dark horse candidate. He's a convert from Lutheranism who was a bishop in Sweden and became a cardinal. And we're just wondering how you are enjoying Rome in these days, what you're doing here, how you see this conclave, what's its importance for Europe and the world, and for you personally. So welcome, Iben.
Thank you, Bob. It's wonderful to be here in Rome, because normally we're just doing a streaming in each our country, in our offices or in our studios. And now we are here at St. Peter's Square with this wonderful view. And it's really, like you said, we're on the top of the world. And I really have a feeling whenever I go to St. Peter's Square these days that this is the center of the world right now. Because there are actually a lot of
to St. Peter's Square.
Yeah, there's actually the St. Peter's Basilica. There's actually a lot of also non-Catholics who are really interested in this papal election, because I think it means a lot to the whole world who is the Holy Father and who is the successor of Peter and the Vicar of Christ. I mean, we see more and more now, even though we live in a very secular age, that this really means something, and it's really huge for a lot of people. I have so many tourists and so many pilgrims now, also because of the Jubilee year. But I just heard on the news that there were a lot of people coming here just for the conclave, because they simply want to be here at this very historic moment, which it really is.
Yeah.
So we are very pleased and very blessed to be here at this time. And for me, I was already here since the beginning of April, doing some other research, and then all these things
That's
happened.
right. You had a fellowship at the Danish Academy.
Exactly, and now I'm in the Swedish Academy, and so that's why suddenly everything just started to develop. I was at St. Peter's Square, just right over here on top of the colonnade for Easter Day Mass, Sunday, Easter Sunday, and nobody really knew whether Pope Francis would come out on the balcony to give the Urbi et Orbi blessing. I asked at the press office, the Vatican press office, a few days before, and they said, we don't know. We have no reports. Of course, it depends on the Holy Father's health. So nobody knew whether he would make it. So when I was on top of that colonnade, quite close to the entrance of St. Peter's Square, and he came out on the balcony to give his blessing, I thought that was, a really extraordinary moment. And I thought, okay, he's not gonna take the trip or the tour around St. Peter's Square to bless the people in his Papamobile, the white car, because you could see that he was weak. He could hardly pronounce the words for the blessing, as you know, everybody has seen it. But then suddenly people were starting to leave the square because nobody had any idea that he would actually do it. And suddenly, the car came out of the gate. And he was circling around and blessing people. I think even he stopped to bless a child.
Yes.
So I thought to myself, because I've seen that so many times, should I go down on the square because I was on top of the colonnade? And something said to me like, yeah, you should go down because, go down now. So actually I had a very good spot because many people have left, many journalists had left. So I was right in front of the fence, just behind the fence. And he came, so I got very close to him. I made a small video, which is seen by Danish people, I think 70,000 times now. Wow. It's really, and I actually had a feeling this might be the last time I will see Pope Francis alive, because I did not know when I was coming back to Rome, and at that moment, and I could see that he was weak. But the next morning when I received the news that he had passed away, I was really shocked, because I saw him less than 24 hours before alive at St. Peter's Square, doing his duty as the Pope until the last moment. And I thought that was very beautiful. And of course, he died right after Easter Day, on second Easter Day, which was the celebration of the resurrection of Christ, which was really fantastic, because he actually, in his last message that day, when he came out on the balcony to do the Urbi et Orbi blessing, he stressed actually that eternal life was not an illusion, it was real, and the hope was real. So for me, that was a very strong message from the Pope, which is very spiritual, not political, that this is not an illusion. We really do have a hope that is real, that's for real in Christ. And that was his last message to the world and to the Catholics. And I think that was really fantastic.
So we're speaking really about Pope Francis now. His death is the reason we are here. His pontificate went from 2013 to 2025, about almost exactly 12 years. And I also saw Pope Francis on Saturday evening. Did you know that?
No.
And I also did a little video, which has also had tens of thousands of views. We went very early with a little group of pilgrims, and we went in, and he came into the basilica in his wheelchair.
Oh,
being
for the
pushed.
vigil?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And we were very early, and there was only about 200 people there. And he stopped in front of the altar, and I can testify that there was complete silence, and he just prayed or was in meditation. And then he said, "Please take me out." And he came right by where we were, and he stopped. We had some children with us, and 5 children in one family from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he said to his assistant, "Give them the candies." And he put 3 lemon candies on the edge of the pew. And they were so delighted to receive a gift from the Pope. And then he said goodbye and went out the back door. So then the next noontime, he saw you. And then he saw the crowds. And that evening already, he fell into a coma. And the next morning, he was pronounced dead. So we both had a chance to see him.
Yeah, I felt very blessed to be able to see him for the last time like that, celebrating Easter. And that gave the strong message to the world about the hope we have in a resurrected Christ. And I think that was really came out very strong, very powerful.
So I suppose we're at the crucial point of saying the modern world thinks of this, as many in the ancient world, as folly, this Christian faith as a kind of a strange grasping at straws. But the Christians believe the Lord is risen and that he is the source and end of all hope and of all reality, finally. And I wondered if you could reflect on that. You also were a student of Kierkegaard, who is the great Danish philosopher. You're kind of a prominent intellectual in Denmark, and really in Europe, and really in the world. So you've your own journey from a Protestant background to preparing, even I think, for the ministry, or you were a theology student in the Lutheran Church.
Mm-hmm. No, for the University of Copenhagen, but most students that get a master degree of theology at University of Copenhagen will become pastors in the Lutheran Church. But you need then to go to a seminary, which is only like 3 months, and it's for Lutheran pastors, so it's not like not being like a Catholic priest seminarian.
Well, so you're a serious theologian, and you were drawn to the Roman Catholic Church, which is an unusual thing, except it seems to be happening more often now than in prior years. Is that true?
It's very interesting to see, even now in the north, which is very Protestant, more and more people are turning towards Catholicism. And just in Denmark this Easter, at the cathedral, Catholic Cathedral in Copenhagen, there were 42 converts. That's quite a lot for a small country like Denmark. And I know from priests in Denmark that they have a lot of people who are contacting them because they want to know more about the Catholic Church, and some of them are very serious about conversion. So something is happening. Also in Norway and Sweden, you see the same tendency. And I actually think that liberalism now is starting to lose steam, and more people want to go back to tradition, because in a world that is very unstable, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of fear coming from our politicians. Many of them are fearmongers, and because it seems that people are getting more and more aware of that secularism has failed. So what is that to go back to except from Christianity? And I think people understand that the Catholic Church is the real thing, and Protestantism in many ways was a deviation that shouldn't have happened, and it won't give you the solid spirituality that you're looking for, because the Catholic Church is so grounded in a profound theology, and the Church is founded on Christ and his apostle. There is this, succession back to Christ himself, and people start to realize that this is really something they can rely on. It's something that is eternal, and the Church will not change its doctrines because it will be there for eternity. And I think people are actually very fascinated by that and attracted to that. And that's why we should do everything we can now to communicate what is the faith. Because I believe that if people in the Nordic countries in Scandinavia, they really knew what Catholicism is, and not what they have been told it is by the reformers who wrote history in the north, a lot of people would come back to the mother church because they're simply misinformed about what is Catholicism. So I really hope this conclave can help people to get a better understanding of what is Catholicism, and we should talk more about, the traditions, the faith, the liturgy, of course. Because also I think in a modern world where everything is changing all the time and everything is based on yourself, your subjectivity, the liturgy, which is of course objectivity because it doesn't change and it's divine, there is a supernatural element to it that has nothing to do with what we think and what we do. This is what really can attract modern man, who is so completely distorted in his mind and fragmented because everything has to be something that he is responsible of, or that he has to have faith in himself or herself. That is a completely, insane idea that you should believe in yourself instead of God, that you can manage everything on your own in your life. And I think if people, I think it would even be a relief for many people today to understand themselves as sinners that are in need of God, because people are so overwhelmed and so completely stressed out by achieving things and performing all the time because everything is dependent on you. So the idea that God can really help you, and you're weak and you need God's help, and you can do even more, get another strength, a new strength from God, that he can give you the strength you don't have yourself. This is basically what the saints are showing us, that they become weak so that God can become strong in them. And this is actually the formula for being a Christian, that you allow yourself to be weak and acknowledge that you're weak, and God can do miraculous things for you, and he can give you new strength. So you are in a cooperation with God. That, I think, is what Catholicism is about. And if people knew that, especially in the Nordic countries, who are very much focused on work ethics and their work life and things like that, I think it would be a really relief for a lot of people.
So Iben, you've really run through a number of reasons why the church actually is not finished. You yourself came back to the church, the Roman Catholic Church, from a Lutheran background. You were here in Rome waiting for the election of a new pope. And you're really an insider now, in a way, in the Catholic Church, seeing that we do have different tendencies, some more liberal, some more conservative. And how do you analyze now this sort of hinge of history where the church could still be tempted to take a more modernist direction, or it could return to tradition? What do you think will happen in this conclave?
I think the only way to renew the church is to go back to tradition, because the idea that we
actually by renewing, you're going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think what is my wish for a new pope is that he would, first of all, be a shepherd for the Catholics. And for a moment, not just only thinking about how he can reach out to the world. Of course, we want everybody to be part of the Catholic Church and the whole world. We want everybody to be saved, like God wants everybody to be saved. But to do that, I think he has to unite the flock. And we are very divided right now in the Catholic Church. So a good shepherd would unite the flock and make them one. Because the reason, Christ said, only if you are one, they will believe that God sent, the Father sent me. He says that in the Gospel of John, chapter 18, I think it is. And he says, the world will only believe that God the Father sent me if you are one, if you have unity. So I think, first of all, we have to come together. It doesn't matter if you have different political opinions. I mean, the faith can unite people. And we have to be united in love. And when the world see that testimony with us, having this, love among us, between us, and we are united, people would, of course, be much more attracted to the Catholic Church. So we should focus on ourselves right now, to heal all the division. And then, of course, we should reach out to the world. But we have to be a moral compass. We should not comply to the world. We have to go back to, what the church is founded on, which is the word of Christ, and that he founded his church. And be a witness to that. And if we are a true witness to that, and we have like a saintly pope, I think everything's going to work out fine. I think that the big temptation is that we start to, adapt into a political language, and we're trying to be like a political party. I mean, stop that. Just stop that.
All
because
right.
it won't work. It won't work. So we have to strengthen ourselves, have a good shepherd who can make Catholics becoming really grounded in the Catholic faith, and we also could heal the divisions, because the division is what makes the church weak, and it's the work of the devil. So that's why I think we need a pope, first of all, who can really bring people together, no matter where they are at the political spectrum, if they vote for Trump or they are liberal, whatever, just, be united in the Catholic faith. And also reconciliation. I mean, you see a lot of political leaders right now who are sort of, prepared for war, at least in Europe, where I come from. There is a tendency that they think war is better than peace. And there is a lack of, wish for reconciliation. Also in many families, you see the same tendency that a lot of people are into a situation with divorce. And even in Denmark, we have a lot of, grown-up kids who do not want to see their parents because they are, angry with their parents because they thought all the traumas they have, that's the parents' fault. So you have this kind of, tension everywhere in the world these days. So I think that the Catholics should go forward and show the world that even though Catholics have very different backgrounds and can have difficult political opinions, we are one flock. I think that will convince the world about Christ. So that's our responsibility right now, to be one flock.
Well, you have been very eloquent about the situation of modern Europeans, modern Westerners, where they're given a kind of cold soup, which is be yourself and be confident in yourself. But you're not allowed to conceive of a being who's holy and transcendent, in whose image you were made. So we're kind of given this soup, and we're told that's a delicious soup, nice and hot. It's going to provide everything your psychology needs, everything your human nature needs. But we are not human in the full sense unless we transcend that. It's kind of the paradox of the faith.
It might taste good, this cold soup, and it might give you a rush or some energy for some time, but then you burn out very easily because you cannot sustain yourself. I mean, you are a creation, you're created by God, and that's why you are dependent on God the whole time. And if you don't, have a connection with God, I mean, you just simply like I said, you're gonna exhaust yourself in many ways. And we are created for that relationship with God. And only through that we can thrive, really. And maybe we think we know who we are, but I think sometimes we actually do not know who we are ourselves. But God knows the truth about us. So when you start praying to God, he will reveal things about you that you don't have access to yourself in your own psyche or your own understanding of yourself. And then, you can really, You know, I love the quote of Saint Catherine of Siena. She said, "Be who God meant you to be, and you will set the world on fire."
Mm.
It means that if you are truly the one that God wanted you to be, there's nothing you cannot do according to what is your vocation, because we all have different vocations, and everybody has a vocation. So I think it's so interesting and so exciting that God has created us with this vocation, and our job is to sort out what it is and then cooperate with God in being who we are meant to be. That's a very, very, very fascinating life journey. And then, eventually end up with the saints in heaven and have that perspective that my life here on earth is just a preparation for the next life, instead of thinking, okay, I just really have to, enjoy myself as much as possible, because when I die, it's all over.
Well, you're touching on just fundamental points of human nature and of faith. I did want to make the point that it's John chapter 17.
Oh, I thought it was 18.
I just called it up.
But it's a long...
yes, it goes on and on.
It is a longer passage where Jesus is talking about unity.
Yeah.
And our relationship with the Father.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it starts in chapter 17, that's true.
He's praying actually it's his last prayer.
Exactly.
He's at the Last Supper, and he turns from the disciples to his Father, and he says, "Father, I pray." Well, I'll read it. John 17:21. "I pray that they all may be one, just as you, Father, are in me and I in you, that they also may be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me." So that the world may believe. In other words, the first step towards effective evangelization is that Christians be as one,
Yeah, exactly.
in common faith.
Of course, that's a huge challenge, because being here on earth, sinners as we are, there will always be tensions and disagreements. But this is what we should at least work for.
Yeah.
As much as we can, and trying to be more forgiving about when we see people who have weaknesses or doing things that might be wrong. I mean, we have to have more compassion with other Catholics.
It sounds like you're turning into a saint, even.
No, I don't think so. But I think that it's so easy, and it gives you a kind of energy to be in opposition, because I've been a debater for so many years, and I know how fascinating it can be to be on stage and be very critical towards certain people or certain tendencies. But in the end, I mean, if you only have negative messages, I mean, yeah, it gives you a certain energy in the beginning, but then slowly you lose your steam, and you lose, the sort of upbuilding, part of it. And I think right now we need to build up, because so many people have been tearing down because they were, not happy with Pope Francis. And it's true that Pope Francis leaves us with a situation where the church somehow is divided. And that's why I hope the new Pope will be somebody who will be a unifier.
Okay, that's a tremendous phrase. I hope the new Pope will be someone who is a unifier. Iben, how can people contact you? If they want to write you an email?
On Facebook, that's where I'm most, I have most of my media presence right now. But
so Iben Thranholm.
Yes, and then they will find me, and it's open for everybody. But I'm working on doing some Instagram, because somebody told me that Facebook is only for old people. Oh. So I should change to Instagram. And I also have a YouTube channel, and I think I'm going to post some videos from the conclave here as well on my YouTube channel. But I'm working on it, and I think when this is, these days are crazy, but after that, and we get the new papacy, I really want to, restart my YouTube channel, and then I will let you know how to find me. But right now it's called Thranholm Talks.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about your book? You wrote a book about how people seek psychological help and go to counselors, but they should return to faith.
I wrote, and you could say, a book that is a Catholic response to the mental health crisis. It's out in Danish now, and I'm working on the English edition, and I'm working my way through it. So I think I soon should be finished with it. So it's about my own struggle with anxiety, and how my Catholic faith, or the Catholic faith, has helped me in situations that were very difficult for me. And I've written in a very simple language, because it's meant for young people, because I know this generation is really struggling with anxiety disorders, especially here in Europe and also in the United States. So I want to reach out to the young generation because I know exactly how they feel. And for me, being a Catholic has been an enormous help. So you're also talking about why I converted, because it was actually to get the peace that the world cannot give you. This is exactly what the Catholic Church can offer us. It's the peace, like Christ says, I give you the peace, but not the peace the world will. It is a different kind of peace than the world would give you. So you can feel that peace, or you can connect to that peace through the sacraments and a personal encounter with Christ, but mainly through the sacraments, especially through the Eucharist and adoration. And I just want to get that message out to all the anxious people in the world, because we tend to believe that psychology is just a fix that can help us with everything. But again, then you have to rely on yourself for your healing and your improvement. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't see a psychologist. I think it's very important to say that the Catholic Church is not either or. It's simply both and. It means you can see a psychiatrist, but there is an element about your anxiety that no psychiatrist or psychologist can help you with. Only God can help you, because it has to do with our fallen nature. Because the first reaction of Adam when he had eaten from the fruit was that he got anxious. So anxiety is part of our fallen nature, and some people feel it more than others. So you got to heal that relationship with God also, but it doesn't mean that you can't even take medication or you can't see a therapist. But I just say that there are a lot about your anxiety that your therapist can do nothing about, which has to do with your relationship with God. And that's my personal experience. So it's just not a kind of doctrine I have, or some kind of theory I have. It's simply something I tried myself. I tested it myself, and it worked.
Wonderful. Well, here we are on May 8th over at St. Peter's Square with Iben Thranholm from Denmark, from Copenhagen, theologian from Denmark, a Catholic. We're looking toward the votes this afternoon, which may be now in just an hour or 2 hours, and the coming of a new pope. And you're hoping that he'll be a unifier. And could you tell us the title of your book that you just published?
In Danish, it is the word of Christ, be anxious for nothing, when he says that in the Gospel of Matthew. But it might change in English, I don't know, because this title actually, I think, has already been used for a book, and then you can't do it. So I have to find perhaps a different title. But it will be about anxiety, and also perhaps something about more like a manual, Catholic manual to overcome your psychological problems.
All right. I think we're going to have another small break, and then we'll be continuing our coverage of the 2025 Papal Conclave. We are now in the second day. Yesterday, the cardinals went into Sistine Chapel. They took their oaths to choose, according to the Holy Spirit, the best man to be the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church. They made their first vote, which led to the black smoke last night at 9 o'clock. They came back this morning and they had 2 quick votes. Neither of them were successful. And we had the black smoke just about noon today. And we do expect they'll be voting in the next hour. And if there's a pope, it'll be white smoke. If it's another non-election, a non-2/3 majority, they will go to a second vote this afternoon, and we will see the smoke at about 6:30 this evening. We'll go now to a brief break. Thank you for joining us.
Great.
Hello, Aurelio, Maestro. We return under the blue and white clouded sky of Rome.
It's so beautiful, the sky. I hope the people can really feel this very beautiful sky that we have surrounding us. So very beautiful.
All right. Maestro Aurelio Porphyry.
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 Yes.
We say porphyry is a name we have for a purple marble stone.
Exactly. It probably derives from this word, but in Italian it's pronounced porphyry.
Okay. And we've seen 3 votes now for the Pope. And last night was late till 9 o'clock.
Was early.
It was early, 2 votes already by noon.
Yes.
So the Cardinals have now had their lunch. Maybe there's a brief siesta.
Yes.
They go back into the Basilica. They're over at the Doma Santa Marta in the dining hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in that dining hall.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And there's a little kitchen there, and the Pope Francis stayed there. Guests who come to Rome stay there. Most of the year, there are 60 or so Vatican officials who have rooms there. They had to all move out, and they had to take, I think, all their possessions out, their books and things, and the Cardinals are staying there now. They had their lunch. The other rooms in the Domus where there aren't people living there are for guests, and that's been possible to stay there on a number of occasions. It's located, really, if you're looking at St. Peter's Basilica behind us, it's behind me on the left side of the Basilica. And on the right side, you come to the Sistine Chapel. And there's going to be smoke. If it's earlier this afternoon at about 4 o'clock, it might be white. If it's not an election at 4 o'clock, we'll just have the one black smoke probably about 6 o'clock. So we still would have a number of hours to go. We are in complete period of uncertainty
Yes.
of who the Cardinals may choose. The original hypothesis was they might choose an Italian. They've had 3 non-Italians in a row. Pope John Paul was Polish, John Paul II. Pope Benedict was German, and Pope Francis was Argentine. He passed away just 2 weeks ago on the 21st of April. If they do choose an Italian, there's probably half a dozen Italians. The first 2 that were originally the front runners were the Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Parolin from Northern Italy, who's been here in Rome for many years. He also was nuncio in several countries, including Venezuela. The other choice was Matteo Zuppi, Don Matteo, as you call him. And he was the sort of filio prediletto, the beloved son of, or the favorite son of Pope Francis. But in fact, you know, Don Matteo, you were in his parish in Trastevere. He's now the Archbishop of Bologna, and Pope Francis made him his envoy to Moscow, to Kiev, to Beijing in China, and to Washington to discuss the possibility of peace in the Ukraine war. And Don Matteo tried to broker a prisoner exchange, and I think he was successful in that, but otherwise was not successful. Can you tell us a little more about Don Matteo Zuppi?
Yes, so as you mentioned, Don Matteo was my pastor in the beautiful Basilica of Santa Maria in Trastevere. And so I know him for many years, for decades. And we keep contact also when he was elected bishop, and before he was here in Rome, and then he was moved to Bologna, and I visit him also with my son in Bologna maybe 2 years ago or so. And Don Matteo, yes, is Cardinal Zuppi is a person that is certainly,
Here's a picture of him.
yes, is a person that certainly is a very approachable, a person that will have no problem to have the sympathies of the people. He is very approachable, very friendly. He is also a person that is really he will be a pope really from Rome. That is long time that I think we don't have long time, but Pius the 12th, the last one.
Pius the 12th, 1939 to 1958. He's
Yes.
the last pope actually born in Rome.
In Rome, yes, Eugenio Pacelli. But now he will be, after so many years, if he's elected pope, the first Bishop of Rome actually born in Rome. So that is, of course, is someone that also follow a lot of the ideas and direction of Pope Francis. For this reason, he does not appeal so much to the conservative and to the right wing, we may say, of the church. But I have to say that he's also a quite tolerant person. So even if he may not himself, I have to say, uphold the ideas of the conservative, but I think he's someone with whom would be possible to have a dialogue. And also, I want to add on what Robert said, that he's also, he mentioned the many responsibilities he had, but also we have not to forget that he is the president of the Italian Bishop Conference. That is another very important role that he has under Pope Francis. He had under Pope Francis, so he's certainly someone that is very well known. And when he was a priest for the Comunità di Sant'Egidio, community of Sant'Egidio, that is a very powerful religious movement, not only in Italy but around the world. And we have not to forget that he was someone think he was going to be nominated for the Peace Nobel Prize because of his role on the war in Mozambique. So he's someone certainly that have a kind of international profile.
Matteo Zuppi
Yes.
had a major role.
Yes, with the community. He was one of the negotiators.
Saint Egidio
Yes.
community.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, he got to know Andrea Riccardi when he was a student, when he was a high school student.
Yes. Andrea Riccardi, that is the founder of the community of Sant'Egidio. So, I mean, some people may say that one of the issue that can concern the candidacy of Cardinal Zuppi is exactly his closeness to the community of Sant'Egidio. Because some people don't see this as a positive thing. But of course, for me personally, I will be very, I will be struck really strongly if he's elected Pope, because he's someone that I know for 40 years. And so it would be really a kind of weird experience for me. But I mean, as I say, he has many positive qualities, and so we will see how he will behave if he will be elected as Pope. Now we hear people shouting in St. Peter Basilica. I don't know the reason, but no, because there is nothing coming from the chimney, but maybe okay, maybe he may be people that think there will be another smoke because maybe they didn't realize that there were probably 2 ballots in the morning, but who knows that we are wrong and that maybe will come some other smoke this morning, so it will be really something surprising, I have to say. But I think that they announce. Do you know the press office announced already there were 2 ballots?
Yes.
So that there is no surprise because already they announced. So we have just to wait in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I think also what is important about Cardinal Zuppi is his connection with Trastevere, that, as we say, is this very popular area in Rome where Christianity first was spread. I don't say this because I am myself from Trastevere, and it seems that I'm talking. We say in Latin Cicero pro domo sua. It means that I'm talking only because I'm self-interested, because I'm from Trastevere, but not. Indeed, it's a very important area, and it's the area where the community of Sant'Egidio indeed have his own main quarter. So I think we have just to wait what will happen this afternoon. We hope that the people can follow us this afternoon, and we will be probably waiting for something coming from that chimney, and we will be together waiting to see who will be next Pope.
Yeah. Now, we've not yet spoken about another possible Italian candidate, which is Filoni.
Yes.
Fernando Filoni. He's not talked about right at the beginning.
Yes.
But since there's been a feeling that both Parolin and Zuppi were so front running in the first days, 5-10 days ago, people have turned their attention to Fernando Filoni, who has been a long-time Vatican diplomat, as a possible dark horse candidate. And what they particularly remember about him is that he was the nuncio in Baghdad when the American forces attacked Saddam Hussein. And almost every diplomat left the city of Baghdad, but he said he needed to stay there with his people. He was unafraid of the bombs. So the characteristic is a man of courage and a man who sticks to his post. And he was the sostituto in the Vatican in the years, at the first years of Pope Benedict's reign, which means he was familiar with all the Vatican nunciatures around the world. So these men that we've been talking about, all 3 of them, the Secretary of State Pietro Parolin, the Archbishop of Bologna from Rome, Matteo Zuppi, and this Fernando Filoni is also a career Vatican diplomat. They all have to do with the church's work in the world, in the church's hierarchical structure, with a diplomatic service to every country in the world. And none of them are known particularly for their theological work or for their pastoral work.
But allow me to add something to this, because I would think that Cardinal Parolin and Cardinal Zuppi, they are in a category of their own as a possibility of being elected Pope. And I would add one more name to the Italians, together with the Cardinal Filoni, Cardinal Filoni indeed. You didn't mention that he was the prefect of the Propaganda Fide,
Yes.
so the congregation for the evangelization of the people, congregation that take care about the mission, the Catholic missions. So he knows a lot of these bishops coming from all over the world. So that is, but another one that I will put in the same level of Cardinal Filoni is Cardinal Angelo Bagnasco. Because Cardinal Bagnasco also he had a kind of low profile under Pope Francis. He is also a very experienced bishop. He was Bishop of Genoa in northern Italy, and also he was the president of the Italian Bishop Conference. So he's someone also that have a kind of a high profile among the cardinals, and is a person very moderate. It can be he's not young also, because he's in his 80s.
Yeah, he's 82, so he's not voting. And so if they were to choose him, they'd have to send a message
to outside, yes,
and say.
But Cardinal Filoni is voting.
Yeah, 79.
Oh yes, so it's very close to the. I would think that they are both in the same league, but probably Cardinal Filoni would have more chances because he's a electing cardinal, and so he's already inside the Sistine Chapel. So we will see if the two main candidates will not make it. Probably there are these two that, but more Cardinal Filoni, as I say, that will have some chances.
Okay, so we've talked about Parolin, Secretary of State, Zuppi, Archbishop of Bologna, sometimes called the favorite son of Pope Francis, but also from Trastevere, you like him because he's just very personable. He's a friendly man.
Yes.
But people think that he may be too progressive on some issues. Then you mentioned in the two other cardinals, or you and I both mentioned Filoni, the man who stayed in Iraq, and the man who ran the Propaganda Fide, the world's missions. So he was familiar with the needs of the church all over the world. And then Bagnasco, who was the Archbishop of Genoa, now past 80, 82, but really regarded as a very calm, steady pastoral figure, because had pastoral experience in Genoa.
And also quite orthodox.
Quite orthodox. So, you know, I almost think that if we don't have an election today, and if we don't have it tomorrow, they could turn to someone like Bagnasco, who is 82, older, but very steady.
Yes.
And almost the archetypal good Italian bishop. And he was head of the Italian Bishops' Conference, which means he was esteemed also by his fellow bishops.
Yeah.
Now, there's another name that's been emerging, Cardinal Dominique Mamberti. There was an article just today, I think, in The Pillar, which said that he's the compromise candidate a lot of people are turning to now. And he's French. He's the Supreme Tribunal of the Segnatura Apostolica. He's
So
70.
He's a canonist.
He's a canon lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a picture of Mamberti right there. And you can find him on the internet. And his episcopal motto is, "You will be my witnesses. Eritis mihi testes." What Jesus said to his apostles when he sent them to the ends of the earth to be his witnesses. He's actually the titular bishop of Santo Spirito in Sassia.
A church that we can see from here.
Yeah.
We see in front of us Santo Spirito in Sassia, a beautiful church that was part of the hospital of Santo Spirito, and that was also a church where for the Saxon pilgrims.
The Saxon pilgrims, the German
Yes.
pilgrims.
Yes, in Saxia means for the Saxon, the German pilgrims.
So Sasso doesn't mean stone; it
No.
means Saxon.
Saxon.
So
Yes.
Santo Spirito, Holy Spirit in
Sastia.
the Saxony.
Yes. Yes.
So the pilgrims from Germany this goes back to the 700s.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think there's the Santo Spirito Hospital connected,
Yes.
which is the oldest hospital in Rome,
In Rome.
and maybe in Italy and maybe in Europe.
Yes.
Santo Spirito Hospital.
Yes. Still running.
And Cardinal Dominique Manberti is said to be somebody that people are trying to converge upon as a compromise candidate. He's a quite orthodox canonist, and he's been associated in that he's been working together in that field with Cardinal Raymond Burke, who was also over in that same office at the Segnatura. So he was actually born in Marrakesh, Morocco in 1952. His parents were French, and they came back to France shortly after his birth. And he's a very mild-mannered man. I've met him. I really don't know him, but I was really impressed with his gentleness and mildness. He was serving in different offices. I'm looking through a record here of his life. He entered the Vatican diplomatic service after getting a degree in canon law. The Vatican officials look to see in Rome and in other places young seminarians and young priests who have intelligence, who have commitment, who have work ethic, and they are chosen often by mysterious means. You never know exactly why, who saw you, but they're noticed and they're invited to join the Vatican diplomatic service. Some people have said in the past the Vatican diplomatic service is the best in the world.
Yes.
These men are lifetime scholars. They learn many languages. They can't go into the diplomatic service without learning 5 or 6 languages.
Yes.
And they are a high level of highly trained and formed men who in some ways we could compare on the military side to the Marines, but they're on the diplomatic side. They are aware of currents and political situations and economic situations all over the world.
Yes.
And usually they go for 5 years per country, and they serve for 5 or 6 postings over 25 years in different countries. And therefore they have a global view. And when they come together and talk, they share this view. And in terms of diplomacy, people may think, what is diplomacy? Diplomacy is the relationship between governments and nations, and it's important to keep those channels open as people try to discuss how to live together and to avoid war.
Yes.
So I'm in favor of diplomacy, and I think it's similar to being a peacemaker. And
Yes, in a certain sense, yes.
So when he became a diplomat for the Vatican, he went first to Algeria, 1986 to 90, in which, of course, they speak Arabic, but also French. Then he went to Chile in South America, 1990 to 1993. He went then to Lebanon, 96 to 99, and Lebanon is, of course, a key country in the Middle East. He then was in between those 2 postings, he was in the United Nations in New York City. So he has experience of America.
Yes.
And the Big Apple. And then he was made Nuncio Apostolico in Sudan and Apostolic Delegate in Somalia in 2002 by John Paul II. And also he received the appointment to Eritrea in 2004. So he knows that northern area of Africa, which is Islamic for the most part. And then he was brought back here to Rome, where he took the important post after serving in all these other places, Chile, Lebanon, Sudan. He was brought back as the Secretary for the Relations with States, which is more or less the foreign minister of the Vatican. It's the post that Archbishop Gallagher has today.
Yes.
Now, when you say the foreign minister of the Vatican, you're saying a very high post. And he was that post nominated by Pope Benedict XVI 15 years ago. So you're talking about a man of profound experience. And he was then moved over from that diplomatic post to the Supreme Tribunal of the Apostolic Signature, where he succeeded Cardinal Raymond Burke. So he was made a cardinal in 2015, and in 2024, he was designated as the cardinal who would pronounce the Habemus Papam.
Yes.
We have a pope. And if he were elected,
Yes. I don't know what happened.
he would proclaim himself, Habemus Papam, and it's me.
Yes.
So he's the
Ego
one.
sum.
I am him. Ego I sum am. I am him. So Mamberti is a figure that hasn't made a lot of news, hasn't written a lot of books, but he's just carried out his tasks with effective care, and every step of the way he rose higher, and to the highest level of the diplomacy of the church, and to the highest level of the law of the church, sort of like the Supreme Court Chief Justice. So, and to reach the point now where he will announce the next pope. The Pillar writes that there's a growing sense of trying to find consensus around this figure, Mamberti. What are your thoughts?
What I may think is that certainly is one candidate, because if there is uncertainty among the other candidates, so maybe they will go for someone that can accommodate the request of we say both sides, even if it's not nice to talk like a political parties, but we know that of course cardinals have different sensibilities, and they have different opinions, and we have this kind of Hegelian way of to say right or left, no, but this is something existing, and I think someone like him or the other that you mentioned before, they can be a compromise candidate.
You mean Filoni?
Filoni, Bagnasco.
So
yes.
In a way, what we're finding is at the heart of the College of Cardinals, there's a number of men that we couldn't quite say these are progressives or these are conservatives. We just say these are Catholics,
yes,
who've given their life to the church. They're not distinguished for their positions on the old liturgy or on any of these other hot button issues.
But they have positions.
Yes, and I think they may have Catholic positions. So each of those three men, I would think, would be Catholic and conservative, with an awareness, of course, of the modern world, but the concern that the church lose its identity if it would be too close to secular humanism. I mean, even I and all of us, we are actually appreciative of the accomplishments of modern science.
Yeah, of course.
So what we might call secular humanism, what we don't like is that it eliminates the transcendent.
Yeah.
And therefore, if we could have an alliance between science, which investigates our world, and the metaphysics of something transcending our world, which would be God and the holiness of God, we could have a new renaissance.
Yeah, also we have to think, consider very carefully that we of course are very appreciative of technology. I mean, if there was no this technology, we were not here speaking and possibly having people from all over the world that is looking to us. So it's not the problem with technology or science. Of course, that are very big achievements, but it's when these things become like God, and that is should be not the case. So we have to be very careful to think that this kind of thing that these things have to serve the men and not to be served by the men. So this I think is really the danger with some people that think that these take the place of God. No, this is not the case. They don't take the place of God. So I think that as you say, for sure, a new pope have to consider all these things very carefully. But we have also to think that now, we have internet for I don't know, 30 years, maybe 40 years.
No, it was until the late 90s.
So 30 years.
Yeah.
Yes. And then we have artificial intelligence is in its beginning, but is already a few years. So I'm sure that many of these cardinals will be already familiar with all these issues, and they will have an eye on the risk and on the opportunities that this kind of technologies are offering to us.
Yeah. I just had I'm going through a little book here, which is the College of Cardinals,
A review.
who they are, what they think. And this is in Italian here. And actually I have a copy somewhere around in English. And they have, this is put together by our friends Ed Penton and Diane Montagna. And they've only listed about 30 of the cardinals here, but they've given nice profiles of each of them in this book. And this is Bagnasco, for example. He is the cardinal we mentioned earlier, who's 82 years old. And in a sense, Bagnasco is in that same class, more or less, as Archbishop Vigano. He's 84. So they knew each other and worked together. This book of cardinals is very useful, and there's a website. It's www.collegeofcardinalsreport.com. www.collegeofcardinalsreport.com, and it has all of these cardinals in here. So what some people are saying is, if the Italians have their way, they will have an Italian cardinal who will give a kind of stability after Pope Francis's pontificate, which seemed to be a little bit veering from place to place, although Francis certainly tried to give it the direction that he had in his heart. And these are the various candidates on the Italian side. But now what's emerging is 5 or 6 other names, and one of them is the Prevost, Cardinal Robert Prevost from Chicago. And that's the first time in a long time that an American has had seemingly considerable support. I was told that he may be getting 50 or 60 votes.
Yeah.
And he served in Bolivia and Peru, and he's got friendships among many of the Latin Americans. And as I said before, he's kind of a protege of Cardinal Cupich of Chicago. He's here now in Rome, where he's getting his bona fides as a curial member for 2 years now in the very important Congregation for Bishops, the congregation that chooses the bishops from the 3 suggestions brought forward to them from around the world. So there's also several from other countries that we've spoken of before. We didn't mention the Italian cardinal from Jerusalem, Pizzaballa.
Yes.
He's 60 years old.
Indeed, that is quite strange, because when we talk about the Italian candidates, we didn't mention Pizzaballa because we think him as a patriarch of Jerusalem, so he's some kind but he's Italian indeed, and as you may well know, is one of the leading candidates in the, at the before the conclave. Many newspapers were talking about him rising on the list of the candidates as a probable next pope, Cardinal Pizzaballa. And I have to say that speaking with many people, I can see that there is a kind of a broad consensus on his name. So he may be also another possible candidate. The problem, as you well know, is that Cardinal Pizzaballa is kind of young. He's only 60. And so we have to understand if the cardinals would like to have a long papacy, because you may look to 25 to 30 years even of papacy. So that is something that they will take into consideration. The last long papacy that we all remember is John Paul II. And of course, he did great things, but there were also several issues, especially when his health was declining. So we have to see if this factor of the age will be a decisive factor when they are going to choose if electing him or not. But certainly, I think he is a kind of remarkable candidate, and we have to see if he's going to take his chances and to be elected as the next pope.
Yeah. I was going back then to this report in the Pillar on May 6th, 2 days ago, and it says, enter Cardinal Mamberti. An 11th hour candidate is emerging amid a divided field. This is by Ed Condon. And in the final 24 hours before the papal conclave begins. So this was written Tuesday. The conclave began Wednesday.
Yeah, but Robert, you are a journalist, so we have also to say that we have to take all these predictions cum granus salis, said the Latin, so with grain of salt. It means knowing that this is probably what the journalists heard, because as we mentioned before, if you look at another journalist, he said that Prevost is on the rising, and the Pillar said that Mamberti is on the rising. So we are not really sure where they get this information, but of course we have to take into account that probably these are names that are, that the cardinals are speaking, and one of them may very well be the next pope. We are very prudent, because of course only the people inside the conclave know what is really going on there.
Yeah. Well, I think there's little straws in the wind here, and we do have some wind here. About what time is it now? 2:19 in the afternoon on May 8th, and I think that the American website, the Pillar, and the actions of Cardinal Maradiaga from Honduras, who had some close connections with the United States, these are things that strike me as worth taking into consideration, because this is what the Pillar writes. After a week of gathering momentum, the swell of support behind Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost appears to have stalled, with Honduran Cardinal Oscar Rodriguez Maradiaga reportedly leaving Rome in frustration after failing to secure unanimous backing for Prevost among Latin American cardinals, with some said to be favoring the African Cardinal Fridolin Ambongo. who's much more conservative.
Yes.
Because this was all having to do with fiducia supplicans.
Yeah.
But Maradiaga, who's over 80, has left Rome, and there were reports that he had stomped his feet and said Pope Francis is being betrayed, as if to say that Pope Francis wished to have a candidate like Prevost, and that the Latin Americans who this Maradiaga, the cardinal from Honduras, was trying to convince to back Prevost, was frustrated when he found.
Yeah, but
You're not sure any of this really happened.
no, but if it happens, I think that all the question is really not presented correctly, because we don't have to be concerned about betraying Pope Francis, but we have to be concerned that the next Pope will not betray the Catholic Church. I mean, we have to remember that he is not the successor of Pope Francis. He is the successor of Peter.
Okay.
And that is the thing that have to be taken into consideration. The successor should not be the successor of the previous Pope, but the successor of Peter.
Absolutely. That's about the best thing that you've said today,
Thank you.
or even in 2 days.
Oh, okay.
And he is not the successor of Pope Francis. He is the successor of Peter. He must not betray the Catholic Church. And this is what the cardinals must weigh. We're going to take a little break now and try to gather our strength again for an analysis of our situation here with this election coming now. Very, very few minutes from now, the Cardinals will be back for their fourth vote. We will be reporting here until the end of the day. Thank you for your patience with us. Hello. Can you hear us? Maestro Porphyry, we are here on the rooftop. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. There have been 3 votes for the next pope. One was last night, ended at 9 o'clock. There were 2 this morning. We saw the black smoke just after we came on. We've been sitting here wondering what the cardinals are going to do later this afternoon. And we think they've just started to go back into the Sistine Chapel after a lunch, and that it's conceivable that they will vote between now and 3:30 for possible smoke at 4 o'clock. Then we normally would expect that not yet to be successful, and there would be another smoke at about 6 o'clock. But they could succeed, and we could have a pope. And the whole process is mysterious because we are not told exactly what the pace is and when the next thing will happen. Not even the press office is telling us. How about yourself as you watch this process unfold as a Roman? What are you feeling here today?
I mean, because I am a Roman, as you say, of course, we are kind of used to all of this atmosphere. And I think that what I can feel is that I see there is quite a number of people that is anxious to know who will be the next pope, because as we know, we have many kind of problems in the church, and we are wishing for someone that can solve at least part of them. Maybe is not a very realistic expectation, but still we are hoping for this. And I have the feeling that I mean, for me, it should happen today. And
For you, it should happen today.
Yes.
So for Aurelio, the election should either be in the next hour and a half or in the next three and a half hours.
Yes.
And we should know by this evening.
And also, this is will be interesting, because if it's in the first ballot, it means that they find quite soon the agreement among the parts. But if it's the 4 ballot, it means they have to negotiate more and more, because so I think there will be some difference if it's in the 3rd ballot or the 4th ballot of the day.
All right. So, and then you thought that it would not lacking a consensus over the first 5 ballots. Then you thought the thing might open up wide to
Yes.
To a longer conclave, almost longer than any in the last 5 or 10 conclaves.
Yes, it may be. I mean, as I say, for me, is today or tomorrow. That is, tomorrow is the more that we can understand. But if it's after tomorrow, so really everything can be open to surprise.
Okay. Now you talked about the various problems that people hope the Pope can solve. Let's start with a very practical problem of money.
Yes.
The Vatican has been criticized for its lack of transparency. There was a long trial of Cardinal Becciu and 9 others. Angelo Becciu from Sardinia had been running the as sostituto, running the work of the Vatican and having control over many financial decisions. And he, of course, had his own staff advising him. And they got involved in a property deal in London, which ended up losing 100 million.
Yes.
Then he was criticized for some other decisions of sending some money to a charity, which his brother was involved
Yes.
with. That involved 125,000 euros. He claims that those funds never went to his brother, but still remain in the bank account.
Yes.
I would like to actually see the bank registry
Yeah.
myself, because I went to some of those sessions of the trial, and I must say, I never saw the actual smoking gun, which showed that Cardinal Becciu had enriched himself or his brother. I just heard the accusation, and most people were saying, yes, he's a terrible man, he did something corrupt, but I never saw the proof of that.
Yeah. What I can say is that Cardinal Becciu certainly was a man of great power in the Vatican. I remember when he was substitute,
Yeah.
and he has great power, and he can manage large sum of money. That is for sure. I'm not sure if he's guilty. The Vatican tribunal say in the first
Instance.
they thought that it was somehow guilty of using the money not properly. But of course, I'm not in the position to judge. But what I want to say is that the relationship with the money is always a problem. We can think the time of Marcinkus or the Yor, all these things. So
Yeah.
I think that the next Pope certainly have to deal with this kind of very practical issues, but that are issues that they cannot avoid to consider. I mean, the money is what also make the world to run. I mean, that is
Well, it's very practical.
Yes.
And I think my personal feeling is that a lot is done well, but there are occasions when people are fascinated by different projects or feel God is telling them to do a specific project, and you need to have some type of review board and a council of wise people to advise you. Probably all of us need to have that at times.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we are not naive. I mean, all we need money to do the things we want to do. I mean, no one is giving you for free this space or this equipment or everything else. So we need the money, of course, but we have to be careful and not to be. So I would say like that: we need to use the money, but we have not to be used by the money. So that is, and some people think that in the Vatican there is this kind of danger that some people are not really good in using the money they have to manage.
Yeah. Okay. So you're basically calling for a general process of review and oversight
Yes.
to ensure that funds are used correctly,
Yes.
and that this could be published, and then the world would know that it's reliable. But right now, there's a little murkiness here, a
Yes.
little lack of transparency.
Of transparency. Yes.
All right. Those are very practical matters. You think the next pope should bring transparency to the Vatican finances?
Yes, I think that would be very important because the people is very fast to criticize for this kind of things, and of course the church also receive a donation from the faithful, so they don't want to see that these donations are misused or things like that. So I think it's a kind of serious problem indeed, and the coming pope have really to be very aware that this can be something really of great importance.
Okay. Do you feel any of the candidates are better than any others in this regard?
But in this regard, I don't know, because Cardinal Parolin was also in some way involved with the thing of Cardinal Becciu, no? So
in the sense Becciu was a step below him.
Yes,
in
he say,
authority.
he knows everything,
Yeah.
something like this.
But it's still he should have had some oversight
oversight. Yes,
And
and
so should Pope Francis. in a
yes, yes, and the other candidates, I'm not really sure, because of course when you think about cardinal, you don't think as a manager or things like this, but think like he should be a man of God first, so we really don't know what is if the coming Pope will have the ability, the knowledge, the know-how to deal with these very intricate and complicated financial issues. But we hope so.
Well, I do think the first step toward that would be the decision to call experts around you and say, I want a regular meeting where I'm fully informed. And he doesn't have to be a financial expert. He just has to be prudent enough to call in experts. Then you'd have to find men who are reliable, and they themselves, you're not subject to some type of corruption.
Yeah, but Pope Francis, no, he tried to do this,
Yeah.
but he was not very lucky.
Well, I mean, it is true that St. Paul once said, radix omnium malorum cupiditas est. Radix, root, omnium malorum, of all evils. Cupiditas, love of money, is. The love of money is the root of many, if not all, evils.
Yeah.
In other words, it shortens the time you have to work. It gives you freedom. It gives you the ability to move and do and decide. So people want to have that, and they want to have it immediately.
Yes.
And if the church has any wealth, the decision has to be made how to use that wealth, whether to build a church or to build a school or to write, to publish books.
Yeah, I mean, the sleeping lioness say they should vote for a secretary to the Pope, as in BP,
Vice
President. But of course, the way the church works is not the same way that like American government or Italian government. So I think that this is indeed a very tricky issue, because they try. I think that Pope Francis tried his best to solve. They create a commission, a COSEA, called COSEA. He call like a sort of secretariat, put Cardinal Pell in charge.
Yeah.
But you can see that these only bring more troubles.
Well, I do know just a few things about this matter, and it's a murky matter and a difficult matter, but I think everyone knows, even in their own towns and cities, with their local governments, even in companies, and even in national governments, we're trying in America to get control of huge flows of money that go to various things. And they're trying to cut some of these expenses. And,
yes, but you see that also in your country, you have Elon Musk, that try to cut expenses, but then you make many people unhappy, because of course we are not we are not naive. I mean, we know that also, I mean, inside the Vatican, to put the streaming, of course, have to put some money behind, because it's not people don't give things for free. Everyone has to live. Everyone has to survive. The problem, as I say, is that of course the Vatican has a lot of large sums of money to manage. And sometimes probably the people that are called to manage these large sums of money are not prepared. I don't say they do this because they are dishonest. Simply, they are not prepared. To when you have to say, I give you, I don't know, 1,000 euro. Also, okay, everyone can do. But when you have 100 million euros, and so it's another kind of we are in another league.
Yeah.
We are in another dimension, and I think this make us think about the. The Pope Francis say, "Oh, I want a church that is poor," but also this is not well put, because if the church is poor, how can
I know. Well,
manage all this the apostolate of the church?
I know. This is pauperism.
Yes,
There's a word in Italian. We don't really have a similar precise word. Pauperism, paupero is poor.
poor.
And to show yourself concerned about poverty, but somehow to do it in a detached type of way, it's almost a facade. When you don't go to the root of the problem and really get the help to the poor that they need, which starts with clean water, a clean air, a nice safe space, things at least, even if very small, have some cleanliness, and building on that some security, some order, but not just giving one little donation of money and saying I'm giving to the poor and helping the poor, because they don't have the structure even to use what you've given them, except maybe to gamble it away or spend it improperly. So, and I'm saying, I don't say I have the ability either to do it easily. It's just the idea of representing yourself as a lover of the poor is pauperismo. And really helping the poor is a matter of charity with thoughtful management care. What's the best thing to do here? It's also true of medicine. And instead of just covering over a medical problem, getting to the root of the medical problem. This is what a good doctor does. But a bad doctor or a charlatan says, "Oh, I'll heal you with this," and you never get healed.
Yes, I mean, as we have said, of course, money is not a bad thing, as sex is not a bad thing, but of course, the misuse of this element of life, these parts of life, can become bad. So this is, I think, what is important to understand also for the church. The church certainly needs money because he has to run the apostolate, and he has churches, he has priests to support, and but what is really really concerning is the misuse of this kind of things that are in any case a very important part of what is our life.
Yeah. So I guess we would be looking for a man of great prudence and caution. And then the other issue we're looking with regard to the next pope would be somehow giving people a sense of moral direction. This is what people criticized. They've been criticizing the church for this for centuries, and in modern times as well, and also Pope Francis. But we're trying to get direction on how to live our lives.
Yes.
If we were pure animals, many of the things would be pure instinct.
Yes.
But we make choices.
Exactly.
This is the level of our.
We are also reasonable, or at least we have to be.
We try to be.
Yes.
But the church should give guidelines so that we don't go crashing off the road. And when the church doesn't give those guidelines, people are like sheep without a shepherd.
Exactly.
They're lost.
Exactly.
And so we want clear teaching.
Yes.
We're going to take one break here. We have a couple of technical issues to look at, and we're trying to prepare to be ready in case the smoke would come and we would suddenly be provided with the name of the next pope. And this would be something, a crisis for us. We'd have to prepare to explain who the man is.
Yes.
So we appreciate everyone. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Have you ever longed for a pilgrimage that deepens your faith and transforms your heart while staying on a secluded island in a Franciscan monastery? Join us on a mercy pilgrimage to Croatia and Medjugorje.
an extraordinary experience led by Father James Blount and hosted by Inside the Vatican Pilgrimages. Spend 4 unforgettable nights in Medjugorje, immersing yourself in the sacred beauty of Our Lady's message. Explore the cities of Dubrovnik and Split with expert Catholic guides, uncovering the rich history and the deep spiritual roots of these remarkable cities. Then, embark on a 5-day spiritual retreat on the private island of Bagia, Croatia. Surrounded by the serene waters of the Adriatic Sea and the breathtaking landscapes, you'll have the rare opportunity to grow deeper in faith, guided by Father James Blount in prayer, reflection, daily Mass, culminating with a healing Mass. Along the way, expect grace-filled encounters, unique cultural experiences, and moments of unexpected joy. Due to the high demand, multiple pilgrimage dates are available, with additional options for 2025. Reserve your place today and step into the sacred path of mercy and renewal during the Jubilee of Hope. Visit Inside the Vatican Pilgrimages to learn more and to register now. Hope to see you on pilgrimage.
with a special guest. Hi. Oh, mine is mute. It is muted. Hello? Well, hello. Not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hello.
Tom, can you hear me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi. This is Robert Moynihan now with dark glasses on to protect against the late afternoon sun as we await the results of the fourth ballot for this papal conclave in May of 2025. It's now May 8th in the evening. We are overlooking St. Peter's Basilica, and I've brought in a special guest, Dr. Michael Hessemann from Dusseldorf, Germany, who is one of the most well-informed men about the history of the Church and of the world. He's written many, many books, and he's particularly an expert on the Second World War and the role of Pope Pius XII, but also on the Armenian genocide in 1918, 16 to 18, where he had access to the Vatican archives for many months to produce a massive volume. Michael Hazeman, great to have you on the eve of the conclave. How are you feeling today?
Well, actually, I'm feeling full of expectation because today might be the day, today or tomorrow. Today is a very special day. It's the day of St. Michael and the anniversary of the apparition of St. Michael in the cave of the Gargano in the 5th century AD. And we are right here facing St. Castel Sant'Angelo, which is dedicated to the Archangel Michael, who in the late 6th century appeared to Pope Gregory the Great during the plague. So today is St. Michael's Day. And
Saint Michael, defend us in battle.
Absolutely.
Against the wickedness and snares of the devil. Goes about prowls about the world seeking the ruin of souls.
Yeah.
Do you think he's succeeded somewhat to protect us against?
Well, this prayer was written by Pope Leo XIII after he had a vision that Satan asked for 100 years or a century or whatever to get over control or get control over mankind and the church and to destroy the church. And in this vision, our Lord said, okay, I will prove you will not be able to vanquish, you will not be able to destroy the church, and not even in 100 years. But he tried very hard.
So
and it's trying harder and harder. So we have a great apostasy in Europe.
Oh my God.
And we need to pray this prayer to St. Michael. Leo XIII wanted it to be said after every Holy Mass. And unfortunately, after the Second Vatican Council, they didn't do it any longer. But we need to rediscover St. Michael. And actually, Pope Francis or Pope Benedict did it by erecting a big statue of the Archangel Michael in the Vatican Gardens as a defender of the Church in these very, very turbulent times. So if we have one monument in the Vatican for these two pontificates, which ended in the third millennium, two of the three, of course. John Paul II, the long pontificate, ended 2000. Pope Benedict's pontificate ended in 2013. And now we are facing a conclave, and we should really ask the Archangel Michael for protection.
Okay, I'll take off my glasses. The Archangel Michael for protection. We ask your protection over the church. We pray. We've got several thousand people watching us live, Dr. Hazeman. People are thinking in the next hour there will be some smoke, maybe white smoke with the new Pope, or in 2.5 hours there may be or 3 hours, there may be black smoke or white smoke, in which case we will either have a new pope or not. And what you said really struck me, that we are engaged in a great spiritual battle.
Yes,
And of course, you're from Germany, and your country passed through a great spiritual battle.
oh yes,
And you had the time of Adolf Hitler, and now you've had the time when your country was divided into East and West Germany. You're from Dusseldorf. You were under the Eastern power in Dusseldorf, which is in Eastern Germany. Some people in those days would say Germany will never reunite again, but Germany was reunited.
thanks to Our Lady of Fatima, thanks to Pope John Paul II. It would have never been possible without it, without the consecration of Russia and the world to the Immaculate Heart of Our Lady of 1984, when 1 year later Mikhail Gorbachev came in power.
Okay, so
And made it all possible.
so you really believe that the miracle of Fatima is unfolding still? Have we been in the
Absolutely.
time of peace, or?
Well, yes, Our Lady promised that after this consecration, a period of peace will be granted to mankind. She didn't say 100 years of peace or a millennium of peace, but only a period of peace. And what did we do? Did we really give her gratitude, show our gratitude to her for that she liberated nearly 1 billion people without one single shot?
Okay,
That she united
liberated
a continent, that she brought peace to mankind. And no, what happened in the 1990s? We had a decade of hedonism and then
a decade of hedonism.
absolutely. And now in the 21st century, we have all this, let me say, all these ideologies.
You
who are
mean
even
woke
threatening the church?
woke ideologies,
Woke ideologies, which
or even you would say LBGT,
which
etc.
is even evil, which is diabolical because it's against the fundamentals of society. Sister Lucia, the remaining seer of Fatima, we have 3 shepherd children, and one died in 1919 and another in 1920, and Lucia lived until 13th of February 2005. And a couple of years before she passed away, she wrote a letter to Cardinal Caffarra.
I thought it was
And-
even longer in the 1980s.
No. She wrote it in around the year 2000, and she said the final battle between Satan and God and the church will be on the question of family.
Okay,
And we have an ideology with LGBTQ, which is really threatening the fundamentals of our society and our church, the Christian family.
okay. I asked you about that earlier. I said, how is that happening? And you said a lot was being spent to support it, a lot of money.
Absolutely, there are lobbyists behind it, there are governments behind it. I mean, you just overcame such a government.
You mean in the last election in the United
Yes,
States?
absolutely. Thanks God, you got a president who is pro-family now and pro-Christian values. And in Europe, we still have a very, very strong LGBTQ movement. They control everything. And in Germany, you can even be punished by law if you call a person who was born a man, still call him Mr. after a sex change or whatever kind of,
All right.
of thing. You can go in Germany, you can go to the town hall and register a different sex one time a year. So 1 year you're Mr. Hesselman, another year you're Mrs. Hesselman.
Okay, I don't want
and
to.
every year you can sue.
I don't want to hear that, Michael.
Yes.
God
So
forbid.
absolutely.
God
But
forbid.
this
Listen,
is
I have-
the
I
law in Germany.
I have to put you off of the program now. I can't conceive of you coming here as Mrs. Hazelman.
Absolutely not. I would never do something like this. I just gave you an example of this great perversion which we have. And as I say, if I refer to a person with Mr. Hessman who was born as a man, and this person decides, but he becomes something different, I can be punished by law, and I have to pay a high penalty. And I mean, this shows the perversion of our society. When God created man and woman, you can read it in the Holy Bible. And when the governments came, Mrs. Merkel in Germany and Joe Biden in the US, and invented something like the third gender, and now it's law in Germany. But if, for example, you are offering a job for a secretary, but you have to write, I want a secretary, male, female, or diverse.
Okay. So, Michael, I really appreciate your honesty. I'm a little frightened about your honesty because we could be described in some way as exaggerated.
No, it's true. It's all true.
It's all true. And
all true.
it's a spiritual battle that you've described. That's the essential spiritual battle that then has political, social, cultural account.
Yes.
And you said that a letter was written to Cardinal Caffarra.
Yeah. By Sister Lucia.
By Sister Lucy of Fatima, the last of the three children. She died in 2005. She wrote the letter a few years before, perhaps 2000 or 2001. She said Cardinal Caffarra. He had come to visit her in the 1980s. She said, the final battle is upon us, and the battleground is in the family.
Yeah.
Satan wants to destroy families and the concept of the family. He wants people confused. He wants people to be divided. He wants husbands and wives to be divided, children and parents to be divided. And so, Michael, it's a dark battle that we're engaged in, but do we have the weapons to fight the battle?
We have the most powerful weapon of all. We have the rosary, we have prayer, we have our Christian faith. And I mean, we have the promise of our Lord, but at the end, he is the winner in this battle. So whatever we try, whatever Satan, whatever the devil tries to do, and he might try to infiltrate even the church, but at the end, the true doctrine and indeed the catechism, everything we know to be true and to know is the teaching of the church will win.
Okay, Michael Hazeman is telling us we will win. Michael, we have just got a request for another person to come on. Can I bring you back in a few minutes?
Sure, no problem.
Okay, can you give me a break? Michael Hazeman has told us we will win the battle, and now we're going to bring on someone who's been battling here for about 80 years, and then we'll bring you back, Michael, to go more in depth to how the church might be subverted and how we can avoid that.
Would be my pleasure and honor. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Hazeman.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Have you ever longed for a pilgrimage that deepens your faith and transforms your heart while staying on a secluded island in a Franciscan monastery? Join us on a mercy pilgrimage to Croatia and Medjugorje, an extraordinary experience led by Father James Blount and hosted by Inside the Vatican Pilgrimages. Spend 4 unforgettable nights in Medjugorje, immersing yourself in the sacred beauty of Our Lady's message. Explore the cities of Dubrovnik and Split with expert Catholic guides, uncovering the rich history and the deep spiritual roots of these remarkable cities. Then, embark on a 5-day spiritual retreat on the private island of Bagia, Croatia. Surrounded by the serene waters of the Adriatic Sea and the breathtaking landscapes, you'll have the rare opportunity to grow deeper in faith, guided by Father James Blount in prayer, reflection, daily Mass, culminating with the healing Mass. Along the way, expect grace-filled encounters, unique cultural experiences, and moments of unexpected joy. Due to the high demand, multiple pilgrimage dates are available, with additional options for 2025. Reserve your place today and step into the sacred path of mercy and renewal during the Jubilee of Hope. Visit Inside the Vatican Pilgrimages to learn more and to register now. Hope to see
Podcast. Hello, I'm Robert Moynihan here next to St. Peter's Square, and I have one of the most wonderful guests that any man could have on a program. Joan Lewis, the famous Joan Lewis, from her podcasts, from Joan's Rome, from EWTN television. And Joan, I just feel so grateful that you had 5 minutes to give to us. I know you're preparing.
It's been one of those days. Any of us in the media know what it's like to get up but not know when you're going to go to bed.
Yeah. And so here we are overlooking Vatican City, St. Peter's Square, and the people are waiting for the fourth ballot, the smoke or not the smoke. If it's a negative, I guess we won't get smoke until the fifth ballot. And
What's on your heart right
now? As you watch this election unfold, 3 ballots now with no pope.
Well, probably the same thing on my heart. It's on the heart of the thousands of people. I think it was 15,000 who were there this morning to see that first what we saw was a black smoke. And I mean, having worked for the Vatican for so many years, having known, I've been in the city for the deaths of 5 popes. This is the 5th conclave and the 3rd that I've actually covered. So obviously there's great emotions as a Catholic, as someone who covered popes, who knew them, met with them, etc., who is going to be not the successor to Pope Francis, but the successor to St. Peter.
Oh, wonderful.
The vicar of Christ. And when you think about it, what's in my heart, I go to bed at night and I wonder what is in the heart of each of those cardinal electors, the ones who have tried to get to know each other, who, overwhelming majority. To try and know each other, and then wanting to give the church best Holy Father that the church ever had, certainly. And that has to be ambition. Just want to be certain. You talk to the Holy Spirit, you want to be certain you've chosen the right person to lead 1.4 billion people. And not only that, this is a person whose voice is heard all over the world. People of faith, I saw that so much with John Paul. People of faith, people of no faith, follow what the Vatican says. They have moral stances on so many issues. You don't have to be Catholic, but if you're married, the Catholic Church has a statement on obviously marriage between a man and a woman, and the rest of the world listens, whether they are Catholic or not. So in my heart, really, is what the cardinals are going through. I try to put myself in their shoes, and it almost brings me to tears, to be honest.
It's really moving listening to you, the wealth of experience you had, a lifetime really of service to the church, describing the church to the world. I think you've done a wonderful job, and actually I'm honored that you're sitting here with me. But I asked about your heart. Now I want to ask, what about your mind? What does your mind tell you really may be going on? Because you're very well informed.
Well, once the doors closed on the Sistine Chapel, there's probably things happening. What we never see, for example, is they read the cardinals vote. The votes are read out loud by the scrutineers, right? So at the end of the morning, Cardinal so-and-so got so many. All the cardinals know about their fellow cardinals. We are never going to know any of that. And that's fine. That's the way it should be. What on earth would the media do if every single ballot came out and you saw who was at the top, and then in the next ballot was eliminated? It would be a ridiculous political thing. So that is fine that we don't know. But in my head, I guess, is what, as a Catholic, living my faith since the day I was born, and then covering the church, getting to know all of the issues and teachings of the church, all the beautiful papal documents, including John Paul's amazing Universi Dominici Gregis, his document that covers the papal death and the election of the Roman pontiff. I have never read anything. They covered every possibility. And I would say, actually, to listeners, I would say, hey, pick up part of the document.
Okay, so that's the universal flock of the Lord.
The shepherd of the universal, right.
And it's about how to elect the Pope.
It goes right from the death of one pope, right through the...
Every single circumstance.
Oh, yeah.
What to do.
Oh, they leave nothing. He left nothing to chance. The only thing I didn't see was exactly how many steps there were, footsteps, between the Pauline Chapel and the Sistine yesterday, because they met and prayed in the Pauline and then moved just across the hall, to the Sistine Chapel. But it is an amazing document, which I know every one of these cardinals will have come close to memorizing. But what would I have done as a cardinal when I realize I'm going into this conclave? I don't know 70 of my brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you start? They've prayed together. They have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. They probably shared before the conclave a glass of wine or a nice, espresso or something. And then you just sit down because maybe you are hearing that a certain cardinal seems to have risen, his name is, and you want to learn more about him. So you go out, you have your glass of wine, and then you say, I don't fully understand. Please help me with your teaching on marriage, one of how many topics. So...
And what you're describing is a discernment that could take hours in the sessions where they're at the Doma Santa Marta at lunch or dinner. And therefore, if we have a little longer conclave, it's not something to worry about.
No. And all you want is the cardinal electors, and they too should feel this way, to do their job well. Now we do know, and your listeners would know, that there were the Novendiales, the 9 days of masses of mourning for the deceased Holy Father. And so in the mornings, those masses were afternoon. In the mornings, there were congregations where each cardinal got to stand up and say what he was concerned about in the church. And then you get to a point, maybe the last one or two, where you've heard what the problems are for the church, what the future pope faces, and then only at the very end, but without naming people, they say the pope needs a true shepherd. They need a teacher of the truth. They need someone who knows how to smile and welcome people and be a John the 23rd or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to be all men to all people, or all, one man for all people.
Well, Joan, what I'm really getting from you is a sense that we are on the verge of hearing the name of the next pope. And I'm wondering, of all the cardinals is there one, this is nothing to do with what the cardinals are doing, but only what you might say or do if you had some input. Is there one cardinal that really strikes you as a man who is a man of the Holy Spirit?
To be honest, yes, there are several, and I must admit, one that I probably couldn't name in 2022, but can because of 2022, and a 3-day conference I attended in Warsaw with, it's a 3-day conference sponsored by the Cardinal Wyszynski University and Ave Maria in Florida, and it focused on Pope John Paul's contributions internationally to human rights. Amazing speakers. But I met a cardinal. I gave the keynote address at the opening dinner, and it was the life of John Paul. They wanted one person who actually knew John Paul really up close, and so I was asked to give that talk, and my companion on the bus to and from dinner, and right next to me at dinner, arranged by the university, my companion was Cardinal Wilhelm Eijk of Utrecht, the Netherlands.
Of Utrecht, Netherlands.
I got to know him over 3 days. Our conversations in the bus and at dinner were absolutely riveting. And Bob, I went back, to my hotel room thinking, I've just been with John Paul. John Paul, 15 years of working for the Vatican under him, loving him to pieces, having my faith, grow so much under him. Cardinal Erdo, I know less, but I know somewhat. And I have been
Cardinal Peter Erdo of Budapest.
Budapest, Estragon. And actually, yesterday when they lined up and were putting their hand on the book that vow, one by one, I just kept sitting there for probably 20 or 25 of the cardinals. I thought, oh my word, I know him. Oh my heavens, he's been to dinner at my house. That's a good guest list. Or I've been on a trip. Well, Pizza Bala, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, I've known for many a year. A name, a man who's really in my heart.
So, as you described three men, Ike of the Netherlands, Erdo of Hungary, and Pizzaballa of Jerusalem, and an Italian, you've started just 3 out of the 133, and you find them all in some way filled with the Spirit, true men of God, true Christians.
And Bob, clear teachers of the faith.
Teachers.
We have to have, I love Cardinal Dolan's words he said early on in Rome when he came to Rome. And he said, I want someone with Francis' smile and heart. And then there's like a little pause. But we need clarity in teaching. And Pope Francis, probably every one of us sitting here and listening to us, at some time in our life, we have spoken off the cuff. For most of us, it doesn't make a big difference in life. When you're the Holy Father, if you do speak off the cuff, great. But just make sure that what you said is not perceived incorrectly.
Very, very true words. Yes.
Because for millions of people around the world, not just America, millions of people, Bob, perception is reality. So if you've perceived, it can be the president of the U.S., it can be the Holy Father, it can be the president of your university. If you've perceived they said something and it comes out the wrong way, that can be a problem. So we need very clear Orthodox Roman Catholic teaching.
Okay, do you have any prayer that you, on this day, May 8th, 2025, 3 votes have passed. They're voting right now, I imagine.
Yeah.
What's your prayer?
Truly, it is to the Holy Spirit. I've given more time to the Holy Spirit these days than you could possibly imagine. I also have a great love for St. Joseph. His son, who named the Vicar of Christ, who named St. Peter to that post. And we never knew, obviously, St. Joseph had died before our Lord's public ministry. But I've really been praying to him. He's a father.
The Father.
And not shepherd in the sense we're thinking of for a priest, but why not?
Okay.
He really was.
Pray for a Holy Father in the spirit of St. Joseph.
Yeah.
Father in the Holy Family.
Exactly. Yeah.
Joan, I owe a lot to you. I will just simply say I would not be in Rome without you. We've talked about this before.
We have before.
And I
We're
won't
both
mention,
blessed.
but you were the reason that I stayed in Rome. And otherwise, my life would have been totally different.
Well, I'm delighted because we've had some very rich encounters with someone else in the room with us, if you will. They've been exciting, wonderful, beautiful years. And we're on the same wavelength for the faith. And that makes it even better. It's even deeper for all of us, the heartfelt nature. And I think we all feel joy. That's my main thing about my faith. And people, when they write me, when they send any kind of message, Joan, I saw you here, read this, or heard you on the radio. You really love the church and your faith. Thanks for your joy. Then I know I'm doing the right thing. I do.
Joan,
so thank you for your friendship.
Joan Lewis, thank you so much. You are a wonderful journalist, a wonderful evangelist, a wonderful model of a human being. Thank you for joining us on this important occasion.
God bless everybody watching and listening.
Come with us on a unique pilgrimage and retreat to renew your spirit. Experience the beauty and richness of southern Spain. Our retreat master, Father Charles T. Murr, a renowned Catholic priest, best-selling author, philosopher, theologian, trained psychologist, and pastor of souls. Father Murr will guide us through 3 mornings of spiritual reflections at a convent located in the historic heart of Carmona, Spain, promising a transformative journey. Experience an intimate evening with Father Murr at his home. Wine, dinner, music, and conversation, a highlight of this unique experience. Explore picturesque towns in Andalusia, each with its own history and charm. From the ancient streets of Carmona to the majestic beauty of Cordoba, the breathtaking views of Ronda, the remarkable village of Centenil, and the historic wonders of Seville. Our pilgrimage will be filled with awe-inspiring moments. Join us on this profound spiritual journey and rediscover the joy of faith, fellowship, and renewal. Book your place now and embark on a pilgrimage and retreat unlike any other.
local culture. So, okay. Then you have
have-
somebody that
It's
We're
okay.
getting that audio.
church.
It's all right.
I just don't think the world needs
We're
that.
here.
It's a
Okay.
different
We have
situation.
another
Particularly
jazz going on next to us.
African nation. Over there,
Watching
they become
stove light.
get this burgeoning church in Africa.
And I'm here with Dr. Michael Hazlett,
It's massive amounts of
a
persecution,
wonderful scholar of the
exploitation.
Second World War. It's okay.
You got Asia, which is its own kind of control.
We are
You got Latin America, which
among 6,000 journalists
urgent
and
us.
always
So
the
I
You have to
want the
speak.
smoke
vision of
as
sorry
we expected with the next.
to those concerns, and not so much concerns. of the
Dr.
United
Hazlett,
States.
what are your thoughts as we wait?
Western Europe, and the United States has that.
Well,
Which
well, it's not the shortest conclave in history,
but it's
still not the longest. The longest is 5 days. So,
quite frankly,
Cardinal Müller, for example, who I met before the
I
conclave,
think
it would be
the church
his suitcase for 5 days.
So you care how
that needs something.
Yeah,
Itself. Back from within in this culture.
He was back on the bus.
I thought you living over there.
Can't do it. An Italian, kind of maybe a quieter pace, a sober.
It's gonna be just a most
to
just 8th, after 3 votes in this papal conclave. I've got my dark glasses on because the sun is very bright. It's going to hit the top of your head, and I hope you don't get a sunstroke. But what's on your mind? You are very close to Pope Benedict's brother. You wrote a book with Father Georg Ratzinger, and actually we visited with you in his home in Regensburg, Germany. And the pontificate didn't really end in a usual way. He resigned his office. It left all Catholics a little confused as to exactly why he resigned. What can you tell us about your relationship with the brother of Pope Benedict and what you knew about the pontificate and the resignation?
Well, I knew that all the conspiracy theories about the resignation of Pope Benedict were wrong, were nonsense. Just the true, very simple reason is that he was so completely exhausted that he said, I cannot continue, I will, get a stroke or something like this and be paralyzed, and the church will be paralyzed.
Okay.
So I better give it into stronger hands.
So you're saying that all the conspiracy theories are wrong, and he was just exhausted.
He had problems even to fall asleep. For him, the responsibility for 1.2 or 1.3 million, now 1.4 billion Catholics in the world was just too much of a burden. He was such a responsible person that it kept him from even sleeping. And in November 2012, which was 3 months before the resignation, I was invited to a concert in the Sixtine Chapel, where they performed the Missa Anno Santo by Georg Ratzinger. And I had the possibility to observe Pope Benedict for 1.5 hours from very, very close, from like 5 meters distance or 5 yards distance. And I was so shocked about what I saw. But a man I really loved dearly was absolutely at the limit of exhaustion. And this is what happened half a year before when he traveled to Cuba and Mexico, but he even suffered a minor stroke. And his doctor said, look, first of all, you cannot fly anymore.
So the middle of 2012, he went to Cuba, suffered
March or April.
And suffered a minor stroke and was told he could not travel anymore.
April, actually, it was. Yes, his doctors told him he cannot travel anymore. And there was the upcoming World Youth Day and so on. And generally, the danger of a stroke, which can, in the worst case, paralyze you completely. And then...
when you say upcoming World Youth Day, that really was the next year, right?
Yes.
In the middle of 2013.
And that's one of the reasons why he said, I have to resign. I can't disappoint all these young people who are the future of the church.
Well, then you're giving us a very clear and ordinary explanation.
I'm sorry that it is ordinary, but
for the resignation.
It is true. Yes.
And what are your credentials for saying you know anything about this?
My credentials is that I spent dozens of hours with Georg Ratzinger talking about.
You spent dozens of hours with Georg Ratzinger, the brother of Pope Benedict, talking about his life, his teaching, and his resignation.
And I met Pope Benedict at least one time a year.
So
for at least an hour privately in the Monastero after the resignation, including my last meeting I had 3 weeks before he passed away.
So you met him once a year from 2013 to 2022.
Yes,
and
not during the pandemic, of course, because I didn't.
But so let's say 10 times, and nearly an hour each time, so 10 hours. And what would you synthesize the content of your discussions with him in terms of what people are interested in knowing about this retired Pope?
When I met him in October 2013, half a year after the resignation, I had a beautiful gift for him. I had a reliquary from the 16th century with a relic of Celestine V, the last pope before him who resigned.
Okay, Celestine V resigned in 1294.
1294.
And you gave him a relic from the 1500s.
Yes.
Which
a very precious
Pope
relic.
Benedict was the next pope after Celestine to resign.
And he told me, he said, Mr. Hessemann, do you really want to entrust such a treasure to me? I do not have much more time here. I'm going to pass away very soon.
And what was the time?
So he nearly
how much-
refused. I convinced him to keep the gift, but he nearly refused it because he had the idea. But and then he was feeling like that he wouldn't live for much longer. And this was in October 2013. He lived 9 years more.
I see. So some people do say this is one of the most striking things. Everyone thought that he was so weak and ill that he would die sometime in 2013,
Yes,
right
absolutely.
after his resignation.
Absolutely.
But he lived to the very last day of 2022,
Because
December
he
31st.
didn't have the burden of responsibility anymore.
I see.
And he started to sleep properly again, and so on. And that's why he was able to live until he was 95, and he
Okay.
died in the age of 95.
So you
And
were really
one time I had a very beautiful encounter with him when he got 90 in the Vatican Gardens. We met for 45 minutes, and I gave him an icon as a gift of Peter and Paul. And I said, Holy Father, I wish you many more years in health and creativity and happiness.
on his
And he said,
90th birthday, which would have been in 2017.
yes.
And
And he said, Mr. Hesman, please don't wish me this. And I said, but Holy Father, it's so beautiful here in the Vatican Gardens. I didn't know anything better to say because I was a little bit surprised and shocked by his reaction. Don't wish me many more good years. And he said, look, heaven is much nicer. Heaven is much nicer. So he lived in the clear consciousness that life doesn't end with a physical death, but there is something else. There's heaven waiting for us. But it's such a beautiful expression, heaven is much nicer. But I really knew how much he contemplated about what comes after the physical life.
okay.
He lived 5 more years until he got 95,
So-
but still he had to resign the papacy because otherwise we would have lost him already in 2013. For sure.
Well, I would say this is almost a definitive an account of the true reasons for the resignation of Pope Benedict. He would have passed away. He was not sleeping. The burden was too great. He was looking forward to dying very soon after his resignation, but he began to sleep. He began to live an orderly life. The weight was lifted off his shoulders. He lived another 10 years.
And his
9
fear,
years.
and his fear was not dying in office, of course not. But his fear was getting a stroke and being paralyzed. And he knew from the last years of John Paul II what happens if a pope is physically too weak to keep control. If the cat is out of the house, the mice come out, and sometimes even the rats. And so he didn't want to repeat this situation. And he said, better we find a new successor of St. Peter who has stronger shoulders.
Yes.
And we all believed it would be Cardinal Scola, actually. We all believed it. We were completely surprised, but it became Cardinal Bergoglio, who, of course, turned out to be a wonderful pope. But we all believed it would be Scola from Italy.
So, Dr. Michael Hasemann from Dusseldorf, Germany, personal friend of Georg Ratzinger. You wrote a book with the Pope's brother, and a friend also of Pope Benedict XVI, talking to him an hour each year, even after he resigned, hearing from him on his 90th birthday in 2017 that he didn't want to, what was it that you said a minute ago on that birthday, that he didn't want to receive your wish that he had many more years because heaven will be so much better.
Yeah.
Heaven will be nicer.
Yeah.
And therefore showing the profound faith in the resurrection and in eternal things and in the reality of God and of eternal life. So he was a man of faith.
And a very, very humble man. He was maybe the most humble man I met in my life, who really didn't take himself in any way important, but was just feeling his great responsibility for the church. And so he said, better somebody who is stronger. He was a person who could really listen to everybody. When people had audiences with him, he took them by the hands, he looked straight into their eyes, he gave a clear answer. For him, time didn't play a role. It were the gentiluomini del Papa, the papal servants, who were, reminding you of the time and touching your suit.
Yeah, you must go.
But right. But he had time for everyone, And as I say, he was just the most humble and saintly man I encountered.
Okay. When he was inaugurated in 2005 on April 24th, which is exactly,
April 19.
well, during
His
inaugural mass, he was
yes,
elected on the
yeah,
19th.
right.
And 5 days later,
Inaugurate,
inaugural mass. And at the end of that mass, well, during the mass, he gave a homily.
Right.
At the end of that homily, he said, "Pray for me that I do not flee
Yeah.
for fear of the wolves." Can you reflect on those words?
Well, for sure, he did not flee from the wolves, because he resigned at a point when everything was quite in order.
So,
When all the great problems were treated, and he did most humanly possibly to cover them and to solve them, and especially to deal with this horrible problem which emerged publicly under his pontificate of the child molestations by priests,
the child
And-
molestations by priests.
which was the biggest pain for him of his pontificate. He physically suffered from this, because for him originally it was very difficult to imagine how a priest who is consecrating with his hands, who is representing Christ on the altar, could do such horrible things. But he faced the reality, and he persecuted more than 500 cases internationally.
Yeah, people forget that.
And he cleaned up the church as good as possible and tried to find the right countermeasures, which were, of course, ignored in the countries. For example,
You know, I have to say, of all the popes, I've known John Paul II, 1984 to 2005, really 21 years. Then Pope Benedict, 2005 to 2013. Then Francis, 2013 to 2025. But of the three popes, Benedict was the most mistreated by the press.
absolutely.
Almost a criminal.
Yeah.
I
There
mean,
was a smear campaign even after his resignation, when they attacked him in such a disgusting way, especially the German media, I have to say.
Okay.
And this caused another great suffering for him.
So we must also ask about Germany.
Yes.
You're German. Germany was rising to almost the number one power in the world, fought the First World War, the Second World War against all other countries. Germany was then divided into two parts. Then Germany, almost miraculously, without any war, was reunited.
Thanks to John Paul II and Our Lady of Fatima.
And then a German became the Pope of the Catholic
Yeah,
Church,
yeah.
a man of profound
Yeah,
sanctity,
yeah,
as if there
yeah.
was another face to Germany
Yeah,
that the world could see, rather than
yeah.
the let's say, Deutschland über alles, Deutschland above everything. You had the humble German saying the German can also be a person who
Yes,
loves Jesus
yes,
Christ
yes,
and follows
yes,
the way
yes,
of the cross.
yes, yes.
But now we have the synodal, you call it in German,
This
Syn-
synodaler Weg.
synodaler Weg,
Synodaler Weg,
the
yeah.
synodal path
Yeah,
or
yeah,
way.
yeah,
And they seem to want to kind of unite with the Protestants and even with people who don't have faith to create a kind of human community. And therefore, they want to strip away the specific elements of the Catholic faith, the sacraments, the celibacy, even the gospel, because they feel it's an impediment to human unity. So, how do you interpret this loss of Catholic faith just at a time when you had a German Pope?
Yeah.
Is it an interesting question for you?
Yes, it's a very interesting question. And, at the same time, it was the time of Chancellor Merkel, who was the most
Chancellor Merkel.
anti-Catholic, the most anti-Catholic person. She was the daughter of a Protestant pastor who moved from Hamburg, Western Germany, to Eastern Germany to help building up a socialist society. So he was a Protestant socialist, and his daughter followed him completely. When Pope Benedict came to Germany in 2011, she refused to visit him in the nunciature, and they had to find a neutral place. She wanted him, the Pope, to come into her office and meet her in her office.
So she, in a sense,
Yes.
disrespected Pope Francis.
Completely. She disrespected the Catholic faith. And her Christianity was some kind of woke Christianity. She invented the third gender. She legalized homosexual marriage in Germany and so on.
And this,
And in all her reforms, the Catholic Church, the teachings of the Church represented by Pope Benedict were in her way. So she, I have to say, corrupted bribed some bishops in Germany. The bishops are paid by the government.
so you think she actually corrupted Catholic bishops?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's obvious. It's unfortunately obvious. Those who were most interested in career. And
Okay, Michael, we have a question here which goes, at least has to be reconciled with your other argument that Pope Benedict resigned entirely for personal reasons. He felt lacking in strength.
yes.
But this question from John Paul Sandoval, the day before the resignation of Pope Benedict XVI, weren't all the ATMs in the Vatican not working?
There was a problem with the Vatican Bank and a connection to the SEPA system, the international banking
The
system.
international SWIFT system.
But this had nothing to do with the resignation, because he told his brother already in November that he would resign.
But don't
This was
you
all
think-
planned.
But don't you think there was some, objectively speaking, powers in this world were attempting to put final pressure to ensure that he would leave because he was impeding their agenda?
He made his decision long before. He told Archbishop Genswein and his secretary. He told his brother Georg Ratzinger long before that he would resign. So this was not a result on some pressure on the Vatican Bank, but it was a decision which was formed after his trip to Mexico and Cuba in, I think it was April
All right.
in 2012,
So it's
and was communicated to his brother in a first way in September when he was in Rome, August, September 2012, and then he came again to Rome in November 2012. It already was a firm conviction. Pope Benedict wanted to resign before Christmas, but everybody, including his brother, said, please not, because the joy of Christmas should not be overshadowed by this decision. So he said, okay, then the next possible day is the day of Our Lady of Lourdes, which was the 11th of February,
All right.
which is the day when we pray for the sick, and then he would announce it on the day of Our Lady of Lourdes, but resign on 28th of February because the Church needs a new Pope for the Holy Week. And so
for
this
Easter,
was the
yeah.
reason for determining, not any kind of
All right.
sudden reaction on an ATM.
Okay, I don't
block.
know if your remarks are exhaustive and definitive in settling all questions about the resignation, but I do know that your comments are critically important to keep in mind, because conspiracies develop from uncertainties and
Yes,
inclarities,
sure.
trying to explain how something could happen.
Sure.
You've given some facts, more inside than you, I don't think we can find. You spoke with the Pope each year for an hour. You spoke with his brother much more than that. You wrote a book with his brother. You just gave us dates of the decision of his resignation coming far before the reason for choosing February 11th, even though he was thinking of doing it before Christmas, which would have led to a conclave in the middle of Christmas season.
And generally, the Christmas joy, and for him, Christmas was very important from
So
childhood on.
for all those reasons, I thank you enormously for your insight and your sharing these things. I know that it's not precisely related to this conclave, but this conclave is in some ways in the shadow of that last conclave, which elected Francis, which stemmed from these decisions to resign. And I know that also your studies about also the things you brought up at the beginning, the great challenges we face, the final battle over the family, the fact that Cardinal Caffarra, who was from Bologna, had received a letter from Sister Lucy saying that she, in prayer and in communion with Our Lady, had received a message that the final battle would be over the family. And your remark to me before you came on, that you thought billions and billions of dollars are being spent by certain forces to try to dissolve.
To promote anti-family and anti-life issues. The
Yeah.
culture of death, as John Paul II called it, is very much alive, but today it is called the culture of woke. It's the very same thing.
And also this is occurring precisely at the moment where these money can be used to to entice or to bribe or to try to make deals to make life easier. So Catholics and Christians are invited maybe to just cut some portion of their faith to adjust. And so we are not in a time of spiritual peace, as you mentioned. It's a time really of St. Michael, of praying to him to defend us in battle. And that's why I think we earlier were putting on our sunglasses. Why don't you? Let's see. We're going to have a special new group of, what do we call ourselves? The
Men in Black Church Defenders or Vatican Defenders.
Vatican Defenders. We're going to try to defend the church and be not defenders of the galaxy, but defenders of the church.
It's more important than the galaxy.
More important than the galaxy.
We have some questions.
We have some questions.
How is confidentiality maintained during the conclave?
How is confidentiality maintained during the conclave?
Well, everybody who is talking about any discussion during the conclave is automatically excommunicated, unless the new Pope allows it. So in the 16th chapel over there at the moment are just the cardinal electors and some very few helpers. And after their oath, which were delivered yesterday, after their oath, it is very clear that they should keep the confidentiality under the penalty of excommunication.
Well, I mean, they've taken every modern means to ensure that no communication is given. They've taken away cell phones from the cardinals, placed them in safe, given them to their secretaries. They've got protection on each window against even a tiny drone coming in with a camera or a microphone. They've done everything they can. They've even blocked cell phone service in the area around St. Peter's Basilica. As we look in our picture here, we see the Vatican television is giving us an image of the smokestack. We are focusing our eyes on it, and we expect there will be something. The two possibilities, the vote should be over very soon. If it would be an election, we'd get the white smoke. If it's going to be a negative vote, we won't get the smoke. They'll go to vote again, and we'll be waiting another hour and a half, if not 2 hours. What time is it right now?
It is now
4:53, so 6:53. So we're right on the hinge now of determining whether they had a negative vote or if they have a positive vote. In the next few minutes, we should see the white smoke.
Absolutely.
And then we'll be in a situation of having to determine, because they will give the name. How will they do that?
Well, the Cardinal Diacon, after about 1 hour after the white smoke, the Cardinal Mamberti actually will
Mamberti is the one who will pronounce the words.
Appear and announce a great joy. Magnum Gaudium non sebo magnum Gaudium.
Okay,
Habemus Papa.
I announce a great joy.
We have a Pope.
Habemus means we have.
Yes.
Papam et Pope.
And then comes eminentissimum et reverentissimum
Okay,
Dominum.
he says an eminent, most eminent, eminentissimum is most eminent
And most reverend.
and most reverend
Lord or Mr.
Lord
Dominum. And then comes Dominum, and then comes
Like
the name.
Petrum. Like if his first name
Petrum.
was
If it is Erde Petrum, Sancte Romani Ecclesiae Cardinalem Erde.
okay, so
Then come Imposuit Nomen, and then comes the new name.
okay, let's go through it again. They would give the first name, so we won't know for sure. It would be in the case of Peter Erdo or Pietro.
Pietro Pauline.
It
or
would be
whatever.
Petrum,
Yeah.
and
Petrum, yes.
of the Holy Roman Church
Cardinal,
Cardinal,
and then comes
and then his last name,
Pauline Erde, or whoever it will
or
be.
Zuppi, or
Turkson or
Pizzaballa, or Turkson.
Pizzaballa or Turkson, or
And then it says who then takes the
name, and then comes the name of the
and then
new
comes
Pope.
the name of the new
And of
Pope.
course, we have no idea what it will be.
All
If
right.
it will be John the 24th, or Paul the 7th, or Pius the 13th, or Benedict the 17th, or whatever, Jean Paul the 3rd,
or Matthew the First,
or Dominic the 1st.
Dominic the First.
We now had a Pope Francis,
Yes.
and the other great order.
Well, interesting that Dominic is considered a teaching and preaching
Yes,
order.
yes,
So Francis was an order of love and charity and
Yes,
poverty.
Yes, yes,
If we go to the teaching, preaching, and doctrine, he could choose the name Dominic
absolutely,
in
absolutely.
honor of the entire order and
Yeah.
of Thomas Aquinas, who
Yeah.
was a Dominican.
Yeah.
So
One of the greatest teachers of the church, if not the greatest of the Middle Ages, at least.
so-
And so Dominic is, of course, a potential, but I don't bet on any name.
well, we
and-
don't bet.
Absolutely,
We don't bet.
absolutely.
No, we just.
But it would be a wonderful name for a pope.
Mhm.
Dominic would be a wonderful name for a pope.
And we don't have a Michael. That's your name,
True.
Michael.
Also, Saint Michael.
Michael Hazeman.
Michael Hesman is unimportant, but Saint Michael is the defender of the church.
At St. Michael's feast, one of Michael's feast days is today. St. Michael
Absolutely.
of the cave, the holy cave in
And
Galgano,
Gargano, right?
which is near where Padre Pio was buried.
And he
where
told everybody to go over, and it still has a great power, this cave. Many people who are feeling demonic possessions go over and feel liberated
Wait.
afterwards.
So people who feel demonic possession
Go
That is
in this cave.
go in the cave of St. Michael on the other side of Italy from
Right,
where we are,
Right.
not far from where Padre Pio
San
was.
Giovanni Rotondo.
San Giovanni Rotondo, you take a car outside
Right.
and continue out the peninsula,
Right.
and you come to this cave,
Right.
and you enter, and it's a deep, vast cavern, and St. Michael appeared there really a long time ago,
1500 years ago, in the 5th century.
so 1500 years ago. And also, there's several sanctuaries to St. Michael on a line across Europe. It's called St. Michael's Line,
Yes.
from Ireland to
From Ireland to England
to Mont Saint-Michel.
France, yeah, Mont Saint-Michel,
Mont
to
Saint-Michel,
Wien, to Wien.
and Saint Michel is Saint Michael.
Yeah,
Mont Saint Michel on the
Absolutely.
northern coast of France is
Yes,
dedicated
yes,
to
yes.
Saint Michael the
Then
Archangel.
a beautiful sanctuary near Torino in the north of Italy, then Gargano, and then it continues via a Greek island north of Rhodes, which is consecrated to St. Michael, and down to the Holy Land.
There's a Greek island north of Rhodes, and then down to the Holy Land. There is, I guess, it's on Mount Carmel.
Not really. This is another connection of sanctuaries of Our Lady.
Mm.
But in the Holy Land was a very ancient sanctuary of St. Michael.
Okay, and Michael actually means
Who is like God?
quis est,
Quis ut Deus?
quis
Quis
ut
ut Deus?
Deus,
Who is like God?
God. And so God is the great beauty, the great reality, the great holiness, the great beyond which we cannot imagine him, which is why we say greater than anything we can imagine. And he is the source of all good, the source of all beauty, the source of all life,
And of our hope.
and the source of all hope.
And hope is the DNA of every Catholic. And the beautiful book written by Pope Francis before he passed away, which originally was supposed to be published after his death, but because of the Holy Year, we decided to publish it before, is titled Hope. And as I say, we are people of hope. We are people of hope, and this is important today on the day of the conclave. It is a moment of hope, a hope for a good future, for a golden future for the church, for maybe a restoration of the doctrine, maybe a restoration of the unity. The Catholic Church is very paralyzed at the moment, polarized at the moment between the ones who want to modernize it and the ones who want to keep the tradition and the doctrine, because they are based on revelation. It's the revealed truth, and generally, if you are married to the zeitgeist, you become a widower very quickly, because
If you are
the
married,
moods of our times are changing constantly.
so you just said if you are married to the zeitgeist, which zeit is time, geist
Right.
is spirit.
Right.
If you are married to the spirit of the time, you will soon be a widower.
Right.
That's what you said.
Right.
Well,
right.
Because the times always change.
Yeah.
They're fickle.
Absolutely.
So you
And
can't.
ideologies come and go. And I mean, we had Nazism, which lasted for 12 years, and now we have wokeism, which is nearly over, at least in America.
Mm.
And so we can really hope to, but the new Pope is making Catholic doctrine great again.
Okay, we have a question here from, again, Sister Anna. Sister Anna, we really appreciate you. You're joining us often, and we're becoming friends. So could you elaborate a bit more on what happened last night with the two popes? Many thanks. But I'm perplexed why you're saying two popes.
Yeah,
There
I
were-
mean, what happened last night is very clear. We had a delay for whatever reason. We will learn the delay maybe later if it doesn't fall under the secret of the conclave. But it only means that some factor, it might be a health factor, it might be the length of the homily of Canta la Messa, of the papal preacher, and it might be a technical problem. It might be that we just had to recount the ballots. We don't know the reason for this delay last night.
Yeah. So what happened last night was we expected maybe 7:30, or 8 o'clock a smoke to announce either white or black. We continued on. It got colder and colder up here. Actually, I'm still suffering the effects of last night, and it was freezing. And
Very much, yeah.
finally, at 9 o'clock, the black smoke came, and everyone was wondering what had happened to delay it so long. You've just pointed out that the logical explanation is some factor extended by 5 minutes here, by 10 minutes there, maybe by 20 minutes here, and instead of 8 o'clock, it became 9 o'clock. What those factors are, you enumerated. There was a homily given by a man named Rainiero Cantalamessa, who he's actually given to going on for some time in his homilies. And instead of just going 10 or 15 minutes, we don't know, but maybe he went 30 minutes.
Or maybe longer. Maybe longer. We know Canta la Messa.
Yeah. So if that's the
He's
reason,
a lovely man. He's a wonderful man, but sometimes he loves to preach a little bit too much.
So, Anthony Abate, do you guys think a Pizzaballa election would unite the conservatives and the trads?
We don't know enough about the theological position of Cardinal Pizzaballa. We know he is a man of dialogue. We know he is a man with very good administrative capacities. He is a strong man, a powerful man. He is a little bit young for a pope. And still he comes with all this experience from the hotspot of the world, from the Holy Land, where since the terrorist attack on the state of Israel, they are basically in a state of war, and actually he offered himself in exchange for some of the Jewish Israeli hostages taken by the terrorists in Gaza. So he comes with a rich, let me say, political and crisis experience. But he is a Franciscan. There are some Franciscans who are very liberal. There are some Franciscans who are rather conservative. So we don't know a lot about his theological position. So we will see. We will see.
Okay, we have another question. Michael, this is a delicate question, so think
Oh, I
a
love
moment.
it. I
I'll
love it.
read the question. What
Yes.
do you think of the prophecy about Peter the Roman, the last pope? Is a cardinal allowed to pick
up
the
the
name
name?
Peter?
Sure, he is.
He is.
He is, but of course, Petrus Romanus, which is in the prophecy of St. Malachi, which is, according to St. Malachi, the name of the new pope. St. Francis was in persecutione extrema, which means either in the last persecution of the church
Okay.
or in the worst persecution of the church.
Okay, so what?
And if you see the situation of Christians in Africa, in the ISIS areas, they had a lot of persecutions of Christians, also ideological persecutions of Christians in the West, under Pope Francis. So now the next pope would be Petrus Secundus Romanus, but of course it can also refer to a first name, Pietro Parolin, Pierre Battista Pizzaballa, Peter Erdő, Peter Turkson. So we have 4 very promising candidates for papacy who have the first name Peter. So the interpretation of the prophecy of Malachi always comes afterwards. And it's like Nostradamus, where you really try to find the right meaning.
But let's break
But
this down.
theoretically, it's possible that he uses the name Peter. Yes.
All right, we're still looking at the Vatican feed of the Sistine Chapel smokestack.
There's no smoke yet.
No smoke yet. Someone is asking, is Paroline complicit in the London deal? Well,
Well, first of all, the question is if the London deal really was badly intended.
okay, so first point, was the London deal really badly intended? Can we get an answer to that? Have we gotten an answer?
And no, we don't, because generally to invest in real estate is not a crime. It's something very good because the church needs a stable source of income,
Right.
and to invest in the stock market is a much bigger risk.
Okay, so I've even spoken with Cardinal Becciu, the one who was condemned, and he's now appealing. He still maintains an innocence. He doesn't maintain that he might not have made a misjudgment.
And who did it? I did misjudgments in our life. We are all not perfect.
But the evidence for someone taking 20 million or 50 million or 100 million and putting it in their own pocket is not there.
No.
It's not there.
For sure,
so when
Becciu didn't work in his own pocket.
So when you look at this London deal, it became a way to attack the judgment of Vatican leaders, and Paroline is above Becciu. Becciu was in charge of the investment decisions, but he had several men advising him, just as you would imagine. If you were going to spend 200 million on some property, someone would give you some information about it, saying in another 5 years it'll be worth 300 million. And you say, okay, we'll put the money in this and it will grow. And the actual truth is, if they had not sold that property and held it to today, it would now be profitable by tens of millions.
Absolutely.
So they sold it a little too quickly.
This was the big mistake. But
Anyway.
I wouldn't blame even Becciu, not talking about Paroline, for doing anything deliberately malevolent or evil. You just know. But if you study theology, you're not automatically an expert in financial affairs.
No.
And we had the same thing during the scandal of the Banco Ambrosiano in the late 1970s, where also the involvement of the Vatican and the involvement also of Bishop Marcinkus was very controversial, but most probably, that's what we think today, Marcinkus was just naive. And the same we can say about Becciu. Maybe he was very badly advised, maybe he was naive, or maybe he did the right thing, and just to sell it prematurely was the mistake. So I would neither condemn Becciu, nor would I condemn Cardinal Paroline for it, who was a wonderful man and has some qualifications for papacy for sure.
Well, those remarks, both by Dr. Michael Hazeman and by myself, are against the current of the mainstream press, which piled on in such a way that it may be difficult for our hearers to even imagine that there is a case to be made for not the complete innocence of Becciu or the innocence of Paroline, but just that this was a business deal that, for different reasons, was brought to trial as a possible misuse of funds or misuse of office or misjudgment to the level of malfeasance. But never has it been shown that millions of dollars went into the pocket of any of these men.
Never.
So,
for sure.
And even that is something we can't know for sure. We just know that we have never seen the evidence.
It was never proven.
Never proven.
Sure.
So I hope people are not shocked by what we just said, but we're trying to tell you what we know and not what we don't know.
We have a prophet. Colin McCarthy says Cardinal Peter Turkson will be the next. Well,
Colin McCarthy, how do you know? It says Cardinal Peter Turkson will be the next.
Maybe he is a prophet. I don't know who will be the next pope. Peter Turkson is a wonderful man, and he also would be a good pope.
Well, I have to tell you that I have had many meetings with Peter Turkson.
Yeah. I wouldn't have any problem with him being the new pope.
Peter Turkson.
And an African pope would be good, because the fastest growing church at the moment is the Church of Africa, with the most conversions. And on the continent of Africa, there's a struggle, a battle between Christianity and Islam. And indeed, an African pope would stimulate more conversions and give the Christians and Africa a lot of strength and support. So an African Pope, very welcome.
I think.
Black popes matter.
Last two messages from Anna.
Okay, we're getting some messages right now. The atmosphere becomes nervous. Okay. We have word that there are more gendarmes and members of the Association of Saints Peter and Paul around in the square.
For sure, there's more security, much more security
The
than
atmos-
ever.
The atmosphere is becoming nervous. So more security has entered St. Peter's Square.
Well, we lived in different times, where we are now in the time of the danger of Islamic terror. So this is the reason, but indeed this is true. But I never experienced, and this is my third conclave, so much security on St. Peter's Square. It's so difficult to get on the square. But the reasons for it, well, most probably, but generally on the international scene, after, for example, the terrorist attack on Israel and generally political situation. There also is a threat of a terror attack on the parade in Moscow today. And
Okay, that's something we didn't mention yet, but
Yes.
I want people to have in their minds. Something happened 80 years ago on this day.
yes,
We're on the 80th anniversary of an important moment,
the
which was
capitulation of Germany, the end of World War II.
the end of World War
in
II
Europe, in Europe,
in Europe
yes,
was
yes,
on this day 80 years
yes,
ago.
Yes,
Germany capitulated,
yes,
signed unconditional surrender,
yes.
and this is being celebrated today and tomorrow in Moscow in a
It
famous.
was already celebrated in London,
Yeah.
and today it is celebrated in Moscow. And we had a public warning on something like X by President Zelensky, but he would not guarantee for the safety and security of the head of states who are participating in the parade in Moscow.
Which means
And what means that they are preparing, or they did prepare, obviously, some kind of terror attack on the parade. And I call it terror attack because most of the people who are there are completely innocent.
yes,
and
I mean,
hate this kind of warfare in any way.
well, we don't like civilians to
No,
be killed.
absolutely.
I don't even like soldiers to be killed.
I don't like anybody to be killed.
I mean, who thinks putting pieces of metal through another man's body
Right,
solves
right,
the argument?
Right.
I mean, if I say your argument,
Yeah.
I would argue against you.
Sure,
But
sure,
if I suddenly pull my gun out and shoot you,
sure,
you would think I was unfair.
Yeah, absolutely. So we as Christians are men of peace, and also in the Ukrainian-Russian war, I'm on the side of Pope Francis, who said that negotiation is the important thing, or Pope Pius XII, who said, you will win everything with peace and you will lose everything with war. And
I don't
this
want
is what
to-
he said just a couple of days before World War II began, and he was so completely right. Or I remember how John Paul II, our beloved John Paul II, was standing in this window over there and said, "No more war." And it was when the US invaded Iraq. So I'm absolutely on the side of the peacemakers, and
Okay.
so was our Lord, who
Let's-
said, "Blessed are the peacemakers."
Well, I don't want you and I to be seen as sort of pink peaceniks, but
Peacemakers for sure.
we would like to make peace.
Yes.
If it's forced upon us to defend our beloved, we would have to. Church teaches a just war is just, but so many wars are contrived. They're under different financial interests. Lies are told, and our minds are filled with the fog of war.
Yeah.
And people who are pulling the strings are making money while many people die. So to cut through all of the fog, to propose a reasonable compromise, to stop the guns from firing,
Yeah.
to cease paying even the war machines,
Yeah,
seems to me that can be a Christian position.
absolutely.
And
And
in
I'm very
keeping-
happy that you have a president in the US now who is a peacemaker and who wants to make peace everywhere. And so the new question is, and there was one question, if a cardinal is already choosing the name before the conclave, which we will have, I'm pretty sure that every cardinal was thinking about the possibility, what name would I choose? And for example, a friend of mine interviewed in the 1990s Cardinal Ratzinger, and asked him just theoretically, which name would you like the next Pope to have? And he said, well, Benedict would be wonderful because of Benedict of Nursia, because of Benedict XV, the peacemaking Pope, and so on. And later he was chosen and became Benedict, just as an example. But most probably nearly every cardinal was dealing with the question already.
Okay, so if we truly would have and you used the words in the ultimate persecution. What was that phrase?
Yes, in Persecutione Extrema.
In the Persecuzione Extrema.
But this was the title of Pope Francis.
This is the prophecy that the next to the last Pope, and some people think it's not a separate Pope. That's why I'm bringing it up again. You can interpret it as referring to this papacy of Francis, and then the next line says, then Petrus Romanus
Right.
will sit on the throne under
Will pastor the sheep.
pastor his sheep, and it says
during the tribulations.
the tribulation
and before our Lord returns, before we judge the eternal judge.
before,
So
it's an apocalyptic vision.
Yes.
I actually feel like Pope Benedict saying, I don't want to say, may it not come. I want to say, may it come.
Yeah, right.
We would see the Lord.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's-
Maranatha.
Maranatha means, come Lord. Come,
Yeah.
Lord Jesus.
Oh,
John Paul Sandoval, don't get sunburned out there, Bob and Michael. Please get out of the Gilligan
you
hats.
got so
Get-
sunburned during the funeral of Pope Francis, but it doesn't really matter, When during the funeral of Pope Francis, jokingly we said, look, Pope Francis is in heaven. We are burning.
These are jokes.
Of course, but Pope Francis is in heaven. So,
Yeah. So a reader, Father, can I borrow that hat maybe? But maybe Hazeman.
it's not a bad joke
Now this-
because it says by Pope Francis. Okay, habimus Papa. Give me white staccato.
No. I don't want the top of your head to be burned. You could have a stroke.
I will not. I'm used to it. As I said, I spent 4 hours in the sun during the funeral of Pope Francis, and I'm really used to it. And I like sun. So
I think I'd like to bring Aurelio here because I think we're going to get some smoke soon. And
make the church great again. Make Catholicism great again. We should write on it.
you don't want this? Can we put another chair here? All right.
All right.
So we're looking at this smokestack where people on the rooftops by us are out looking. There's not too many people podcasting. Everyone is watching.
But nothing happens, and it means that during the fourth term, no pope was elected. Now, at the moment, the fifth one is going on, and we will have the results at about 7 o'clock, between 7 and 8 o'clock, let's say, for sure.
Okay, what Dr. Hazeman is saying is that last night, no pope. This morning, 2 more ballots. Number 2, number 3, no pope. That there has just been another ballot and no pope. Therefore, we did not get the smoke.
Now we have the fifth
Because we've had 4 ballots, and he thinks the ballot is finished and there's no smoke. If they had elected a pope, we would have the white smoke.
Yes.
I think it's a reasonable hypothesis. Again, everything is very secret, hermetically sealed off. Nobody knows, but
Nobody knows if they are still alive.
yeah. So we did hear that little text message that the square is filled with more gendarmes than usual. So I don't know what to make of that, but we now think our best judgment now is they're going to the 5th vote, and they may be voting right now, and that will take another hour to finish the vote and a half hour to count and maybe see if they're close or if they have a candidate. If they do not, we'll still get the black smoke. If they do, on the 5th vote, 1 last night, 4 today, on the 4th today or the 5th totally, we might have a pope. If we don't, we go on to tomorrow, Friday the 9th. And that starts to make this conclave longer than the last one, longer than the one that elected Pope Benedict, and getting close to the length of the one that elected John Paul II. So we're on the hinge of history here today, trying to determine the man who will lead the Roman Catholic Church, who will be the successor of Peter. We're talking about prophecies that he'll be Peter the Roman. We know 4 of the cardinals are named Peter, and we know each of those 4 cardinals has a chance. Peter Parolin, Peter Pizzaballa, Peter Turkson from Ghana, Africa, and Peter Erdo from Budapest, Hungary, whom both of us know fairly well. But I've also met Parolin. I've also met often with Peter Turkson.
The longer the conclave takes, the higher is the probability or the possibility of a surprise. Because in the beginning, we are voting for the most obvious candidates. And then in the middle phase, you have some kind of alliances. For example, candidate A is promising candidate B. He would be Secretary of State, what means the second man in the Vatican, if his votes are going over to candidate A. And if we don't have majority by any kind of deal, then some outsiders are suggested, and maybe one outsider is charismatic enough, like it was Bergoglio last time, to get a majority of the 2/3 majority we need. So 2/3 of the 133 cardinals who are voting.
Okay, Blue Bear, Robert, who is your pick? Well, oh gosh, who is my pick? I know you know well 20 or so of the cardinals. I think Peter Erdo, about whom I wrote a book, I have to say, is a very calm. They might not think of him as that jovial pope that some people are hoping for, but he's a canon lawyer of extreme intelligence, a student of history. He's aware of relations with Russia and communism because he grew up in communist Hungary. He's aware of relations with Islam because Turkey, as the Ottoman Empire, took control of Hungary for centuries. He's very familiar with the whole history of that. He's familiar with Rome because he's been on many congregations over the years. For 10 years, he was chosen as the president of the Bishops' Conferences of Europe. During those years, he brought together Orthodox and Catholic bishops regularly to talk about Christian unity, whether the Orthodox world, the Greek world, could conceivably return to Rome, and how Rome could also keep the faith in such a way as to reassure the Orthodox that we were truly Christian, because we have a profound 1,000-year-long schism, which is so terrible because we should be together. But Peter Erdo is very familiar with all of these things, and he knows English. He doesn't like to speak it because he feels he's imperfect, but he's quite good. Knows Italian very well, knows Latin very well, speaks Hungarian, which none of us speak, and he even speaks Russian. And he would be able to deal with the Russians.
He would be a very good bridge builder. And if you keep in mind that Hungary is the most pro-life government in the European Union and is the most unwoke government in the European Union, we have to say that he comes from a very good background, because actually his influence on the Hungarian government is rather strong. And also the Hungarians stand strongly behind him. And he is a very, very popular Archbishop of Esztergom and Budapest in Hungary. So he actually would be my pick too. I fully agree with you.
Then if we did choose someone like Peter Turkson, with whom I've had a number of conversations, I must say he's criticized for attending certain meetings like Davos he's sent by the Vatican to be their representative, but he's very aware of the little people
Yes,
and
yes,
the poor
sure,
people.
sure.
His family was a poor family. His father was a manganese miner
Right, I
in
know,
Ghana.
I know.
And I think he's got a
Come with us on a unique pilgrimage and retreat to renew your spirit. Experience the beauty and richness of southern Spain. Our retreat master, Father Charles T. Murr, a renowned Catholic priest, best-selling author, philosopher, theologian, trained psychologist, and pastor of souls. Father Murr will guide us through 3 mornings of spiritual reflections at a convent located in the historic heart of Carmona, Spain, promising a transformative journey. Experience an intimate evening with Father Murr at his home. Wine, dinner, music, and conversation, a highlight of this unique experience. Explore picturesque towns in Andalusia, each with its own history and charm. From the ancient streets of Carmona to the majestic beauty of Cordoba, the breathtaking views of Ronda, the remarkable village of Centenil, and the historic wonders of Seville. Our pilgrimage will be filled with awe-inspiring moments. Join us on this profound spiritual journey and rediscover the joy of faith, fellowship, and renewal. Book your place now and embark on a pilgrimage and retreat unlike any other. Have you ever longed for a pilgrimage that deepens your faith and transforms your heart while staying on a secluded island in a Franciscan monastery? Join us on a mercy pilgrimage to Croatia and Medjugorje, an extraordinary experience led by Father James Blount and hosted by Inside the Vatican Pilgrimages. Spend 4 unforgettable nights in Medjugorje, immersing yourself in the sacred beauty of Our Lady's message. Explore the cities of Dubrovnik and Split with expert Catholic guides, uncovering the rich history and the deep spiritual roots of these remarkable cities. Then, embark on a 5-day spiritual retreat on the private island of Bagia, Croatia. Surrounded by the serene waters of the Adriatic Sea and the breathtaking landscapes, you'll have the rare opportunity to grow deeper in faith, guided by Father James Blount in prayer, reflection, daily Mass, culminating with a healing Mass. Along the way, expect grace-filled encounters, unique cultural experiences, and moments of unexpected joy. Due to the high demand, multiple pilgrimage dates are available, with additional options for 2025. Reserve your place today and step into the sacred path of mercy and renewal during the Jubilee of Hope. Visit Inside the Vatican Pilgrimages to learn more and to register now.
Hello, I'm Robert Moynihan on the rooftop of a Vatican apartment building where some cardinals live just next to St. Peter's Square, just outside Vatican City, looking down on St. Peter's Square. The crowds are gathering this evening, May 8th, 2025, the conclave after the death of Pope Francis, who died just 2 weeks ago on April 21st. And we are now expecting some smoke in the next hour, maybe an hour from now. It's unpredictable. It could happen at any moment. We believe they had a vote last night, which failed. It was the 9 o'clock smoke. Then they had a vote this morning, and the second vote this morning, and we had black smoke at noon. So there were 3 votes. We believe there's been a 4th vote that's just ended, and they're failed again, and we're having a 5th vote. I think the smoke will either be white or black. White if the vote is elected on the 5th vote, which is what happened with Benedict XVI, and also with Pope Francis. Both of them on the second day. Exactly what happened with Pope Francis. It was the last vote of the day. The white smoke came about 6 in the evening, and it took almost an hour and a half for him to come out on the balcony. I'm with Dr. Michael Hasemann, a wonderful German historian who's worked in the Vatican archives for months at a time. He knew very well Benedict XVI was German. He knew even better the brother of Pope Benedict XVI was a director of a musical choir in Regensburg, Germany. And therefore, we have an insider with regard to the Vatican, the papacy of Pope Benedict, but also in recent years, he's been in the Vatican archives to study the work of Pope Pius XII during the Second World War. So we have a very well-informed Vatican insider, Dr. Michael Hasemann. We're here waiting for the smoke. Dr. Hasemann is going to have to leave in a few minutes, and we have a very special guest who has just arrived from outside of Italy. And he'll be joining us. And then we're going to also bring back Maestro Aurelio Porphyry, who's a wonderful Vatican insider who played the organ at St. Peter's Basilica, and he knows many of the Italian cardinals very well. And I'm emotional right now because we're at the hinge of history, in a way, of European history, of cultural history. We go more in a woke direction, to become conservative again. And in this vote, a lot of humanity's hopes are riding. And Dr. Hasemann, what do you hope to see?
Well, I hope to see Pope who is restoring the unity of the Church, which became rather polarized in the last decade, so to say, and a Pope who is strongly defending the Catholic doctrine and the Catholic moral against the woke ideology, which is unfortunately taking over the world, more or less. Thanks God, in your country and the US, they were defeated last November, and values were restored by the man who promised to make America great again. And maybe we need a Pope who makes Catholicism Catholic again or great again.
Who do you think that could possibly be? We hear seagulls chirping in the background. And really, we're in late afternoon. Evening will be falling soon. The temperature will drop. The winds will pick up. And the seagulls love that wind, and they coast across St. Peter's Square.
Yeah, everywhere, yeah, just everywhere. And I wonder if one of them already knows the outcome of the conclave. But I think, for example, a man like Peter Elder, who was formed in the history of Europe at the time of the division between free Western Europe and the communist Eastern Bloc.
So you're talking about Cardinal Peter Erdős of Budapest, Hungary.
Yes, Hungary.
You think he knows the history of...
Absolutely. He is one of the historically most educated candidates, and he is, with his biography, a part of European history. And keep in mind, today we have maybe 8, not only the day of St. Michael, but also the day when St. Michael is defeated.
So May 8th today is the anniversary. 88 years have passed since the end of World War II. It's a war that
To render the unfinished surrender of Nazi Germany, wonderful day, because the great heresy of the 1930s and 40s, the great heresy of its time, was defeated by both the prayers of Pope Benedict XVI and the American and British and Russian soldiers who were fighting against Hitler's evil army, which brought so much suffering for all Europe. And today we have a big parade in Moscow celebrating it. A couple of days ago we had a big parade in London celebrating it. So it's a very special day. And National Socialism was the big threat to the Catholic faith in the 1940s. Later, communism became the big threat of the Catholic faith. And now it's wokeism, the great evil ideology of our times. Maybe May 8, 2025 will mark the victory of the Catholic Church over wokeism.
So maybe May 8th, 2025 will mark the victory of the Catholic Church over wokeism.
We can only pray for it, but what we need is a strong Pope, a Pope who is defending our faith and who is not compromising it with the zeitgeist, with the ideologies of our times, which are coming and going, and who always will be defeated by Saint Michael, who is defeating the devil eventually, who is behind all these ideologies, conspiracies.
Michael Hazelman, one last remark before we bring on our next guest, who was just flown in here from outside of Italy. And just as a German, you celebrate today.
Our liberation. We are celebrating our liberation from Nazis.
Also, you are recalling another German, Pope Benedict XVI, whom you knew. You met with him each year and spoke almost an hour with him. Brought the Catholic Church, in a sense, back into its self-awareness of being against relativism, of being for human nature, as opposed to kind of ideology, returning to the tradition. How do you feel about all of the mixture of these events coming together today?
Maybe his most important homily he gave on the Holy Mass for the opening of the conclave in 2005, when he said that the world is threatened and endangered by a dictatorship of relativism. And I have to say today more than even 20 years ago. And then, as a German, his wish for the first papal trip was to go to Poland, and especially to go to Auschwitz. And everybody wanted to look at the minefield for German Pope to go to Auschwitz. And, the wrong rumors about the silence of Pope Pius XII and so on. No, especially I want to go there. And what happened? He went to Auschwitz, this very humble and highly educated, very wise, wonderful Pope, and he asked God for forgiveness for the horrible crimes committed in Auschwitz. And God replied. A rainbow appeared. Everybody who was there, including television cameras and photographers, saw that in the very moment that Pope Benedict asked God for forgiveness in Auschwitz, a rainbow appeared. Of course, it was real, the 7 colors. It is the sign of the covenant of God, not the perverted rainbow, the 6 colors, called brown color. So God replied to it. And Pope Benedict was the Pope who went to more synagogues than any Pope before, since St. Peter, who was a Jew, and originally. And so he really did a lot to set the record straight and to restore what is good of Germany. The Germans are very rarely mediocre people. Sometimes they are extremely great. We have wonderful authors, we have wonderful composers, we have wonderful visionaries in Germany, but we also had some very evil people, from Martin Luther to Adolf Hitler, Austrian, but anyway. And we did some very evil things in history, like, starting Second World War and being very strongly involved at the beginning of World War One. And the horrible 30 Years War, which destroyed all Central Europe between 1618 and 1648 and so on. So he indeed was a blessing for our country. I consider him the greatest German of all time. Therefore, he would disagree and say, "No, I'm Bavarian, I'm not German," but because the Bavarians are proud to be Bavarian. So he was okay. He was both Bavarian and German, but for sure was the greatest German and the greatest Bavarian of all time.
Greatest Bavarian of all time, the greatest German of all time, Pope Benedict XVI, preceded Pope Francis. Pope Benedict just died about a year and a half ago. And no, the end of 2022,
It was 2.5.
two and a half years ago, last day of 2022. Michael, I really appreciate you being on. I think you're coming back. You have a couple of things to attend to. You're in demand, I think, in many television stations.
A pleasure, honor to come back. God bless you and God bless America. Everyone who was watching this program and is reading the best magazine ever published in Saturday.
Oh, well, thank you, Michael.
Yes,
Dr. Hazel.
always my pleasure.
Go to a commercial. We'll have a new guest in just a moment.
Oh, it's already.
Hello, this is Robert Moynihan once again from a rooftop next to St. Peter's Square, and I have with me now a man from Moscow, Leonid Sevastianov, who was born in Rostov-on-Don, which is a Cossack city, and he was a member of a Cossack family, which was an believer family in Russia, a Christian family, an Orthodox family, and he was a seminarian in the Russian Orthodox Church. He stopped being a seminarian after studying for several years, and he's come now as a layman, but someone who knows something that happens in the Kremlin, something that happens in the Vatican. He's also got friends in Washington, D.C. He comes here on May 8th to attend this conclave. We've known each other for 25 years. We've worked together to have certain concerts and other cultural projects to try to build a little bridge between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, and in a sense between the United States of America and Russia. Leonid Sevastianov, great to have you here. Thank you for having me. What's your impression this afternoon? What do you think will happen?
I think that it's a very historical afternoon,
It's a historical afternoon.
and I guess we will have Pope by midnight or by the end.
You think
Somehow I feel it.
he feels we will have a pope by the end of this day?
Yes. And I have my own preferences. Actually, it's not my own preferences, but what I think that would be better for Russia, for Russian people. I have my own preferences. I'm kind of a little bit silent about that. You told that I had a deep relationship with Pope Francis.
Actually, I didn't mention that, but you did meet Pope Francis back.
It's not only that I met.
Yes.
I met. Yes, we met together in 2013, and then for 10 years I was his friend. My family was his friend. My wife, she's an opera singer. So, like I said, I have two other babies, Natalia, and the small one is called Francis. In Russia, you don't have this name, Francis. So I called him for Pope Francis. Actually, it's the first Francis in Russia.
So Leonid decided to call his son after a daughter, Natalia. His son was called Francis. And he says it's not a common name in Russia. And he says, in fact, no one else is called Francis in Russia.
Yes, and when we celebrated, like in Russia, it's very big tradition. It's more than to celebrate your name day, onomastic. It's a bigger celebration than your birthday. And so I was thinking what would be onomastic of my son, Francis. So, and I choose March 13th.
March 13th.
When Pope Francis was elected and took his name, Francis. So basically, I mean, my son Francis, he's not called for Francis of Assisi or some other Francis, but for the same Francis Pope that I did with him.
All right. So you, as a Russian, feel that Pope Francis was a holy.
It's like I just feel, because my relationship, I know that some people think about it from a different perspective, canonical perspective or administrative perspective. I treat him as my personal friend and as my spiritual father. And I think that for these reasons, he was saint.
And you think he was a saint?
Yes.
He was a spiritual father to you.
Yeah.
And inside Russia, you've been giving interviews to various news outlets saying that the Western Catholic Francis was friendly to the Russian people.
Yes. And also, I would like to mention that I published yesterday, I published the interview of Francis. It's like his first interview for Russians. That actually was made 2023 in July 2023. But then, for some reason, he stopped and he said that it's not time. Let's wait.
So you did an interview with Francis, and he said, "Don't publish it."
He checked, correct. He agreed on everything. And the moment when I was like publishing it, I guess it's like was July 21st, 2023. He sent me through his secretary of communication saying that don't publish that, like we will publish, right? And then when I saw him also in 2024, 27th of December.
That's right. We were together again.
I told him that this interview, and he said, I want to publish. But then I thought that this little interview is like, I need to modify a little bit, because that interview was made in 2023. So I thought that I will adjust. And I was watching a little bit of and not get sick. It was not published. But so I decided to publish the interview that he approved and actually gave. 2023. You can check. It's published in RIA Novosti. It's like the main agents of Russia.
To check this interview, it's published in RIA Novosti yesterday of Leonid Sebastianov, who was here, with Pope Francis, which was first held back by the Pope. But the Pope got sick, the Pope died, and Leonid has now brought the interview out.
That he approved and he agreed that I will publish.
Okay.
So because I was waiting only just like to modify a few things, and then I did today.
But what we are bringing here now on the rooftop next to the Vatican is a whole aspect of the pontificate that almost nobody knows about.
Yes.
You were, in a sense, a channel for the Pope to speak to the Russian people,
Yes,
even in the midst of this war
Yeah.
in
It's also-
Ukraine.
He chose me to communicate from the 5th of May 2022. he chose me to communicate to Russia through.
And what did you do then?
So basically, he was like, and I actually, because of that, I get a little bit in trouble because like
So you were in danger. You were in danger from the Russian authorities.
very good thing. But so I promised that I will be doing that, and he told me, "Don't be afraid, just move forward and just do what I asked you to do." So he was like on everything, whatever was happening with war in Ukraine, in Russia, in the world, or he was like sending me this vision. I was asking him. He was like communicated, and then through Russian media, I was like telling on behalf of Pope, saying that Pope saying that, and it was going on for 3 years.
Okay.
So I was his kind of media ambassador, and actually it was like big deal because like now in the past 3 years, 4 years, we could completely change the image of the papers in Russia. So far that Russians now, strangely enough, they think that Pope Francis is their big friend. 5 years ago it would be impossible because like the papacy for Russia is like symbol of very aggressive West, symbol of kind of historical struggle or whatever. So it's number one, aggression symbol, whatever. Now, not any longer. So somehow we changed this perception until the point that Russians actually they like Pope Francis, and this is why the West maybe were saying that Pope was pro-Russian. He was not pro-Russian. He was like pro-humans. He was like
Okay. So you're
saying
saying
Christ. He was like pro-gospel.
so you're denying that Pope Francis was ever pro-Russian, but rather pro-human, pro-gospel.
Exactly. He was understanding things. He was like looking for the balance. He was like was looking for the dialogue. He knew that like attacking someone, you would not create a dialogue.
So he was critical of the attack on Ukraine.
Well, in the first moments, he just like I think that he was like very clear. He was like he never hid, his understanding. On the other hand, he just like was saying, it's actually if we want to talk about this kind of his critics toward homosexuality, I can explain also that. But also with the war in Ukraine, it's like a little bit the similar logic. So basically, he was like thinking and saying there are zillions of the world. There are lots of conflicts in the world. So let like treat everyone equally and let understand the dynamic of the war. And it's like and we never finish one war by winning someone. Actually, we're talking today about 80 years anniversary of finish of the Second World War. People say the Americans won, Trump said, Russians say Russians won, but it doesn't actually matter because at the end, victory, you did not solve the nature of the conflicts. So the Second World War finished, then we start the Korean War, then Cold War, when all these disastrous war, until now we have and this was Pope vision. So you cannot solve the problem of the war just by attacking someone or trying to win someone, because you will produce the sense of revenge and new cycle will start. So how you can finish the war is just by creating dialogue, putting just like a competence to talk, and just like they need to see no difference in each other and create somehow common ground for negotiation. So this was point of hope, and that actually West was kind of for Russian. It was not for Russian. So he was like trying to solve the nature of the foundation. So this was kind of very spiritual, very from the sky looking vision.
So now we are here for the election of Francis, April 21st. We believe it's personal tragedy.
For his
And you were here for his funeral.
I had the tickets and I was supposed to be there by the St. Peter. but I could not go. I start crying on the Inauguration, and I could not go, and I thought that I will not go. I cannot. So, yes, I think that.
So now, who do you think among these cardinals would be a man that would continue this kind of open, extended hand of friendship toward the East?
Yeah, interesting thing because we were talking to Pope, and actually he was like, we had kind of very personal relationship that he was like not afraid to tell me whom he would like to be next Pope. I will not tell that because do not influence. Actually, he also
You're saying the Pope in like December told you, or sometime earlier,
December, yes.
who he would like to be the next Pope
I mean, as a human,
as a human person?
it's a preferences, personal preferences. And then actually he said, I don't know, wait, can you secret it? Was secret. So he said that because they lost the nomination of the cardinals,
Yes.
he made the Ukrainian youngest cardinal. He's 45. Sure.
From Australia.
Australia. And he said that the next
Consistory. We're getting cheers. We're getting a clapping from St.
he
Peter's
wanted,
Square.
yeah, he wanted to also to make Russian cardinal first. So it's interesting. So this is what it was like telling to me, but it didn't happen. I hope that with the new Pope actually it will happen.
All right.
So
We are getting something.
snow. We're getting snow.
The two birds. Okay, so I guess they're looking at
This is on the board. This is just Holy Spirit representation.
all right.
So here. So and then
So
but
there's three
Baby.
there's three
three
birds
of them.
on
Goodness.
the roof, and I wouldn't call them doves though. I would call them seagulls.
Yeah.
So I think the Holy Spirit is attempting to get through the roof and to inspire the cardinals to make a spiritual choice, not a political.
Yes.
And we are hoping for that, a holy thought.
Yes, and if you ask me about what would be the preferences, I mean, I will not tell about my my personal preferences, even if I knew some cardinals and I just like have a personal relationship with them. But I think that from political, let's say, political point of view, I think that the world needs some kind of neutral and pastoral hope.
Neutral and pastoral.
I think that if the Pope next time, it would be a representation, some kind of, equality and equality.
So Italian Pope would get a decision because he doesn't represent the United States or England or France.
Exactly, because unfortunately, the world now is again like, by blocks, by visions, and I guess any choice of, let's say, people I like personally, I like some cardinal Americans cardinals. I like Philippine guys. I like in Africa guys, So, but for my personal understanding, it's like really subjective. I think that this time it should be Italian.
All right.
And my preference is Cardinal Zuppi, Cardinal Parra, and Cardinal. Okay. So one of them, it would be a perfect start, new start, and for bringing blocks together, bringing Russia, Ukraine, America, Europe, souls all together to humanity, to the deep Christian tradition, and just to reconciliation and just to dialogue. This is all we need. Wait. There's yes, no. We have a Pope, as I promise you. As I promise you, we have a Pope. Oh my God!
Oh, it's white smoke.
I knew. Pope Francis, he said with it. He said that it
White
was.
smoke is coming.
Oh my
We are delayed.
We have,
Here you can see now, 10 seconds delayed.
yeah, I promise you. We can
Let's bring Aurelio here.
God bless you, Paul. Yes. I hope that he'll be able to stable everything.
Bring Aurelio here.
We have white smoke here. A smoke warning.
A smoke
And
warning.
that's
We're
white
no longer
smoke.
watching.
He'll be as great as Pope Francis, I'm sure.
How did it happen? Try to put it. So we are on. We have a pope. The white smoke is flowing out of the smokestack. And I'm here with an Italian, with a Roman, Aurelio Porphyry, and with Leonid from Russia. And the bells are ringing. We didn't really expect it. It's on the fifth vote. The cardinals came together and selected a pope. And
the bells are ringing now, Rome.
The bells are ringing now over Rome. We are ending the conclave. There will be news coming in the next hour of who is the new pope. We do not know. The white smoke came at 6:08. Aurelio, can you say something? What does it mean to you as a Roman?
Yes, as I said before, I am very eager to know who will be the person that the cardinals have chosen, and we will see. I think it's probably not in 1 hour. I think that will be before the announcement, but we have to wait for the Pope to come out of the balcony.
Well, I'm deeply moved. I almost had a heart attack. I didn't really expect it. I thought it might be 1 more hour.
You were right.
I had my old Russian friend sit down. I think it's somehow. He said it will be tonight. Aurelio, you were saying it would be tonight. I was hoping we might have a couple more days to reflect and talk. We will be here again tomorrow, even though the conclave is over. We do not know who the man is. He is going to be the one who guides the church now through very dangerous, challenging times of a world which is filled with challenges. And he needs to teach the faith. And he needs to try to work for peace, to build unity, to end warfare. It's not his job to do that, but he needs to try to help wherever he can. We have a pope.
Yeah. And this Pope, I feel that he will finish the conflict in Ukraine. He'll finish the conflict between West and Russia, because everyone else failed. And actually, it's like also
everyone else failed. Leonid says this next Pope will finish the conflict in Ukraine and finish the division of the Western society between Western Europe and Russia.
Yes, because Russia is the same Western society.
Because
it's
Russia is
very
part
deeply
of Europe.
Western society.
So,
and it should be included again.
People are excited here in the square, and people are dancing and laughing and hoping. We don't know. Leonid wanted an Italian. We spoke of Cardinal Peter Erdo. Someone wishes for an African. There were talk about the American Prevost. There's talk about the Philippine, either Tagle or David. People from, we all love Cardinal Ranjith from Sri Lanka. We talk about Pizza Bala, the man, the Franciscan who's a bit young at age 60, who offered himself to be exchanged for hostages. Somebody has been named our Pope, and we don't know who it is.
Yes.
This big moment also, why it is very big moment, because the fact that Pope was chosen on the second day shows that actually the cardinals are not divided, actually, as the critics were saying. So actually it's like show that there are kind of mutual vision on the continuity of the Vatican policy.
The fact that in 5 votes they could come to 89, 2/3 majority, and who knows? We don't even, perhaps they were finally by acclamation, they all agree. I mean, that's not to be excluded, and in fact, that was the way it happened. They didn't count the votes, actually. Everyone just stood up and said, we want this man, and they didn't even count the votes. It does seem a display of unity. Actually, I'd like to give you a hug, Aurelio. We have a Pope. Leonid, I hope for peace.
Yes, I hope that it's actually the right one.
Deborah.
Be careful.
We have a
They-
Pope. You brought it in. We're, Father,
Be careful.
Спасибо.
Oh, пожалуйста.
Спасибо.
Father.
I'm gonna fall off the balcony here.
They're burning a lot of ballots.
I was prophetic.
Yeah. Look at that face.
Goodness.
I think it's possible. I don't know. I think it's possible it might even be an African.
African, you think?
They
No.
could decide to go.
Personally, I think the old Zubro pattern
Well,
would be my bet. Because they choose quickly. You see?
you know, we
There
see
is continuity.
we are having some type of interference with our video here. And what do you think? We have a pope.
Yes. We have a pope. We have only to wait to know who is.
Deb, our feed is a little bit jerky.
Yeah, I know.
Is-
I need to take a room.
Yeah, sure.
I need to sit on the top table.
Sure,
This is
sure,
where you need to.
Running. Sure, David.
You can come back later.
How fast will the Pope come?
It should,
Take a while.
Because
should
if
be
I
1 hour.
Whoa,
1 hour.
Maybe an hour.
1 hour?
Oh, no.
You know.
Because I
I
mean,
mean, it could be 40 minutes. Francis was almost an hour and a half.
we're pretty popular.
Okay, Lena, just don't break a wire here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was I good?
You were very good. I need
You sure? Yeah.
You were there at the moment.
No, was I?
It's you were good. It's historic. We can stand even.
So people on this.
Yes,
I was right in the point.
you were.
I was telling the points.
Need this?
Moment Smith and there is some Holy Spirit. You see the first time.
Oh, the people are rushing into the.
Now people are rushing in through the streets of Rome. The word has gone out to the whole city that the Pope has been elected, and we have it right now live. We expect the Pope to step out on the balcony within 60 minutes, but Pope Francis 90 minutes. So we do have a wait still to see who he is.
Yes.
I couldn't be more pleased than to have you with me, Aurelio.
Thank you.
Maestro, and you're a man of deep faith and a man of the city of Rome. How are you feeling right now?
As I say, I am just very curious to know who they selected, because we have so many conversation and we make so many hypotheses, but now we will know the truth, what will be really the Pope. So we have just to be patient and wait that the Cardinal will come and will announce the Habemus Papam. And I think during the Habemus Papam we will not talk, because that is a moment that everyone wants to see, but we can just say that the Cardinal, that should be Cardinal Mamberti, if he is not the one elected, will say Habemus Papam, we have a Pope, and then he first he will go with the name, the name, and then he will say the family name. He will say Cardinal of the Holy Roman Church, and will say the name of this cardinal, and then will say Qui sibi nomen imposuit. It means that he give himself the name, and he will tell which name is going to have. So of course the cardinals, they know already, but all the world of course is like us, waiting for the news to come from that balcony that you can see there. We cannot see it really well because we have the sun that is coming in our direction, but you can see from the live feed. So I think that you have maybe in some regards a better position than us, but of course we are here live. We see the the things happening in this moment. So we are very excited that we can witness this event that we don't know what kind of consequences will have on the life of the church. So you can see that usually when I remember was elected Francis, the how do you say, the red
The tapestry.
the tapestry, yes, the tapestry was closed. They were both closed. They just opened when the cardinal come out. But I don't know.
Can you take a picture?
Maybe they are going to do it now, or they just will wait. Because also they have to put a tapestry on the balcony. So we just wait what they are going to do.
All right. So we, from where we are looking directly into the sun. We're on a rooftop in front of the square. We are only a couple hundred yards away, but the sun is coming directly into our eyes. The crowd is being augmented at every moment. The word has gone forth throughout the city of Rome that a pope has been elected on the 5th ballot on the 2nd day of the conclave of 2025. And this pope will step out on that balcony.
Yes, the one you see now.
Yes.
As I say, the tapestry usually should be closed, but also they have to put like a tapestry with the
the coat of arms.
The coat of arms of I think of the papacy. I think it's like that, or the previous pope. I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's an exciting moment. You can see this picture. The sun, that sun is in this picture, is in our eyes. The crowd is now about 50,000 and growing. People are coming, flooding down the streets of Rome because they want to be present at the first moment that the new pope steps out on that balcony.
And will be announced.
And
so
the announcement will be, I announce to you, Annuncio Vobis.
Gaudium Magnum, I announce to you a great joy.
A great joy. Habemus.
We have the Pope.
Habemus is coming from habeo, I have. Habemus, we have. Papam, we have a Pope. And that still is many minutes away unless some huge surprise occurs. We probably have 45 minutes yet. He has agreed to be Pope. They wouldn't put up the white smoke unless they said to him, do you accept the election? And he had to say, accepto, I accept.
Yeah.
And that moment, that man became the successor of Peter.
And they also ask him the name.
And they,
what name you want to have as a pope, and then he will say what name he wish to take as a pope. So it will be really a moment that I'm sure everyone will remember, because election of the pope is something really peculiar, even if people is not Catholic. But I think that is really a memorable moment for people that are in any case interested in also the Catholic religion, even not being Catholics. I have some people that I know, they are messaging me and they are not Catholic, but they are very curious themselves to know who will be the next Pope of the Catholic Church, number 267. And we have also to wait as everyone else. As I say, for what is my knowledge, there should be some work done in the balcony before, because they have to adjust.
There's an image of Christ that stands on the very center of the Basilica of St. Peter.
We're getting news from the Vatican press office. Smoke was 6:07, and they expect the new pope will be live in about 1 hour, which was at 7, so 7:20 they expect.
Okay.
The new pope, but not the announcement. The announcement will come before.
Right. And then,
okay.
Pope Francis also was elected.
Yes, very similar. 6:07 was the smoke on the 5th ballot. The Pope has been elected. He has accepted. He is now being dressed in the Room of Tears. And he has taken on a role now which will extend, according to all tradition except that of Pope Benedict, who resigned. He will be the Pope until the end of his life.
Yes, we hope that he can have a very healthy life, and that he can lead the church with a strong direction, and also with clear direction, because some people feel a little confused in the recent years, and we hope that there will be a pope that will bring again some clarity in doctrine, some clarity in many issues that are of great concern to the Catholic Church.
Speaking,
he could come out.
he will come out
in the next 15 minutes as well. You said.
Okay.
The announcement could come.
15.
The next 15.
It's possible. We
That's
have
what
got
we're
text
saying.
message that it's possible within the next 15 minutes we will have an announcement of who it will be, and then it could be some minutes after that the new Pope will appear, give his first blessing to the world and to the people here, and make the first remarks just briefly to the world as the new successor of Pope Francis and of Peter and as the vicar of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Speaking to you is Aurelio Porphyry, Maestro Aurelio Porphyry, author of 70 books in Italian, from Trastevere, from the center of Rome, and Robert Moynihan. I am the editor of a magazine called Inside the Vatican. Very appreciative of all these people. We have several thousand people live right now on this live stream, and we appreciate all of you very much.
And I'm also sure, sorry, Robert, I'm also sure that now in many of the kind of government office all over the world, they are also wondering, because of course a pope is not just one person, one religious leader, but has also a very strong political weight. So I can imagine that the people in your country and the people in Russia, in China, all they are very eager to know who will be their coming, we say, opponent, for in some sense, because sometimes the Pope has to go against the current, but I think that it is really a time of a great excitement.
Okay. Actually, this picture shows where we are. We're just on the first building on the right side outside the colony. We're on
You
top
can
of that
see
roof.
us.
You can see us there.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are.
We're waving to you.
Yeah, we are waving. Yes, you can see us, and I think that this is also for us a very historical moment, because myself, as I say, is the second time I see the election live. The first one was Benedict XVI, and this one is the second. For Robert, I don't know how many you saw before.
Benedict and Francis.
And Francis, yes.
Conclaves.
Yes.
Well, I'm deeply moved. I'm hopeful. I'm concerned. It's important to me because in my work I have to be reporting on the Pope in the months and years ahead. I certainly will try to help him. It would be wonderful if it's someone I know very well. And but in any case, this will be Peter. Each Pope has three names. He's born and christened with a name, like Joseph Ratzinger was Joseph. Then he became Benedict. But the third name is also Peter.
We hear the music.
Yeah.
This is so great.
Yes, that is the music. Is the banda? I think is the banda dei Carabinieri. That is a police force in Italy. They will be under the balcony because they also will play the Italian national hymn. And so it's really, I think, a moment of great fervor. Everyone is really curious. We can see also around us the Jesuits are already on their place very close to our location.
Yeah, right next to us, about 50 Jesuits have gathered on the roof of the world headquarters of the Jesuit order.
Yes.
And they are probably hoping for another Jesuit Pope.
Yes.
Maybe we're going to swing this camera. But we're getting the feed on this. We're not on at all now. It doesn't matter. There we are. Okay, so I'll hold this. Okay. It won't. We've got wires attached, and we don't want to lose connectivity. People are. People are shouting again in the square.
They are shouting because, as I say, I think, of course, there are many movements behind the curtain of the balcony. They are preparing. And as I say, someone should come out and they have to prepare for the tapestry that will be shown during the announce for a new pope. We hope for a time of grace, a time where there will be a return to tradition, a return to Orthodox Catholic doctrine. We hope that the new pope will address also the need not only of certain I would say certain kind of people, but that he will take into account also other people that may have had difficulties with the previous pontificate.
Yeah.
And so we really hope that this pope will be like a conciliator, and that I think is very important. So we made many names before also, I also did, but now we will know exactly who will be the one.
I would
What
say
are we seeing on the screen? Is that the people band?
yes.
Yes, the band. I say
Okay.
that also is the Vatican musical band, that the brass band of the Vatican. So now, as I say, we should see something happening on the balcony, and then immediately after, the people will prepare the balcony. Usually come out the cardinal for the announcement.
Yeah, there'll be.
The Vatican Secretary of State's balcony.
Well, I would like to go back to the central question: what is a pope, and what is the role really of every follower of Christ, disciples of Christ? He was the good shepherd. The good shepherd tried to save the sheep and protect the sheep with physical protection and with spiritual protection. Our society understands physical protection, but we've lost sight of spiritual protection.
Yes.
We've lost sight of the fact man does not live by bread alone. We do need bread. We do need material success, and we need technology and running water, but we need to have the logos of God, the meaning,
yes,
the word of God,
yes,
the idea of the holy, the idea that we are of dignity in the image and likeness of God. If we don't have this idea, we descend towards cruelty.
Yes.
We descend towards abuse.
Inhumanity.
In other words, humanity needs to transcend itself if it becomes itself.
Yes.
It's a paradox.
Yes.
And the church is in the world like a sign of contradiction to preach the kingship of a Lord who is the Lord of history, but he's also beyond history.
Yes.
This is the main spiritual point I wanted to make just before the announcement of the Pope. He's a political figure, he's a diplomatic figure, he's a cultural figure, but most of all,
he's a religious figure.
He's a religious figure who points beyond space and time, beyond all the problems of this world, toward eternity. Here we go.
And also, I like to remember to our viewers that today, 8th of May, is also a feast of the Virgin Mary. And so we hope that this pontificate will start under the sign of the Virgin Mary. We see what is happening there.
You know, I don't know. I can hardly.
We are sorry. This is the Vatican brass band, and they are probably going to play the Vatican hymn, the hymn that was composed by Gounod. And we can see also that there are, yes, another band that is approaching St. Peter's Basilica.
So this is for you, Aurelio. You are a musician, a conductor, a composer.
Yes.
How do you feel?
Of course, I feel very excited. I'm really curious. I mean, really, really curious of who will be the next Pope, as we all are, I think. And because in any case, with all our limitations, but we try to be Catholics, and the Pope, of course, for us has quite an importance. So we have to, we can see also the people waving at the camera and the Swiss Guard with their beautiful customs that.
From the senior cardinal of the order of bishops, and then they read a passage from the gospel, which, as we talked about with Liz and also Dr. O'Donnell, I mean,
they are preparing to salute their future leader, because we have to remember that the Vatican is also a state.
Yes.
A Vatican state. So we are, as we also, they are waiting to know who will be the next Pope. But now everyone is very excited. The atmosphere is of strong curiosity, but also of great excitement. I'm sure everyone is in his heart hoping that the Pope will come, the Pope that they wish to come. And
Okay, so Aurelio, let's say a brief prayer.
Okay.
You can say the prayer.
Can I pray in Latin?
Yes, please pray in Latin, and maybe either you make a translation or I will translate.
Oh no, but it's a Ave Maria in Latin.
Okay.
Everyone knows Ave Maria.
Okay, Ave Maria is Hail Mary.
Yes.
So say it slowly.
Okay.
And this is our prayer for this new Pope, who will have a great weight on his shoulders, but he will receive the gift of God's grace to carry out his task.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tui mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostre. Amen. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
It behooves us to fulfill all righteousness.
Yes.
That means we need to pray. We don't need to just comment and analyze. Prayer is necessary because it reaches out like a hook towards God and says, please help us, because we as human beings are very flawed and fragile. We make mistakes, but we still keep trying to come back to some higher good, which is proposed to us by Christ.
Yeah, this is sorry. This is the Carabinieri, the one I said before, the banda of the Carabinieri. Carabinieri are one of the police force in Italy. So they are going under the balcony because they will play the Italian national hymn, Fratelli d'Italia, Brothers of Italy, we can translate. And then I don't remember if before or after, of course, they will play the Vatican hymn that was composed by the French musician Charles Gounod. That is also the hymn now for several decades. I don't remember exactly when they decide to be the hymn, but
so Aurelio, we are here at the hinge of history. This new Pope has many hopes. We hope for the end of war. We hope for the end of tremendous conflicts between people. There's so much work we could do. We could work together to make the world a garden. And we are at the hinge of history because the prophecy of St. Malachi speaks of this as the last Pope. I know that that's a bit...
Petrus Romanus.
Petrus Romanus, Peter the Roman. We will hear the words and we will try to remain a little bit silent.
Yes.
We don't want to cover up, and perhaps we're talking too much now. The crowds in Rome are gathering. I think we're up to more than 100,000 people in St. Peter's Square. As you can see, the sun is still shining brightly. It's late afternoon. It is well before sunset. Before the night falls, we will have a new Pope in the Roman Catholic Church who will be the successor of Peter, the Vicar of Christ, the leader of a church that represents the love of God for humanity, the sacrifice of Christ on Calvary, the resurrection, a hope of eternal life. He wants to preach this, and he wants to show this by acts of charity towards struggling humanity.
Yes, and I also think that, what I'm really thinking now, I'm thinking now about what the new Pope is thinking now, because he's still not revealed to the world, and he has to, make sense of what is happening to him, because, being a Pope is not a very easy thing.
I think we must understand that everything in nature is perfected by grace.
which builds on nature. The Pope has, whoever he is, he's spent years studying. He's spent years working, teaching, being a bishop, praying. His whole life has been devoted to Christ. He's given up marriage. None of these men have taken wives. He's not got physical children, but he has spiritual children.
Yes.
Now all of humanity becomes his concern. First the church, and then the world. So he's a father, and Papa means father. So he is the Holy Father that we will now put a lot of our hope in, that he will lead us in a way of courage, in a way of faith, in a way of truth.
Yes, and I'm sure that, as I say, everyone is in his own heart now is really wishing that we will have a holy Pope, a Pope that will be able to face the great problems that are today in our modern world, all the wars, all the woke culture, gender. I mean, there are so many things that the Pope have to address. And so, of course, every one of us is very, very eager to know who will be called to be this person that have to face all these kind of very complicated issues, because that will not be easy at all.
So the whole church is 1 billion and more people. Some of us are getting some more cheering. We expect when he comes out on the balcony, unless Cardinal Mamberti, Dominique Mamberti, will come out, he's a Frenchman, he will speak, Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum, I announce to you a great joy, habemus papam. We will not speak at that moment.
No.
We will try to find out the name.
Yes.
Because it will be in Latin and he has a French accent, and we may say for a moment, who did he say?
And also because some cardinals have the same name.
Yeah.
So if they announce name, it can be referred to 3 or 4 cardinals. So we will not know exactly until they will not say the last name, the family name. And then we will be sure who will be the cardinal elected as a pope. Everyone is waiting now. Really, the square is almost full, but there is still some space here. But the part we are not seeing, I'm sure, is already full of people. I don't know if the cardinals will come out also in the near balconies, like I think it was for Francis.
Yes.
They come on the nearby
They're usually,
balconies.
there's pictures later. We're so far away and we don't have zoom camera. My binoculars, I'm having. No,
Yeah, good.
I can't see in the sun. But
sorry, we can listen. They are playing.
Okay, but so I know, but 8 or 10 other cardinals and some Vatican monsignors will come out on the balcony with the new pope. But that's not so much my concern. All these small.
They are
details.
playing the Italian hymn.
Yeah, this is the hymn, the national anthem of Italy, and Aureliano is putting his hand on his heart. And,
introduction here to the Vatican anthem.
This is a moment in history. I feel privileged to be here.
And now I think they play, the Vatican hymn.
And this is the Vatican anthem. And we are very close now to the revelation of the new Pope. To privilege the silence of the moment. We can hear the crowds, the music. We'll hear the voice, I think, of Cardinal Mamberti announcing. We can know who the new Pope would be. We can have some moments of silence, and we can name the name and name who it is, and then wait a few moments just because we'll probably be out of breath and our hearts will be beating fast. And here's the Swiss Guard getting everything prepared now to salute the new Pope, who will greet the city of Rome and the world. The phrase is urbi et orbi. Urbis is
the city.
The city, to the city, and orbi is to the world.
Yes.
We have a
Sure, those, the Vatican hymn and then the Italian national anthem played a mutual salute between the two groups of bands. And now the mutual salute and greeting of both.
The Pope has been elected.
This is just like when we see at Easter and
Yes,
at
and
Christmas.
The room refers to the desire to give himself completely to God and the recognition that his destiny has now been decided. He will be the Pope for the rest of his life. This burden has descended on his shoulders. And we somehow wish to share that burden with him in whatever we can do in our writing and et cetera. And all of you, if you share your prayers to give him the strength, because our battle is not with flesh and blood, but with powers and principalities, which are spiritual and which are filled with hopelessness and with narrow-mindedness and with doubt. And the Pope has to pierce through that with deep faith.
Yes.
And give that faith to humanity so that we can work together and live out our lives as Christians. This is from the eternal city of Rome, which has been here for 2,770 years. And this is the year 2025.
I think they are coming because I can see on the screen they put the balcony. So probably they are quite ready to come out. This is my guess. They put the balcony on the screen, so something is going to happen in the next
There it is.
few minutes.
See, they're starting to focus
Yes.
on the balcony.
This is the balcony.
So first, the man who will announce the Pope has been elected will come out and say, I announce, Annuncio Vobis, I announce to you, Gaudium Magnum, a great joy, and then he will give the name. That will not be the Pope. And then the Pope will come out a few moments later.
Usually it's a few moments later.
And we will know who is the successor of Pope Francis, who passed away on April
The successor
21st.
of Peter.
The successor of Peter.
Yes.
Yes.
And also the successor of Pope Francis, indirectly. You can see the smiling faces. Everyone is waiting for the moment the Pope will be announced. And we are too, because we are also very, very curious.
Different sizes. So there you go.
So now we can see if all our predictions were accurate or not.
Well, only one of them could have been.
Exactly.
And then if they shout Viva il Papa, it means long live the Pope, or
Yes.
more or less congratulations.
Yes,
Viva is life.
Yes.
Viva, long life to the Pope. So we are in Italy, but many people from around the world are here. Even on our rooftop, we have people from different countries.
Yes.
And we're so moved by the fact that we actually have a Pope who's been elected on the 5th ballot, the last ballot of the second day. The cardinals really showed that they could come together. He had to receive 89 votes out of the 133. He didn't receive those votes in the first 4 ballots. So the 5th ballot chose the Pope.
Yes, I think that we can hear the helicopter that is above us because, of course, they are checking everything also from above, and we have here many seagulls that now are convening to this St. Peter's Square. So it's a very fascinating moment to be here in this moment. We can see also on the other balcony close to us, there are many people waiting, many journalists waiting for the announcement.
So I'm hopeful. I feel a sense of hope for fraternity, for brotherhood, but for true Christian, not just a kind of humanistic feeling, which is so tempting to leave Christ out. We do need the transcendent. We need the sense that the belief that our lives are related to the life of the Holy God and to His Son, who came to this world and showed us precisely how we ought to live.
Yes, and also you think that in a few minutes, these days we have talked for hours about hypotheses and things, but in few minutes we are going to talk about something completely different because we will have a name. So we will have a real person that we can talk what kind of pope he will be, and so that is really something very special. I mean, I don't know why they are not coming yet, but they should come. I see they already have prepared the balcony. But now really everyone is waiting.
Cardinals are in the crowd. Yeah, the Cardinals are in the crowd.
Ah.
There's Murr.
That's Cardinal Whirl in the middle.
Yeah, and that's O'Malley.
That's O'Malley on the left side.
Not O'Malley.
Yep, they're the Cardinals.
But they are not electors.
No, they
No,
just.
they're the older ones.
They are, yes.
So none of them were elected. We know it's not O'Malley.
Yes.
But they don't. These Cardinals do not know who was elected.
So that was an interesting shot. Those are the white gloves and the strong arms of the Swiss Guard holding up their halberds. And
Care more about the photos.
Father Jim.
Yes.
Father Jim, how do you feel?
Excited and happy. Cried a little bit.
Very happy, and I cried a little bit. I called Bishop Baker, former Bishop of Birmingham. Former Bishop of Birmingham. I called Bishop Felipe Esteves, my retired bishop. He was very happy to hear the news. He's not near a television set right now, but he will be.
All right. Okay.
So,
God bless.
thank you for having me here.
All right. Well, this is the end of a long process. This is the end, really, of the pontificate of Pope Francis. It now yields. We've been in a moment of sede vacante, no pope, since the death of Francis. We know the Church faces many difficulties. We do pray for this new pope. We will immediately turn to the question of what he will be doing and how we can help him accomplish. Those are the keys of Peter. Whenever you see a statue of Peter, he holds the keys to the kingdom of heaven, and those same keys are referred to in the inscription around the base of the cupola in St. Peter's Basilica, where it says, Tu es Petrus, et super hanc Petram, you are Peter, and upon this Peter,
This rock, yes.
this rock, edificabo ecclesiam meam, I will build my church, et tibi dabo, and I will give to you, claves regni celorum, the keys of the kingdom of heaven. So that's why Peter always received the keys, because Christ said he would give the keys to him.
Yes.
And the kingdom of heaven is that reality which is above the kingdom of earth.
Yes.
And when you see St. Paul, whose statue is on the other side, he always has the sword. So Peter has the keys and Paul the sword of truth.
Yes, now we are still waiting for the people coming out from the balcony, and they should come any moment from now. We can see the excitement of many people from, as Robert said, many countries. They have their own national flag, and they show the national flag as like to signify that all the world want to participate to this faithful event. We here the sky is still very beautiful, so we have a magnificent view on St. Peter Basilica. It's a pity that we cannot see it very well because of the sun that is coming on our direction, but I think that certainly is a moment that all of us will remember.
I think it's one of the peak moments of a lifetime. The comes only every 10, 15, or 20 years. 20 years ago, Pope Benedict was elected. 12 years ago, Pope Francis was elected. And prior to that, it was 47 years ago that Pope John Paul II was elected. So in my lifetime, well, I was a boy when Paul VI and John Paul I were elected. There's a picture of all the people gathered on the various rooftops around. Here are people praying, priests praying, but you can see by their collars. The last 10 conclaves of the Catholic Church, Pius X, 7 ballots in 4 days. He was 1903. Benedict XV, he was Pope during the First World War, 10 ballots in 3 days. Pius XI was the longest of all, 14 ballots in 5 days. He was the Pope during the 1920s and 30s. Pius XII, 3 ballots in 2 days, very quick, the quickest of all. He was the Pope during the Second World War into the 50s. John the 23rd, 11 ballots, 4 days. That was one of the longer ones. John the 23rd. He was the Pope who organized the council. Paul VI, 6 ballots in 3 days, medium to quick. Paul VI elected in 1963. John Paul I, 4 ballots in 2 days, very quick. He just lived for 33 more days. I mean, he was only Pope for 33 days. John Paul II, 8 ballots in 3 days, elected in 1978, again after John Paul I. Benedict XVI, whom we knew, 4 ballots in 2 days, very quick. And then Francis, 5 ballots in 2 days, was elected 12 years ago. And this Pope was elected in 5 ballots in 2 days, exactly like Pope Francis. So the cardinals came to a deep communion of 2/3, 89 or more cardinals voted. They chose this man, who's going to come out on the balcony in a few minutes, to be the next Pope of the Catholic Church. And there are various hypotheses, but I think the time for speculation is over now, and we will just await the name. And we will have some further coverage later this evening, but we will listen to the words of the new Pope. We will respectfully hear him, and how will we get those words to people if he's speaking in Italian?
Yes, and but usually the Pope is not making a long speech,
right?
So we can just translate after his own own speech.
All right. So this is an image of St. Peter's Square. See, the entire Via della Conciliazione is filling up. The news went out at 6:07. We were told it would be between 7 and 7:15. We are now at 6:59. Maybe in a minute or maybe in 10 minutes, we will receive the announcement from the balcony, and we will learn who the new pope is.
But in any case, everything is prepared under the balcony. So the musical bands and the Swiss Guard are already all there, also them waiting. So the announcement should come soon, but before the announcement, it should come the people from the Vatican that put the tapestry. Usually that was the use, so they still have not. They still not have adjust the tapestry on the balcony, so we have to wait for that also.
So the man who was elected has taken off his cardinal robes. He's changed his garments. He's put on the white robe of the Pope. This is the robe he will wear the rest of his life. And his name will be different. His name will now be the name he has chosen. Just as we think of Benedict XVI instead of Joseph Ratzinger, or we think of Francis instead of Jorge Bergoglio. So with the change of a name becomes a change of identity. Whatever name he chooses will have some significance spiritually and for the plan he has for the rest of his life. It will be partly a model, partly a direction, and we will know that name, I would say, within the next 15 or so minutes. Could be any minute now. We were told it would be at 7 or shortly after 7. It is now 7:01.
Yes.
On the evening of May 8th, 2025, the conclave after the death of Pope Francis to elect a new pope. May 8th, the anniversary of the end of the Second World War, a feast of St. Michael the Archangel and his sanctuary cave in
Monte Gargano.
Monte Gargano in the eastern coast of Italy, and a Marian feast as well. May 8th, 2025 is the election of the new pope. May 8th.
May 8th. Yes, this is the beginning of a new era, and we have to see how this era will be. But of course, we are hopeful that there will be hope for the church. There is hope for the faithful, for the simple people that want to continue to believe in Jesus Christ, in God. So we are very hopeful that the Pope will take into his heart all these issues that are very important to Catholic people.
And what we know is the cardinals believe this man is going to be the best that they could choose. And they're going to try to support him and back him. Of course, he's a human being.
Yes. And maybe we will be surprised, and we will maybe be disappointed, because of course we have our own candidates, but in any case, that will be also our Pope.
Yes. I mean, we will try to find the words a few minutes after he comes out to give our judgment at the first moment from what we know. But of course, we too are limited.
Yeah, of course.
And we can't really know the heart of any man. And we do hope that the Holy Spirit will transform, deepen, strengthen the heart and mind and soul of this man who has been elected, and that he will share that strength with all of us.
Yes.
That's our deepest hope.
Yes. And he can be also a candidate we know almost nothing. So that will be very tough, because we have to
Well, if it's a completely new candidate, will someone please look him up on the cell phone, and let's be able to tell people quickly as much as we can.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, that would be a surprise.
Yes.
But not impossible.
Not impossible, but would be a surprise.
Yeah, it was difficult to speak about him because he was not so well known.
But honestly, if I can say now, maybe after a few minutes, I will be. They will. To say there is something that is contrary to what I'm saying, but I don't think so. I don't think he will be unknown. I think he's someone that already is in the papabile.
Well, the reason people were in the papabile with 30 votes or 50 votes was because 30 or 50 cardinals thought such a man would answer some of the problems of the church. And if it's one of those who went from 30 to 90, it means the other cardinals became persuaded of that.
Yes.
These are all men, all human. Okay, this is Cardinal O'Malley of Boston, and retired. He's appearing on the screen here in the crowd. Roulette. Well, if I made a mistake, I'm sorry. This is
Cardinal.
That is Roulette. That's Roulette.
Roulette,
And
yes.
that's next to him was Casper.
Ah.
Walter Casper, the German cardinal. So they're all smiling. They're smiling like young lads.
Yeah, but they smile, but they don't know.
But they don't
like
know.
us.
Right. So history for all of us here at this moment is opening up to a new pontificate. We don't know who it is, but we do know we have a pope. And we're going to, there's a Donald Wuerl, who used to be the Archbishop of Washington, and some priests. And there's a vision of St. Peter's Square, and you can see how full it has become. There's probably 200,000 people now.
This is the mayor of Rome.
Okay.
This is now on the screen, the mayor of Rome, that is there waiting.
So the political figures are here to recognize the religious leader.
Yes. You see, people seems very excited, and
well, they see the camera passing by.
Yeah, maybe that is one of the reasons.
Yeah.
This is Monsignor Lanzani. The one on the right is a bishop, a canon of St. John in Lateran.
Very good, Aurelio. You know everyone.
Yes.
Well, Maestro Aurelio has played the organ in St. Peter's Basilica
for 15 years.
Yes.
I was one of the organists, and so why I know Monsignor Lanzani, because he was there and for 15 years, and I know him quite well.
So if we have an Italian Pope, you will be deeply important to tell us about him. We spoke about several Italians. If we have another candidate, we may or may not know him.
Yes.
And we don't want to mention any names now because it's no point any longer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have just to wait and to see what the cardinals have decided. As I say, we can be pleased. We can be also maybe disappointed because we were expecting another person, and that is human and is acceptable, I think. But then, of course, we will wait to listen what this new Pope has to say.
Yes.
How he will start his pontificate, what will be his own his first decisions. So that there's a lot to be patient and to wait.
So all the other government leaders will send congratulations.
Of course.
And the new pontificate will open, and the first days will be filled with activity as he sets his course for the bark of Peter.
Yes.
The it's 7:08 now, and we expect that it's already been 1 hour because it was 6:07 when the white smoke came up. We were actually surprised, I think, and we were very deeply moved. We've been emotional. We are a little bit tired, but I'm not feeling the tiredness.
I cannot say the same, but I am also very excited because you know the to know who is the next pope keep me alert. You may say like that.
All right. Welcome everyone to our podcast. We are grateful to each one of you. We will try to continue with podcast tomorrow. We already rented this rooftop for tomorrow anyway. So we're going to come back and try to have some stories, some evaluations, report on what's being said in Rome. There will be some already articles in the Italian press explaining what somebody has sort of secretly revealed about how the voting went. We'll try to bring all that to you tomorrow. Not sure how long we're going to go tonight, but we'll stay for some time after the election, the revelation of the new Pope.
Yes.
And we just are very grateful to you for trusting us. We are very, in some ways, modest operation here on the rooftop. And we've struggled with wind. We've struggled occasionally with our internet connection. And yet, I think this has been one of the wonderful moments of my entire life as a reporter and a writer about the Vatican. And I'm also so grateful to you, Aurelio, for speaking and professing your faith, and for the others who have joined us, and also to Deborah Tomlinson, who organized everything under terrific restraints and difficulties. We had traffic. We couldn't get here. We were lugging equipment here and briefcases, and we've had wonderful days.
And we have also to be grateful for Aureliano that also he make a wonderful job to JP also that help a lot. So I think John Paul, yes, I think they are not in front of the screen, but they make this possible. So
Aureliano, your son,
yes,
a brilliant linguist and communications major.
Yes.
And I see a great future for him.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So Conclave 2025, live from Rome. We are within moments now of the revelation of the new Pope. We do know he has been elected. We know he's been putting on the white robes. The Cardinal Mamberti, who is from France, will come out on the balcony and will announce, Annuncio vobis, he will say, I announce to you, Gaudium Magnum, a great joy, Habemus Papam, we have a Pope, and then he will give the name, the first name, Cardinal of the Holy Roman Church, and then he will give the last name, and we will know who the Pope is, who was elected an hour ago by the 133 cardinals who have been assembled here for a week or more discussing the issues the church faces. And here it comes.
Here we are. They are coming. Yes, as I say, they close the, and then they will open.
So. So this is the feed. The feed is actually a few seconds later than reality.
Yes. You see now the, yes, it's the cardinal. It's here. It's Mamberti.
He announces a great joy. He just said, I announced we have a Pope.
Gaudium Magnum. Habemus Papam. Eminentissimum. ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem decimum quartum.
So, the
Oh, who? Who's that? Come on.
Oh, Leo the 14. I mean, this is a very interesting choice of name.
Leo the 14th, the last Leo was Leo the 13th,
13.
who spoke of the
Yes.
social gospel.
Yes.
And there they all are.
Look who it is.
It is Prevost.
Who is it?
Prevost, Robert Prevost.
He's an American.
He's an American. He's from Chicago.
American Pope.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Robert Prevost, I met him a few days ago, and I said, "It's nice to meet you." And he said, "I feel I know you, Bob, because
we saw him in the street.
I've been reading your letters," he said. So we know him. He's a gentleman. He was a missionary in Bolivia and in Peru. The Latin American cardinals loved him. He speaks English, of course. He's from Chicago. America has a pope for the first time in history.
Yes.
And he's a man who cares for the poor. He's a gentleman. I met him the other day. He's a very gentle man. And I feel that he will receive the strength to carry the weight of St. Peter's.
He's very traditional.
He is a centrist. He's a centrist, but I think he will be drawn to fulfill the mission of Christ. There's the other cardinals. There's Worrell, who is also an American cardinal from Washington, emeritus. And we are surprised,
Yes.
but we did hear.
Yes, we
mentioned-
say that in the Italian press, they say that it was a rising name. So
that's someone we will try to help to carry out his mission, do whatever we can. And folks, we have a pope whose name is Robert Prevost, and he's chosen the name Leo the 14th. And he's a man, I can tell you, of great simplicity. He was a missionary in the mountains of Bolivia. Actually, my uncle was a missionary in the mountains of Bolivia. And I think he knew he was being called to Rome to become the head of the Congregation for Bishops 2 years ago. He knew that people were regarding him as a man of good judgment, a man of gentleness, a man of discernment. It's an enormous task that he faces, but he's been in the high mountains of the Andes. He knows the people of Latin America. He speaks Spanish perfectly. He speaks excellent Italian. I can try to explain more before he comes out. And he was born on September 14th, 1955. He is 69 years old. He was born in Chicago, Illinois. Everyone in Chicago, you have a pope. This is going to be quite a moment for that city to rejoice and to become a holy city, to end violence and to show your love of Christ and of God, be brothers to one another, and stop fighting. Chicago is known as a place where there are occasionally violent acts. But Chicago is it's a beautiful city, and it will be very beautiful. This is a picture. He was made a cardinal in the consistory in 2023, not too long ago, 30th of September, by Pope Francis. He's his titular church is in Albano, out by Castel Gandolfo. He entered into the novitiate of the Order of St. Augustine in 1977 and made his solemn vows in 1981. He took a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics at Villanova University in 1977. He took a Master of Divinity at the Catholic Theological Union in Chicago and a license and doctorate in canon law at the Pontifical Athenaeum of St. Anselmo here in Rome. His doctoral thesis was regarding the role of the local prior of the order in the order of St. Augustine. So he's a man of a religious order. This means he has a special formation. He wasn't just a priest and then a bishop. A religious order like the Franciscans, the Dominicans, the Jesuits. He was in the order of St. Augustine, perhaps one of the greatest theologians in the Catholic Church. But his career in the church was marked by many different assignments. After his ordination in 1982, he became an Augustinian missionary in Peru in 1985, and he was there in the 80s. From 1987 to 88, he was back in the United States as a vocations director in the province of the Augustinians in Chicago. Then he went back to Peru with the high Andes Mountains, where he directed for 10 years the Augustinian Seminary of Trujillo, and he taught canon law in the diocesan seminary. So he is very familiar with the training of priests, with being a seminary professor and director. And in 1999, he came back to Chicago and was elected provincial prior of the province, mother of good counsel of the archdiocese, and then he became prior general of the Augustinian order, and he was the leader of the entire Augustinian order until 2013. And in 2014, he returned to Peru, and he became a bishop in Peru. So he practiced the pastoral life of being a bishop in Peru for many years. During the period of Pope Francis's pontificate, he was leader of one of the members of the Permanent Council of the Peruvian Bishops' Conference from 2018 to 2023. This means he knows very well this Latin American world and the American world. In a sense, this is partly the reason they call him a kind of continuation of Pope Francis. But he's a much more different mind and cultural background than Pope Francis. And I just finished the report that I have in my hands and bring him up to the present. And Pope Francis named Prevost prefect of the dicastery for bishops, a very important office in Rome, in January 2023. That was the moment when he shifted from being a peripheral figure to coming to the center of the church, entrusting him the responsibility for the choice of bishops. And he was just made a cardinal in 30th of September 2023 by Pope Francis, just less than 2 years ago. So this is a man who has been familiar with ordinary people, with seminarians, with the people of Chicago and the people of Peru, and now with the government of the church for the last couple of years in the Congregation for Bishops. And he's a very discreet person, a quiet person. I think he is a man of deep faith, and here he comes.
He will walk down this hallway in the chapel, and at the end of the chapel is an image of Peter crucified upside down. But the artist turned his head so that when the new pope is walking down the hallway, Peter's eyes are following.
Here we are.
There we are.
Pope Leo XIV is now
Pope
appearing,
Leo XIV.
coming to the central loggia of the Basilica.
Very special moment.
Very special moment.
And here he is. There he is.
And the applause going up, the greeting, the waving.
Big
The
smiles.
smiles.
How amazing.
How amazing.
And Dr. Liz Love was also talking about the symbolism of the red
Yeah.
that he's wearing. You know, it is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the cloth that he's wearing right now.
And we see this beautiful close-up view from the side there, at the same level as the loggia. Pope Leo the 14th.
Pope Leo the 14th.
Amazing. Smiling.
A smiling
And
Pope, yes.
you can see who wouldn't be taken by the moment and
I think
overcome
going
with
through his
emotion.
mind, you know, the weight of
Yeah.
this responsibility.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on his face.
You can
Oh,
see it on his
absolutely.
face.
Amazing.
After this, you're never.
He's been silent for some moments here. For almost 2 minutes, he's been silent. He's deeply, deeply moved.
My son is Francis, but he's baptized with me in you.
Complete silence. I think peace be with all of you. Brothers. Peace be with you. Peace be with all of you, all your families, everyone in the world. He says he wants to continue the voice of Pope Francis, Papa Francesco, who spoke for the weak and the poor. God loves you. God loves all of you. Christ goes before us. The world has need of Christ's vision. Thank you, Pope Francis. Thank you, Pope Francis, he said. All I can tell you is that he was present at the Rosary each night praying for Pope Francis, one of the few cardinals who was always present. He is citing St. Augustine about the role of the bishop. It's a beautiful spiritual message that he's reading, but it's echoing and we can't quite translate everything. But he's citing St. Augustine. He's greeting the whole city of Rome, a special greeting to all Romans. Special greeting to all the people of Rome. I think he was speaking in Spanish. He spoke a few words about being the Bishop of Rome to all Spanish-speaking people. He's speaking of the Virgin Mary, the Madonna. He asks for the special grace of, he's praying the Hail Mary right now.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
He just prayed the Hail Mary in Italian. In Italian. He prayed the Hail Mary. No, he hasn't spoken yet in English. He spoke in Spanish.
In Italian.
Yeah, I said it.
And now he gives his blessing.
Now he is giving his first blessing as Pope to the city and to the world, to everyone.
Give the plenary indulgence.
Tanti apostoli per tutte proprie, nel coro potestate autoritate intercedas con nobis ad Domino.
He's asking for the forgiveness of our sins and that we obtain eternal life. He's reading in Latin, special prayer for blessing.
Patri, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, discendat super vos, et maniat semper.
Amen.
So, Cardinal Robert Prevost, Pope Leo XIV, has given his first blessing. He's greeted the people of Rome. He's greeted the people of the world. He's spoken about peace, a special prayer to the Virgin Mary for peace in the world. He spoke twice about Pope Francis and the way Francis loved the poor. And I think clearly he is deeply, deeply moved. He's a priest, he's a bishop, he's now the Bishop of Rome and the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church.
So this is il libro, the book of the cardinals.
I've already got.
This one, yes.
I've already put it in.
Give him the
No,
sheet.
no, there is one part is not there. That
Did
is
you
not
pull
there.
the page out?
Yes.
Well, give him the page.
No, no, it's not the one.
So there's some moments of silence now. The ceremony is completed, and Pope Leo XIV is still standing silently in front of a packed St. Peter's Square. Crowds are still greeting him, and the sun is descending over Rome. It is now 7:39 in the evening on May 8th, 2025. The first American Pope is now leaving the balcony. He's given us the blessing, and the new period in the history of the church is beginning. The bells of Rome are ringing, the bands are playing. Pope Leo XIV has been elected. The conclave is over.
It's over.
There's an American flag. This is a moment for me as an American, and having met Cardinal Prevost, I think we will perhaps be working together, and you as well, Aurelio, who have such insight into the issues facing the church. I think your writings have been so profound. It's an Augustinian pope, Saint Augustine, the great Western father. And Saint Augustine's famous phrase was, "Our hearts are restless, Lord, until they rest in thee." It's a Christocentric vision that life is without meaning until Christ becomes the central meaning. The Good Shepherd.
Yes, you know that I'm a little at loss of words because I have to confess I don't know him so well as I know the other cardinals we mentioned. And so I really, for me, it would be a complete discovery because I have to tell you frankly, he's not one of the cardinals that are most talked also in the media. For us, it's really to understand what direction he will go. He will go about also many issues, including the issues because I know that many people also that follow us are very preoccupied about the Latin Mass, all these things. What will be his own decisions about this topic? So I am really now observing what I have to say. From the first impression, he make to me a nice impression, and there is one particular that I want to say that he wear the mozzetta. You saw that Pope Francis refused to wear, but he wear the mozzetta. He was in a very nice liturgical attire. So that, I mean, make me hope that he will not be against the good things of our tradition, of our liturgical tradition. So it's certainly a moment that I have to wait to see what will be his own the next moves, we can say, how he will start his Ministerium Petrinum, the ministry of Peter. There will be a mass that will be the inauguration, of his Ministerium Petrinum. But we will see in these first days. Of course, now all the newspapers and media, they will blow up with many information. There will be people that will say we are happy. There are other people, maybe they will have some issues. So we need really to keep calm for the moment and to understand what will be his own pontificate, looking his first days and see how it will go. You can hear the bells of St. Peter, and I think that will be a very important moment for us to understand what will be his own beginning of pontificate, how we will go with the many issues facing our planet.
Okay, I have a couple of quotes here from Prevost, and one thing is, we are often, quote, we are often worried about teaching doctrine, but we risk forgetting that our first duty is to communicate the beauty and joy of knowing Jesus. Prevost, in one of his few interviews, told Vatican News. So I think it's early to say, to box Prevost in, but I think he's a man of great simplicity. I don't think he's a man of arrogance. I think he's a man of humility. I think the fact that he prayed the Hail Mary from the balcony reflects a piety, a kind of traditional piety. And I would say, in some ways, he does seem to reflect the difficult decision to combine elements of Pope Francis, Pope Benedict, and Pope John Paul II.
Yeah, so we have to wait and we have to really understand what will be his first moves. I think, as I say, we know at least I know very little about him. He is a new cardinal also, so it's only 2 years, but we have really to wait and see. I am trying to look also at the comments on newspapers so that I can also tell you what is the reaction of the Italian media. The La Repubblica title like this: Pope Leo XIV, the Pope is American, the American Prevost. The peace be with all of you. Thank you, Francis. Let us build bridges, and ye give the plenary indulgency. So that is the title of Repubblica. I want to look maybe the other major newspaper in Italy, that is the Corriere della Sera, and see how they present. Yes, this is Habemus Papam. The Pope is the American Prevost, Leo XIV. The peace be with you. The memory of Bergoglio, and sorry that it go away. I will go back. The memory of Bergoglio and the plenary indulgency. Then they quote Trump, that say, I'm really looking forward to meet him. That is what Trump
So
said.
Trump should be back in Rome perhaps this coming week for the inaugural Mass, and it suggests that the fact that the Pope is American, he will have ready access to the American president. And so I have several other little points here that came up. In 2023, Vatican News interviewed Prevost
and he spoke of synodality, efforts to make the church's structures more inclusive and participatory, is a way to addressing the current polarization gripping the church. So this interview suggests that he is in some way in favor of the synodality process. Another element of his resume, his background in canon law, he's a canon lawyer, might provide some comfort to synod skeptics who are concerned that it could pose threats to the church's tradition, because the church's canon law clearly delineates a special role to the bishops and to the members of the hierarchy, which the synod can be a kind of adjunct to, but not change the fundamental structure. So it seems to me that he brings both elements and is trying to be, and will try to be, a bridge between the two. Then this article says he is a polyglot, that's a speaker of many languages who speaks English, of course. He's an American. Speaks Spanish. He worked many years in Peru. Speaks Italian. He gave his address in Italian. And he speaks French and Portuguese as well, and can read Latin and German. This gives him an ability to communicate with his fellow cardinals in a way that some cannot. His language ability, his international travel experience, his being head of the Augustinian order, and his work in identifying, that is, as a prefect of the dicastery for bishops, as in identifying Latin Rite bishops around the world, mean that he did know many of the cardinals who were going into this conclave, and they knew him in a way better than many other possible candidates. This is part of the reason he was elected. He was better known. He is not, however, while fluent in languages, garrulous. When he speaks, he does so with caution and great deliberation. He is a private man with a reserved style. Some say he will not score high on the charm offensive, but his steely determination and clarity might comfort those looking for a leader who knows where he wants to go and how to get there. We have a Pope, Pope Leo XIV. His name, Cardinal Robert Prevost. His origin, the city of Chicago, the heartland of America.
Yes, so I think I'm looking also the other Italian media, how they react to this appointment. That I think that the people is a little not I don't want to say confused, because as I say, he was not really a well-known cardinals. At least for us Italian, I barely heard his name. Only I think I told you today, or yesterday, that it was mentioned in the Italian press. So we of course have to see how the things will play out, and we are of course very curious, because we need to see what will be. But as I say, I think that when he presented himself on the balcony, he was very dignified. Yes. And he pronounced Italian very well, with a very good accent, and also Latin, he pronounced it very well. And so I think this is something that make us, in any case, hopeful that is a pope that have a certain regard for tradition, and so we give him, of course, the chance to be a good pope.
Yes. I think there's a considerable hope here. His character is not, it's a humble character. I do think beneath the humility, there is a steely determination. He's not a weak man. He's humble, and he's
he's not a man interested in self-aggrandizement. I think he wants the good of the church, and he wants to be a disciple of Jesus. The Augustinians are interested in theology. They're interested in the teaching of St. Augustine, whose central thesis really was expressed in the city of God. And that thesis is that there's a city beyond this world which our souls are destined for, and we must prepare for that. We have a higher destiny than we realize. And in a way, this sets any Augustinian against a materialist, a pure humanist, because it's got a special spiritual dimension.
Yeah, and also I have to say that for me personally, Saint Augustine is one of my favorite saints, and I really love his writings. I read many times. Also, he speaks a lot about music in his confessions.
Yes.
So that also make me very curious. What will be how will play Saint Augustine in the pontificate of Pope Leo XIV. So that something that I mean really make me very eager to follow his first steps, because as I say, Saint Augustine is certainly one of the greatest saints of the Catholic Church, and the fact that the new Pope is an Augustinian is certainly something very relevant.
Yeah.
I think that there will be a really interesting factor in his pontificate, and we have just to wait and see how Saint Augustine will enter, because for sure it will enter, because he's an Augustinian, cannot avoid to, and how this Saint Augustine will enter in his pontificate. But as I say, I mean, Saint Augustine is like with Saint Thomas Aquinas, are the two greatest thinkers of the Catholic Church.
Okay, we're having now to end our coverage. It's descending into night here. There's still sun on the city in front of me. I see the mountains outside of Rome. It's a beautiful evening here, but it's cool. It's the 8th of May. It's late spring. The heat of summer will soon be here. The inaugural Mass for this pontificate is, it's going to be, are you sure?
We think so.
We think the inaugural Mass will be still 9 days away.
Yes.
This will allow time for world leaders to come to schedule, find time in their schedule. So it'll be Sunday, May 18th, which is also, is that the birthday of John Paul II?
I'm not sure, but
I believe it is. John Paul? Can you check? Before we leave, we'll give you that data. And BEC says thank
it's
you.
18th of May, yes.
Okay, Aureliano tells us that John Paul II was born in 1920 on the 18th of May, and Pope Leo XIV will be inaugurated on the 18th of May. It's a connection with the pontificate of John Paul II. BEC says thank you for your marvelous reporting. We are very aware of our limitations. We tried hard to provide some insights. CW, Urbi et Orbi, you guys are fantastic and faithful. So thankful you brought this to us. I'm very much appreciative. I'd like to invite the person in who really put this all together. Stand between us. Aurelio, stay in the picture, please. This is Deborah Tomlinson, and Deborah has worked night and day. She's behind the scenes. She's a person who works like 7 people, and she's traveled this journey to the Vatican and with our pilgrimages, and she's met with Robert Prevost on one occasion, the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV.
And we saw him in the street.
We saw him in the street.
A few
Lady
days ago.
Rotha writes, thank you. Thank you, Lady Rotha, for being with us once again from the Isle of Man, as I recall. Dave G says, great producer. So what do you have to say, Deborah?
Well, it's been a very cold and windy 2 days, I would say.
Mhm.
We have blankets up here. We are double scarfed. The excitement of our new Pope, really, right? One from the America, one from our country is amazing. Robert and I were having a cafe just a few days ago, and he walked right by us, looking for a taxi, trying to hail a taxi.
That's right.
And
that's when I actually thought there might be something up.
Yeah.
He came out of a congregation and walked across the street, and he looked for a taxi and tried to call for
Yeah.
one. And then he went to the taxi stand and took a taxi. I'm wondering what type of meeting he went to.
I know, we thought that, didn't we?
Yeah.
We did. Well, we want to thank all of you, our viewers,
Aurelio, come on in.
our pilgrims, our
Um,
donors, our readers for joining us. And
Andy
for being
Moses,
a part. Andy,
thank you again, Bob and Deb.
Yeah.
Great job. Well, thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
You're one of our good
we look
best friends.
forward to being on pilgrimage with you again. And to all of those who've not been on pilgrimage with us, come to Rome,
Sleeping.
learn about our new Pope, learn about our beautiful universal church. And if you'd like to read about him, you can subscribe to Inside the Vatican, the magazine that Robert Moynihan founded and is still the editor-in-chief in 34 years later. We are the only independent publication left around the Vatican. We are the little guys who are on the rooftop, thanks to each one of you. So we thank you. In fact, all the big media outlets around here were quite surprised to see us up here.
Yeah.
And it's because of all of you. So we thank you.
Okay, before we leave, let's invite everyone to say goodnight. We
Yes.
still have our Russian friend here. Just speak a few words, Leonid. What your feeling is. You grew up
I
in...
would like to congratulate everyone with American Pope, and as a Russian, I just like expressing my deep gratitude to the Holy Spirit that he actually chosen American Pope, because I think that this Pope will help to establish a good relationship with Russia. So I just like my son. My son name is Francis Leo. My son
Francis
is like
Leo.
Francis, but he's baptized Leo. And actually, Pope Francis, he spoke about this Pope. He just like was telling very good, well, and he was like, just like now I'm remembering, he was mentioning
Pope Leo.
No, Pope Francis. He was like talking about Pope Leo very
Yes,
well.
yes.
I think that they had very good connection, and this is the candidate. I think that this is definitely candidate of Pope Francis, and so this is basically gives us lots of help. And using this opportunity, actually, I would like to invite him to come to Russia. It's our official invitation. Like as a Russian, I'm like representing here Russians, and I'm inviting Pope Leo XIV to come to Moscow, and it would be the first visit of Pope of Rome to Moscow. So
Yes.
please, Pope Leo, please consider my invitation
All
to
right.
come to Russia as soon as possible.
Well, we
Thank you.
Thank you, Leonid.
Thank you, Leonid. Father, would you like to say something before you head down the stairs?
Yeah, we're wrapping up here on the rooftop, and we have one or
There you
two
go.
more people to say. Father Jim O'Neill, American, who has been an Army chaplain. What do you feel today, Father Jim?
Very happy and very joyful. We have a new Holy Father. He happens to be the first American ever elected Pope. And from the great order of the Augustinians, I have a good friend in Canada who's an Augustinian who was stationed at Villanova, and another cousin who went to Villanova along with Pope Leo XIV. Just a joy to be, and thank you for having me here.
You're
at
welcome,
this time.
Father.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome,
Father Jim.
Father.
God bless you.
God bless you.
John Paul.
Come on.
John Paul has been helping us. He brought me a cup of coffee earlier today.
And some food.
And
Much
he's a
needed.
24-year-old
He's
from
freezing like all of us up here.
He's from Front Royal, Virginia.
So
He's
cool.
been in Rome with the Christendom College Rome program. John Paul, you were here today. How did you feel?
Oh, it was incredible. Shorter than I thought it would be. to
We
be
were so
honest.
surprised
Right?
with the white
Right?
smoke, right?
And the American, I told all my guy students, I said, if I can bet on one thing, it's not going to be an American. So I'm out a couple beers, unfortunately.
Okay. So you're always wrong with your bets, so you should
Yep.
stop betting.
I think we found the moral of the story here. Yeah.
All right. And
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Really,
having me.
thanks,
really
John Paul,
appreciate
for
it.
bringing
Of
me some
course.
food.
And
No
helping
worries.
us out. And
I'll re-
then we have our technical director, our cameraman, our engineer, all in one, Aureliano from Rome, from Trastevere.
Directly from here.
Directly from here. You've got to know his father, Aurelio. And
And me as well.
yeah,
I had some.
Aureliano was on his first
few
podcast
appearances.
yesterday.
that's right, you did.
Aureliano's just 20 years old, and I really admire him. He's got a lot of maturity. He speaks Chinese, Italian, and English, as you can hear. You're you're speaking English now.
Yeah, English, italiano, vabbè, italiano uno lo sa parlare, io lo so parlare. Trung Man ako, Trung Man ako sa.
You're speaking Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese. Cantonese.
Cantonese.
Not Mandarin.
Not Mandarin.
So we see you as a bridge builder already, and I think you have a bright future, and we
Thank
were
you, thank
very privileged to have you help us set
No,
up.
it's been an honor. It's been an honor.
Thank you.
for me.
And I think you have a conclave cold that we're all going to have from this cold wind.
Yeah, it's been
And
a
we
windy.
none of us are feeling quite well today, but
Quite
thank you.
100%.
Thank you so
It's
much
been
for
an honor,
all.
a pleasure. Really.
Really appreciate all you did
Thank you
to
very
make
much.
this
Thank you,
happen.
Aureliano.
Thank you very much.
To make this
Oh, your
happen.
hands are cold.
Yeah.
And we just saw that some people gave us some donations here. They passed quickly. So, Philomena, 1999. Thank you so much. You're going to buy us dinner tonight, and we really appreciate
Well,
that.
that will maybe get us one plate.
Well, so tomorrow, Bob, I think we're going to come back.
You know, would you like to come on? You've been by our side.
Come on, Manny.
Just
Come on,
say
Manny. You got to
what-
get on
what the-
camera.
what the-
Manny is with Word on Fire. Bishop Barron's was next to us, and Manny has been a great neighbor.
Hello, how are you?
And this is you're speaking to our viewers
We have
around
about
the world.
3,000 people watching.
I just got a text from my wife saying that our new pope was Augustinian at Cascia Hall High School in Tulsa, where I'm from. So I got a connection.
You have a connection. You have
Yeah.
a connection.
You guys have been great neighbors. So.
Oh, you've been
Well, Manny,
wonderful as well.
Yeah, you've got a beautiful hat on. I think we should can we get a little closer? That's a Chi Rho, which means the first two letters of Christ's name, CH and R. And you've got Alpha and Omega. So that's a wonderful cap. I wonder, where did you get it?
Sanctus Supply. Sanctus Supply.
Sanctus Supply.
That's
So-
what they make. They make T-shirts and hats just like this.
Okay, Christ
So
the
I think
Lord,
we're
the
gonna have
beginning.
our-
Enclave.
This is for those who have traveled with us. This is from La Victoria, Claudio. I know the Allens might be watching, and we saw this sitting up on his shelf. I know Andy's probably still watching. And so I said, Claudio, can we have it as a prop? And he said, absolutely. Just say it came from La Victoria in Rome, which is kind of like our neighborhood kitchen.
We need to break it open now.
Yeah.
All right, Manny. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Manny. So, Bob, tomorrow, I think we're going to be back up on the rooftop.
Yep, we paid for 3 days.
Well, and I think we're going to listen around town and
All right.
come with some news about this new pope.
Okay, will be commentary and reflection on the Augustinians, the history of St. Augustine,
Mhm.
the life of Pope Leo XIV up to until now, Robert Prevost, and generally what the Italians are saying. And Andy Mosizek says, wish I could join you.
You will come back again. I think he's going to come back soon and
Okay, so-
pilgrimage with us.
We really are grateful to everyone, and we're trying to create a kind of community, a kind of alternative media, which has a little authenticity and breaks down and rebuilds and brings in Italians.
We didn't have any hair and makeup. We didn't have anybody who was scheduling our guest.
BT International.
We didn't have we just had a few people helping us, and as you can see, we had technical difficulties, but we cannot leave out our office in the U.S.
Yeah.
They were behind the scenes the whole time. Katie and Tyler and Juliana, thank you so much for having our back.
Yeah, thanks
And
to all the people in America.
Really
who
do appreciate it.
helped us.
And now we have a new pope, and we can all rest tonight.
Yeah. Well, we'll start to rest maybe in a few days. Right now, we'll be studying.
We'll be studying. So tomorrow we will go live. We will put it up on YouTube and the different platforms.
The
About the
inaugural
time, it probably won't be till 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow is what we're thinking. which would be 3:00 Rome time.
Okay, maybe that's best for people because otherwise it's too early.
It's too early for us.
So we'll prepare tomorrow and then give several hours in the afternoon.
Right.
How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. So we hope that you join us tomorrow. And again, thank you so much for being a part of our rooftop conclave coverage for 2025.
Yep. This is
God bless everybody.
God bless all.
And God bless our new Pope.
God bless Pope Leo the 14th. Give him strength and courage.